Geekscapists, welcome to this is a mouthful, Geekscape live stream tacular for the holidays. This is a charity to benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters. And there's a ton of information going on your screen right now where you can donate. There's a little bit of a URL if you're watching this live. I appreciate it because Matt Kelly got me up very early this morning to be here to introduce all of you. This is going to be a lot of fun. We got 15 hours of all of the Geekscape network programming, from wrestling to music to horror to improvisational comedy games to the big ending with the big Geekscape episode there at the end of the show. We got a lot to talk about on that one too, so you're going to want to watch it because obviously Disney went crazy like 2 days ago with their announcement. So we have, I don't know any, you know what, it'd probably be better to list what Disney didn't announce for Marvel and Star Wars, and that would be a lot quicker. Derek Cranevelt is already watching in Canada, and he went ahead and said, you know what, you'd be awake anyway. I was just telling Matt that, yes, I did not set my alarm this morning. My messed up body just wakes up naturally to go running anyway. That's fun. And that's like the least geeky thing I could say. To balance things out, let's bring in the man behind this entire 15-hour stretch. He's going to be here the whole time, which is fun. That's Matt Kelly. He's in Philadelphia right now. Matt, thanks for putting this whole thing together. What can we expect for the next 15 hours?
We've got a ton of fun stuff lined up. We've got the TV podcast, all of our TV podcasts from start to finish. So we've got someone from Bingetown. I'll be representing my favorite episode of Jenny, who used to do the 90s TV Hour podcast. That was one of the original Geekscape Network shows that she stopped doing when she became a mom, but she's joining us as well. And Don and Lee from the Saturday Morning Showdown. So it's all of the TV podcasts in one discussion of the ultimate holiday TV specials. Like, what were the must-watches when you were growing up?
I'm trying to think of the ones that I remember beyond Charlie Brown Christmas. Like,
there's Garfield.
I'm
TV.
sure.
Like there was classics. So it'll be interesting to dive into that. Right after this at 9:30 is going to be myself and Chris from One Hit Thunder, my friend Jackie from the Jersey Ghouls podcast, and Matt from the band Wheatus will be joining us to make the ultimate holiday playlist for your Christmas by yourself, essentially, this year. But, you know, we'll give you some good tunes to keep the spirits high. Obviously, there's a ton of other fun things around the corner. You and Katie are going to participate in the 91 Donkey Lane improv game, Poof, the Magical Game.
I am not responsible for what happens. It is an improvised game. I'm not responsible for what comes out of my mouth during that hour.
And I think the other big thing that people will be excited about is the longtime return of Brian Gilmore and Ben Dunn for some retro Geekscape memory lane.
Now, Matt, listen, I don't want to spoil all the surprises here. You're just spoiling them left and right. You're going to go ahead and talk about the Mandalorian episode from yesterday while you're at it and spoil it for other people who haven't watched? Listen, we got lots of surprises coming, okay? The next 15 hours are going to be action-packed if you're a Geekscapist. You're going to love it. And, Matt, I thank you for putting this all together and keeping some of the surprises still under Santa's hat. But there's somebody else responsible for this. We are raising donations for Big Brothers Big Sisters. And not only raising donations, but awareness. You can also be a mentor. You can go out there and be a big brother or big sister to somebody. I think the Geekscapists are fairly responsible, especially if you're up right now watching this live stream. But let's bring in Charlene. Charlene is with Big Brothers Big Sisters, and she's here joining us this morning to talk about the program. First off, like, how long have you known Matt Kelly, and what does he have on you that had you join us today?
I don't think he's got much on me, but I've known Matt since he was probably 14, 15. We both were just always down in the photo wing, video wing of our high school, and that's how we met. And
he still, like, acts the same. Is that correct?
I say, yeah, more mature now, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, still as enthusiastic as he was, yes.
It does, I mean, he has more videos now.
I'm certain of that, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, Char, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do at Big Brothers and Big Sisters, what Big Brothers Big Sisters does on, like, the bigger level, and how you got involved and what you expect today.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Big Brothers Big Sisters is a one-to-one youth mentoring organization. It is for children ages 6 up until age about 16 14, 16, we'll still accept kids into the program, and they stay matched with their big, hopefully until they're 18 or until they graduate high school. So we pair adult mentors with children based on interest, based on location, and that one adult and one child hang out in the community. They do just really anything that's interesting to the two of them. So if it's a child who's interested in video games, we would like to pair them with somebody who has similar interests so that they can stay matched for as long as possible. It's a minimum of 1 year commitment to be a big. A lot of our bigs in our program stay matched for at least 3 years. We have some bigs who are matched with their littles for up to 12, 13 years, which is just amazing to see that happen. And I've been with Big Brothers Big Sisters for 11 years, so I've seen matches that have stayed together that long, and it's just amazing.
Now, I imagine that your bigs usually get like some kind of recognition once they get to the big mile markers, like 5 years, 10 years. If I've raised Matt for the last 15 years, do y'all have anything that you can send me? Because I hate to say it, and
I can whip
love
you
your
up something
program.
real quick if that's really what you need. I can just.
Nobody was looking out for this guy after the age of 22 when Penn State just spit him out. Okay, and this kid had nowhere to go.
Trouble.
And I was like, okay, you know what? This guy right here, he still needs some time in the oven. He still needs somebody to kind of help guide his path. And yeah, so listen, Big Brothers Big Sisters, we appreciate it from the age of 16, like right through the age of 6 right through high school.
Yeah.
It's a great organization. Geekscape is, if you can't donate financially, please go to the support link at the bottom of the screen, and maybe you can volunteer. I mean, it's the least you can do. I've kept Matt off the streets for 15 years.
I do have a question for you, Sharon. I'm going to pop this up on the screen, but as you can see, our goal for this day, we're trying to raise $2,000 by the end of the day. We've already got 25, so we're 1% there. But Shar, can you give people a little bit of a breakdown on where that 2,000 could go? Because you told me before that that's a big number for Big Brothers.
When Nick, that's my husband's name. When Matt and I were talking about the event, we were trying to figure out how much money we should try and raise today. And $2,000 is kind of our benchmark number for one child to be matched with one adult and to support that match for 1 year. So that goes into background checks, FBI fingerprinting, interviewing. As you can imagine, when you're matching a child with an adult, there's a lot of background checks that have to go into that and a lot of screening that we have to do to make sure that the adult's in it for the right reason and that we're matching them properly so that the match can last. So it costs $2,000. We have probably about 10 case managers now that call the match once a month, and that's the parent, the child, and the volunteer, and goes through a series of questions, make sure that the match is growing properly and that everything's going smoothly. So it's not a free process. Our volunteers are, just as that sounds, volunteer. They don't get paid to do it. So we've got to raise the money, and it's people like you who hold events throughout the year. We just raise money constantly to make sure that we can keep matching kids. Right now, we do serve 1,350 children in our 10-county region. As you can hear, sorry, my son's jamming in the door. He's trying to get in. And right now, we have 124 kids on the waiting list. So,
wow.
Yeah. So today, hopefully, we can match one of those kids.
Well, Geekscape, you've got yourself a mission. You love these things. You love these the stories about missions. You read comics, you watch movies, you play video games. Missions are your thing. We've got ours. Go to the link down below and help us get to $2,000, or the equivalent of one black market PS5 is roughly what that is. If you need it in like geek numbers, but this is not going towards a PS5. This is going towards a great cause. So go to the link at the bottom of the screen. You see it scrolling right there, and help us raise money. Comments, true story. Let me throw that one up, Matt. Daniel Campazano, that is Big Yanks in Long Island, says, true story. Not sure if it was even an official Big Brothers Big Sisters program, but in elementary school, I was put into the program, and my big brother kept no-showing. I was alone during the hangouts. Now listen, Dan, that doesn't happen, okay? That kind of stuff funnels people right into Geekscape. That's not what we're paying for here, buddy. Listen, I'm sorry about your story, but you found us. Now he said, Big Yang says, but based on our explanation, that was not Big Brothers Big Sisters. That wasn't legit at all. Damn. why did I even read that comment, Matt? You got to warn me about comments with Big Yanks because it's Big Yanks. Big Yanks, you're on probation, and I'm really sorry that.
Yeah. Yanks, when you were texting me yesterday asking why you didn't have an hour segment on the show, I think we just answered it in that comment.
Yeah, that's what's so important about making sure that it's a legit organization, because we've got a huge team that makes sure that it's legit. And
Big Yanks, maybe you had like a sensei that was just watching over you from like a rooftop and was trying to see if you'd take up like ninja training or meditation. He did neither. He probably kicked rocks for an hour each day and became Big Yanks, which is an origin story in and of itself, but that is not what we're doing here at Big Yanks. This is a credible organization. We're making sure that it's credible and that they have the resources that they need. So please click that link at the bottom. Shar, tell me about like the success stories of these kids. Like,
I'd love to.
You've seen some amazing things happen over the last few years.
I have seen some amazing things happen. I have a couple stories that always stick with me. I'm based in Asbury Park, and our main location is in Asbury Park, and we're about 1 mile from the beach. And if you could just cross the train tracks, there's, the west side of Asbury Park where we serve a lot of kids. And some of those kids don't even realize that there's a beach 1 mile from their house. So when they get matched with an adult mentor that can just take them down to the beach and be somebody that's there with them, showing them the boardwalk, showing them the beach, and just opening their eyes, it's the smallest things like seeing what else is in your community outside of your own neighborhood that make such a huge impact. One of our mentors or mentees, Marlene, she was in the program since I started here. Her big Leslie, they just had such a great relationship. And she went on to go to Rutgers and to travel abroad and build houses in Africa. And she actually interned with Big Brothers Big Sisters last summer too. And she helped us out at our golf outing, raising funds. And I got the chance to drive with her to the golf outing and talk to her about real estate investing and different things. And she called me up probably a week ago and just said that she's in real estate school now. So you don't realize these conversations that these children aren't having with their parents. And it's not because their parents don't care for them. It's just because most of the kids are single parent families. Some of them have multiple children in the house, and they just don't have the time or the means to do these things with them, to take them out, even just to the mall or the grocery store, or show them gardening. It's like the smallest things that you don't realize children don't have access to. And when they're able to be with an adult that is spending time with them, just with them, and that's the only reason that they're spending time with them, it just broadens their horizons so much.
Wow. Well, thank you. I think Geekscape, I can't put it any better than that. That's a pretty tragic story when somebody grows up 1 mile from the beach and doesn't even realize it's there. And that's in New Jersey, where you can probably smell the beach from 1 mile away. But it's overcome by a lot of other New Jersey smells. So I can totally understand that story. Matt, you have anything to add? I know you're in Philadelphia and it's got smells all of its own. Probably coming from the nearest Wawa, but
the only big thing is obviously we are going to be monitoring the fundraising throughout the entire day, and we'll be giving shout outs to people as they donate. So please throw some donations there while you can. Bolt T is holding it down. Buddy, I got a surprise. There's 3 more hours added onto that. So strap in for 15.
Yeah, we talked about doing a 12-hour live stream, Bolt T, and then Matt said, then what do I do? And so we decided to just add 3 more, just to take Matt through an entire day of DVD Blu-ray viewing. That's about his normal window right there. Big Yank said, I just donated extra for that bad story, and I'm sorry. Well, Big Yanks, you're ensuring that somebody does not have the experience that you had with the fake.
No better way to do it. Well, you want to become a mentor. That's an even better way to do it.
Yeah. The mentorship, that is what's the story on becoming a mentor? If we have a Geekscapist who wants to become a mentor.
Absolutely. So the time commitment, like I said, is a minimum of 1 year. And most of our bigs hang out with their littles 4 to 6 hours a month. So it's not even a huge time commitment. Most of them hang out every other weekend for about 2 to 3 hours. And you can do things you would normally be doing anyway. And what I always like to say is when you get to this age, if you don't have a child of your own, it gives you a chance to do some of those fun things that you're a creep if you do it by yourself without a kid, like going pumpkin picking or going to a core maze. Like you can't just go by yourself. You're going to look really weird. But if you have like a mentor or mentee to do it with, It's awesome for them. It's awesome for you. And it's not a huge time commitment. You get to do fun things and be a kid again and really impact their life. What we say at Big Brothers, Big Sisters is every kid has potential. They're born with it. Every kid has it. And it's just our job to uncover it and to defend that potential and make sure that they know that they have it. And that's really what we're here to do.
Do you hear that, Matt? Like, please, no more going to corn mazes by yourself. In Matt's defense, though, as the host of Horror Movie Night podcast, he goes in a hockey mask, which I think adds like a certain... It adds like a thing, you know. He wants to be part of everything. He wants to be a part of the action. So, Matt, let's just not do that. If anything, sponsor somebody and then get a little hockey mask for them, and you two can run around as just have some fun there. Matt, I think that's a terrible idea. So listen, Geekscapists, like listen to what Shar is saying. Like 3 to 4 hours a month. That is not a big deal. You probably like poured that much already into Cyberpunk on your PS4. So like that game's only been out since Thursday and you've already put that many hours into the video game. So this is video game time that you probably don't need so much of, and you can spend some time really changing somebody's life for the better. So think about, again, going to that link at the bottom of the screen. If you can't donate financially, maybe you can donate your time. And as Shar says, that's even more valuable. So I would love to have maybe from a year or two from now, have some Geekscape success stories of a relationship you like built to make somebody's life better. Matt, you got anything to add with Shar before she has to go and help raise a child of her own?
No, I mean, obviously she was so quick to respond when I sent out the message and said, hey, would you be willing to jump on camera and talk about this with us? And, you know, she was like, this is so important to let people know what Big Brothers Big Sisters is, because I think it's an organization that everybody is aware of, but I don't think they know the depth of it. Yep. So thank you for that. And she sent us a couple videos to play that we'll be playing throughout the day. So we'll let her get back to her kid, and we will cut to one of the videos she sent us.
No, Shar, any embarrassing videos of Matt that you may have sent?
I know. I wish that would have been way better.
No, Shar, it was a trick question. That's just a video of Matt. You could have sent anything. We would have found it embarrassing for him. Trust me. Like, he is our little brother here. And Geekscape, why not add to it? You see the relationship I have with Matt. He's so sweet. Actually, be nicer to your big brother than I am to Matt. I'm actually pretty. Be nicer to your kid. Yeah, Shar, thank you so much for everything.
Yeah, thanks for having us. We really appreciate the support. And if you have any questions, feel free to let me know.
We will.
Right. Thank you.
Nice? She's so nice, Geekscapists. Let's step up big for her. I think that's the mission for today. All right.
All right. Let's cut to this video real quick.
One day.
One day.
One day.
One day.
One day to ignite power and promise. One day to transform your community. You can make a big impact. It's been a challenging year, but Big Brothers Big Sisters is committed to providing caring adult mentors for our littles, who need your support now more than ever. Your gift today will empower their resilience.
Please donate now.
Please donate now.
Please donate now.
To help me.
Me.
Donate now to help me reach my full potential.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, how do you not want to just run over to the donation button like after watching that? John, we have about 10 minutes before the next segment goes. And I don't know if you know this, but in Philadelphia during the 50s and 60s, they had a Christmas special that they would play.
I'm not that old, Bet. I'm old.
Every Christmas Eve, they would play it. It was sponsored by Bell Telephones. And it was a marionette retelling of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. And my friends and I found a DVD of it years ago. And it became a tradition that we would watch it when we would get to hang out for Christmas. Obviously, we aren't getting to hang out this Christmas for reasons. So, John, I'm going to make you watch it because it was always the rule that we had to introduce at least one new person to this special every year. So, John, you're the lucky guy.
I don't want it.
Let's see how this goes.
And this would just play during your childhood?
Well, during my parents' childhood, not during my childhood, but
It is the night before Christmas.
Yep.
But it's not Christmas Carol. Like, that's not Ebenezer Scrooge.
No.
Yeah. I love how everybody automatically in this era, like this Victorian era, just looks like Ebenezer Scrooge once they pass the age of 40. It's like, oh, that must be Ebenezer Scrooge. Well, hold up, Matt. What's up with the long sock?
Who knows?
You got 3 short socks, and then you got one abnormally long sock.
Not even a mouse.
This just got way better.
The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon...
There's that mutant stocking. What? That's some horror movie night stuff right there. No.
While visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
If those kids come alive, this is like child's play.
Well, this is the visions of sugar plums dancing in their heads now. So
this isn't the creepy part. If those kids come to life, that's the creepy part. This, I mean, damn, these are the dreams I have. I mean, if I have sugar before bed, this is exactly what I'm thinking. AJ, I don't think it's about remembering this. I think it's about never being able to forget this. No. No. You know what? From a production standpoint, I find that this is actually kind of impressive for the 50s and 60s. Where did this ingenuity go? Now everything's just like, oh, this is Baby Yoda before Baby Yoda right here. No. Matt, please. No, they're waking up. No. They used a human at the beginning. No, fuck you.
I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter.
He just danced like Mike Pence did. Did you see that video? That is Mike Pence.
The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave a luster of midday to objects below. When, what to my wondering eyes...
I think George Pepe is referring to Thunderbirds.
Yeah, there was Thunderbirds, and I think it was Fireball XLT or something like that.
Yeah, Thunderbolts is a Marvel team. It's a hero team made up of villains.
But the Thunderbirds was the all marionette action series from this time period too.
Yeah, that Jonathan Frakes did a live action version of with human actors, and just avoided the whole point. But they definitely referred to it in Team America.
This is the scariest Santa Claus I've ever seen in my entire life.
I think that Santa Claus is currently choking a bitch. How do you not shoot at that Santa? Like, he's coming to attack your house. He's drunk. Santa is loaded in this video. Look at him. He's either that or he's having seizures. Oh, you start the fire right now.
Side note, I'm very excited to see that there's like almost 30 people watching this live stream right now. So I'm exposing so many people to this right now.
And baby, the person that is included in the food truck every year. Where'd I leave those damn... Look at Santa. Someone's gonna die. I got my wacky tobacco. My damn back's out from going down the chimney knackers. Who to kill? Who to kill? Oh, that dog needs to be put down. You want to pet muttons? Let me just get down here and give you a little fliffle flaffle. Did he just pull out a bone? He murdered that dog. Oh no, the dog's good. I thought he bent down to where there was a live dog and came back with a femur. I'll murder you too, old man. I'm thinking about whose job it was on set to make sure that the pipe is still smoking.
Yes, it is so much smoke.
Now make sure that the pipe has believable smoke, but do not light this marionette on fire. We will not have that accident. That guy's reflecting the audience in yawning. Oh, he's high on weed. Look at that. That's a crack pipe. Oh, I was wondering when we were going to get back to this mouse. That was the angle you're going to shoot it from? Oh, Jesus. This guy has a hoarder situation going on right now. Like, he's got dogs and cats. Look how dirty this place is. Oh, a gun above the fireplace. Here we go. It's a Molotov. Oh, no. It's for the little girl. There's a little dancing. I love how he comes down to give everybody gifts and he takes care of the dog first. Like, I take back everything I say about the Santa. Now, imagine how bad his time management is if he does this shit in every house. He's like, before I leave these presents, I'm going to done play with them. Hey, J17 wants to know if this is a chair made of human skin. I think the answer for all of this is yes. These are marionettes made of human skin. If I just stop talking for a little bit, you can actually hear people's souls trapped in the marionette saying,
"Oh, here it is."
No, fuck no. That's a horror movie. Oh, it's time to murder.
I was saying, here goes my favorite shot in the whole special is the mom waking up.
Is another mouse rectum? Because we saw that shot.
No, here it comes.
Charlene, there's no way you should watch this. No. Nothing says time to wake up like cocaine. Santa, the whole point is you're supposed to be gone by the time they enter the living room. Okay, kids, get your axes. Santa's gonna die. This is horrific. But it explains so much about your parents, Matt. Right. I gotta tell you, if your parents grew up with this, it explains so much. These your lists? I'm throwing them in the fire. Y'all can go to hell, Tommy. When I lived in Philadelphia, there was a guy in the neighborhood that looked like this. I think he was just a local drunk, though. He definitely walked like this, Santa. Heidi, you will find out on the morning of December 25th what this is. The cats are like leaving so soon.
And laying a finger aside of his nose and giving a nod.
That's called cocaine. He just snorted a little puff. What if you do the detective work? You can tell the family actually cooks in this fireplace. Did you see that? Jake wants to know what's up with Santa's complexion. That's called alcoholism, sadly. When your liver stops working, that's the color you turn.
But we heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all!" And
How does he not crash into something? He is loaded. We saw him smoking crack, coked up, and he was already drunk when he ended the movie. Matt, this thing is have you all reviewed this on Horror Movie Night? Because that is the most horrific thing I've seen this year. Thank you. I was like, I'm going to get out of 2020 pretty unscathed.
So that was The Spirit of Christmas. If anybody wants to watch it themselves, Spirit of Christmas Philadelphia on YouTube, you can pull it up. It's a classic. John, I will let you get a little bit of rest because you are what's
Thank
it,
you.
6:30 in the morning right now. So I'll let you bounce for a little bit. We'll cut to one more video, and when we come back, it'll be
Is Chris Fafalios in the waiting room?
he is.
Yeah, let me talk to that guy real quick. Hey, Chris, listen.
Good morning.
What is up with that microphone?
What is up with your? Listen, Chris, your microphone. We got to figure it out. I'm going to let you guys figure it out. But listen, I just want to say, have a good show. I'll be seeing you soon, and I'll be seeing you real soon.
Yeah, something is very now. It's affecting all of us.
I'll let y'all figure that out. I'm going to let y'all figure that out. Okay,
I'm going to drop that. So, John, I'll let you go. We'll cut to a quick video, and then we will come back for the One Hit Thunder presents the ultimate holiday playlist. It's me. No one wants that. Let's go to the.
Christmas, bitch.
Welcome back to these live streams that we're doing. Just a quick shout out. Jonathan actually put this in our private chat, and I realized I didn't even say it. All of the videos that you are seeing that are like clips of vintage horror movies with crazy covers of Christmas songs were done yesterday by Brian of Horror Movie Night. Just absolutely killing it. So let's take a quick second to introduce all of the different people that will be a part of this playlist, starting first with the man with nonstop microphone issues. Let's see. Chris Fafalios, how are we doing over there?
Do I have issues?
Yeah, it sounds nightmarish.
Let me switch to just let me take it off of my Thunderbolt. I'll go internal.
All right. We'll be back to you in a second. In the meantime, let's go to Matt of the band Wheatus. Let's see.
Hi.
Yeah, you sound normal.
I wish that I could have a microphone that sounded like Chris's sounds right now, because that's an amazing effect he's got going on there.
Real quick, while we're waiting to bring in everybody, so can you tell us a little bit about, this year? You were on One Hit Thunder at one point, and back then we were slightly optimistic that by September there would be a 20-year anniversary tour of Wheatus.
Oh my God,
really didn't get to happen.
No, it really did not. This was 2020 was the 20th anniversary of the band, and so we thought we were going to tour pretty much all year, and of course we did absolutely no touring. Hopefully everything we were going to do this year is going to happen next year instead. That's the way it's, fingers crossed. Hopefully, we've just actually started talking to promoters about that again.
Okay.
I don't know. We're hoping for the best, but also not wanting to, I don't think any band wants to be the first band out there testing the waters on this immediately, right? Yeah.
No. And honestly, let's be honest. I think having a 21st anniversary tour is weirdly fitting for the band Wheatus.
It actually kind of is, right? It's like for a band known for a teenage song, which is like now we're fully entering adulthood. 21.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a request that you come to Kansas City whenever the tour happens.
Come to Kansas City, absolutely. Yeah. Where was oh God, I'm gonna forget the name of the venue. We played Kansas City last year, 2 years ago. Shit, I'm not gonna remember the name of the venue.
It's all good. Let's see how Chris is doing over there. Chris?
Does this work better?
Yes, the banana works fine. The banana phone's doing wonders. All right, Chris, real quick, do you want to, before we bring in our last guest, how about you give a quick rundown of all of the things that you do, because you are the busiest man in pandemic history.
I play in the band Punchline, which we put out a music special. I'll put that for later. We have a music special and released a new song. I host One Hit Thunder. That's what this is all about. Hey, Matt, sorry I didn't, Matt Milligan, sorry I didn't host your episode. Matt Kelly had to do it. I was going through some stuff at that time.
It's all good, man. One day we'll sit down and you and I will talk about Devo.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, and what else do I do? Oh, I produce a podcast called Krista Makes a Podcast, which is a songwriting podcast hosted by Krista Makes of Less Than Jake. We just announced that this Monday we have Joe Escalante from the Vandals discussing Oi to the World, discussing
awesome.
the writing, recording, and release of Away to the World, which is a absolute punk rock holiday classic. So we're excited about that. We've had some really good guests this year. And I don't know what else I do, man. What else do I do? I party.
You party hard.
Yeah.
All right. And finally joining us, one of my best friends, Jackie of the Jersey Ghouls podcast. If you want to take a quick second and tell people about your awesome podcast, and then we will dive into the playlist.
Sure thing. So unlike the other guest, I have nothing to do with music and no business picking up any instruments whatsoever. I host a horror podcast called Jersey Ghouls, where myself and my co-host Marissa take a look at horror movie culture and films with a bit of a feminist fangirl lens. Marissa is definitely my soapbox feminist, my educated one. She comes to the table every time with research and facts, and she will deep dive into thematic, everything with the movie. And I always manage to swoop in with the dick and fart jokes, and where she will comment on some scenes composition from her filmmaking background, I always happily point out how much I enjoy the shape of maybe our final girl's boobs. So that's our shtick.
So we are going to make the ultimate Christmas playlist. We have been tasked. Each one of us will present 10 songs. We will go round robin. We'll start ladies first with Jackie, up to Chris, up to Matt, and then also to Matt. The two rules are there cannot be more than one version per song, and there can't be more than one song per artist. So, Jackie, how about you take it away? What is your first pick for this?
So my first pick, and I wanted to get it out right away because it is my all-time favorite, desert island Christmas song, and that is "Christmas Is a Time to Say I Love You" by Billy Squier.
All right. I actually don't know that one, but I do love Billy Squier.
I love that song.
I gotta check that one out. It's a good thing we're making this playlist.
Yeah.
Jose, that's a great choice. I'm really glad that we're starting that deep.
Yeah,
that makes me feel good about what I have coming up on deck.
Yeah.
And obviously, just like we did for Halloween, when I have downtime not on camera, I will throw this together into a Spotify playlist and share it on the Facebook pages. All right, so that was Jackie's pick. Chris, what was your first pick?
You already ruined my whole plan because I was going to do 12 different versions of Mary Did You Know. So there goes that whole idea out the window. I think something really funny about Christmas is something really funny I got to say real quick is that I grew up not religious at all, and I still never took the time to actually learn the story of Christmas. So my idea of what the story of Christmas is based purely on Christmas songs and trying to put that together. And Mary Did You Know actually taught me a lot, but I'm not even going to go with that one. What I'm going to go with is right off the bat, an absolute jam, "Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree" by Brenda Lee. And the reason I'm picking this is straight up because of that line. There is no way that she doesn't say, "Then we'll have some fucking pie." There is no way she doesn't say that. If you listen to that song 100 times and try to convince me that word is pumpkin and not fucking, because there's no way it's even possible. So, "Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree," Brenda Lee. That's my first pick.
All right, Matt, going up to you.
I'm going to pick one which is not, this is and sort of an odd choice, but this is my favorite Christmas song of all time, and it is an instrumental, and it is "Linus and Lucy" by Vince Guaraldi.
Yeah!
That's
from the
really good one.
That is, to me, the ultimate Christmas feelings song. I can't, nothing beats that for me.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, so good. Hey, can I... Hey, Matt, are we not allowed to, though? Because that's... Okay, awesome. But also, Christmas time is here.
Also really good.
Yeah,
it's now off the board.
It's gone. It's gone. I know.
Yeah.
But for me, it has to be Linus and Lucy. That's just the one.
All right.
I think that's the best. That's got to be one of the best piano compositions ever. It's so, I can't believe it. I listen to it way too much.
It's probably number one.
It's crazy to think about like doing a cartoon version of a comic strip and being like, well, it needs to have an all jazz score. Like that's insane to me.
It's also just, I mean, from a musician's perspective, I'm sure Chris will appreciate this as well. Imagine being told oh, you got to throw together some music for this children's show. Yeah. And you make the most iconic thing of your entire career. That guy was a jazz player for a long time, and he could have completely phoned it in and not tried at all. And instead he made the most unforgettable piece of music. I don't know, something about the whole thing. I love it so much. It's just, that's a good testament to like always never half-ass it. You never know.
Yeah. Speaking of unforgettable songs, so this song, I discovered this song through the Beavis and Butthead Do Christmas television special. It is one of my all-time favorite Christmas songs, and this specific version is my favorite version of the Christmas song, and that's Is That You, Santa Claus, as performed by Buster Poindexter. Just one of the craziest Christmas songs.
I don't know that.
It was originally a Louis Armstrong song, and then Buster Poindexter came in and did a cover. It has probably my favorite Beavis and Butthead music video commentary, because Buster Poindexter, you may remember him from like his other songs, is Butthead just says, I think he can pick his nose with his big toe, which was like one of the funniest insults I've ever heard on Beavis and Butthead, and it's like stuck in my brain forever. But that song is awesome. It is like just a good quality, good song.
I wish Buster Poindexter would have done "Cold, Cold, Cold" for the winter time.
All right, Jackie, over to you. What is your second pick?
So that is actually a very fantastic transition to my second pick, because my second pick is the Snow Miser, Heat Miser song by Big Band Voodoo Daddy.
Ooh. Oh, I didn't know that they covered that, but I bet it's awesome.
They did, and it's good fun.
Chris, you got some hot takes about the ska or the swing days of the 90s.
Don't get me started on swing. Two things don't get me started on. The swing era of the 90s lasted for like 2 weeks. And the other thing, don't get me started on the band SR-71. Don't talk to me about those things. It's not going to be good.
All right, so we can assume that you don't have Mary Did You Know is performed by SR-71 as your next pick. So what is your next pick on the playlist?
Next up, okay, we got to go with this song in one form or another at some point. And I'm sorry, Darlene Love, but I'm going to go with the U2 version of Christmas Baby Please Come Home.
Oh, no.
Only because it was the first version I ever heard as a kid when my mom had the very special Christmas cassette. And even as a kid, I loved it. I don't know. I just really love the U2 version. And my band even has a version of it that we released. Like everybody has covered this song. No disrespect to Darlene Love version, but I got to go with the U2 version.
The U2 version, I mean, that song, I don't think that there's a bad version of Baby Please Come Home. It is such a good, just puts you in the right mood, too. It's like a perfect song.
Yeah.
All right, so Matt, you stick an instrumental still, or do you got a song?
No, I think that's my only instrumental. If I had 10 instrumentals, that would be quite a bold play for me. No, I'm going to go with what I think is an absolute classic, which is Christmas Wrapping by the Waitresses.
Yeah.
Nice.
Another it doesn't get better than that for me.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really great.
The story of that is crazy because that was essentially they got signed to an indie label, and the indie label basically said, hey, we're putting out a Christmas album. You got a couple days to write and record a song. And they arguably wrote and recorded the most important song in their entire career.
For sure. It's just so odd, too. They're such a weird band. And the fact that they managed to have such a huge hit on a Christmas song like that feels like such a coup to me. It's crazy.
I don't know another song by them.
There are other...
I know what boys like. Which is technically... Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was their other big one.
They actually... Todd in the Shadows, the only other giant one-hit wonder commentary on the internet, as far as I'm concerned, actually just did a video on the Waitresses where he said they're an interesting one-hit wonder because they are definitely a one-hit wonder. Just no one can figure out which one hit was the one hit that they had. Because like Billboard says it's I Know What Boys Like, and that Christmas rapping didn't chart, but most people only know Christmas rapping and don't know I Know What Boys Like. So it's a weird conundrum there. So I'm going to go. So for the sake of the playlist, because this version is not on Spotify because it's just a YouTube video, but I'm going to pick Fairy Tale of New York. It's originally done by the Pogues. It's a beautiful song. It's been covered by No Use for a Name as well. But the version that I'm going to recommend is if you just search Fairy Tale of New York acoustic covers, there's a 7-minute version that's performed in Ireland by this acoustic guitar player just standing in a park playing the guitar. And it is the most beautiful version of that song I've ever heard. It doesn't exist anywhere but YouTube, though. So for Spotify reasons, I'm going with the original by the Pogues.
Dude, something crazy. I didn't even know that song before yesterday. How do I didn't know that song. I don't know how I missed it. Like, it seems to be the most popular. Like, I put up a post about like, what's your favorite holiday song? I swear 20 people said that song. I'm like, I don't even know this. How did I miss this song?
Yeah,
that's another funny thing. Not unlike the Waitresses, a band that was around for a while, but that was their biggest thing. They managed to get this Christmas song be their biggest hit. It's crazy. Yeah,
and it's such a different type of Christmas song too, because you know most Christmas songs usually do focus on the holly jolly aspect, and this one, you know, it's a song about two people who came to America chasing dreams and failed to achieve those dreams, and it leads to a very vicious and terrible breakup on Christmas Eve. And it's such a sad song, but it's such a powerful song. There is a lyric in that song that I think about all the time, which is the call response of "I could have been someone," and the response of "Well, so can anyone." There's a cat. All right, Jackie, let's bounce back down to you.
Okay, and I think I'm kind of cheating with this one because technically it's 2 songs in one, but it is God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, We Three Kings by Bare Naked Ladies featuring Sarah McLachlan.
Okay, well, I lost a different Bare Naked
I've
Lady.
lost 2 songs off my list so far, so yeah, I'm going to have to start dipping to my backup list soon, but yeah, I have that one as my number 3.
Does that mean that's the only Bare Naked Ladies featuring Sarah McLachlan song we could put on this playlist?
No, it's the only Bare Naked Ladies song, period, because
we will allow Sarah McLachlan as primary artist.
Yeah, Sarah McLachlan is still in play, but that is a BNL song. They also have a really good song with Mike Bubbles called Elf's Lament on that album that was going to be one of my picks, but I guess it won't be now. All right, Chris.
Oh, next, I'm going to go with, so a few years back, Sia put out a Christmas album, which became my favorite Christmas album of all time. Because man, no offense, Matt, but I don't want to like make out with Christmas the way you do, man. You love Christmas more than anybody I know. And I'm a little bit of a Grinch. But Sia put out this album, it's called Every Day is Christmas, and I just love it from front to back. And there's a song called Puppies Are Forever. And it's a song about how people get puppies at Christmas, but then don't realize you have to take care of them forever. Like if you're going to get a puppy, like that's a lifetime commitment. It's not just something you play with at Christmas time. And it is just the greatest. So Puppies Are Forever by Sia is my choice.
Nice.
That's good. That's an important message for a Christmas song.
Mm-hmm.
It really
I
is.
like that a lot. Yeah.
I love it.
All right, Matt, bouncing back up to you.
Okay, I'm going to do another, I'm going to follow in the pop vein that Chris just started, and I'm going to do something maybe a little controversial, but I'm doing this. I'm going to say my pick is Last Christmas.
Oh, which one?
As performed by Carly Rae Jepsen.
Yes!
I have to say that is the one Christmas song that I can say that I legitimately hate. I hate that song. I do. I hate it. I don't care who comes. I think that is the worst Christmas song.
Oh man,
dude.
I'll take that fucking Red Shoes song over Last Christmas.
Matt, I gotta tell you this. I love Carly Rae.
Me too.
I'm so glad you picked that one. And last year, when you could still go out, like at Christmas time, me and my friends went to this bar we always go to in our hometown and put every version of Last Christmas on the touch tunes in a row, and all the other. And it was like one of those nights. It was real packed. It was Christmas time. we seriously, I felt like we were going to get like beat up. Like people were so mad, and people were paying to skip. But like, there's an Ariana Grande version. There's obviously Jimmy World version. There are a lot of versions, but I love that version.
Yeah, me
so
too.
I did also have a Last Christmas cover, not the original. Mine was kind of a deep cut. But do you remember the band Roses Are Red? They were like a pop punk band. But
I don't think so.
Taste the Chaos put out a Christmas album called Taste the Christmas, and they covered Last Christmas on it, and it was a good cover. All right, I'm gonna go since I'm gonna keep the pop train going. I'm gonna argue. So it is really, really, really hard to write a modern day Christmas song that endures, that like is big for years and years and years. I'm gonna go with what I genuinely think was the last like mega Christmas original that has stuck in the pop world for like a decade plus. NSYNC's Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, arguably the best NSYNC song in my book. Just a good poppy track.
All right.
Nothing. I didn't think that there would be much. All right.
I don't know that at all.
You don't know that?
I don't think I do. I mean, maybe if I heard it.
And Happy Holidays.
Oh, okay. I do know that.
Oh yeah.
All right, Jackie.
Okay. So this next one actually is a surprise even to me, because I don't listen to pop music whatsoever. Like I'm strictly kind of stuck in the 90s grunge era. So I don't really know, honestly, any other song by this artist. But this popped up, I think, on a Pandora Christmas channel a couple years ago. And no offense to Mariah Carey, but this one I think is one of the most fun, upbeat Christmas songs, and it's Underneath the Tree by Kelly Clarkson.
Oh, I don't think I know that either.
Yeah, no, it's just like I said, I can't name another song by Kelly Clarkson. I have no idea, but I heard that song and it kept popping up, and that's just, it's fun, it's upbeat. It's, to me, that says Christmas.
Nice. I got to check that out. I like her too.
Nice. Hey, Since You've Been Gone. You don't know Since You've Been Gone? Since You've Been Gone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was her. Again,
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like,
stuck
you
in
gotta
the
know a
90s,
couple.
so I have no idea. Like anything past 2000, I'm like, oh, what's that? I don't know.
So that's a good segue into my pick.
All right.
Because we're going to keep it in the voice realm. And we're going to talk about hosts of The Voice. And I don't watch The Voice, but it was on. I was at my girlfriend Marquitte's house, and The Voice was on, and ended up watching it. And it was awful. It was very bad. And one of the hosts of The Voice one of the judges is Gwen Stefani.
Oh,
and
man.
I do not know what the hell happened to her. Oh my God. I don't understand 2020 Gwen Stefani at all. Like, it's so, like, she performed a song and it was just the worst thing I've ever seen. She's hard to take. I don't know. Like, she was so cool in the 90s, I thought, but she has really gone downhill. She's watching right now. Gwen, you gotta, I think it's because she's dating that country guy.
Yeah.
I think who's another judge on there, goofball. Anyway, I do have to give her credit for covering the Vandals' "Oi to the World." No doubt, "Oi to the World" it's amazing, man. And I got to plug the podcast I produced this week coming up on Chris DeMakes a Podcast. We have Joe Escalante from the Vandals, who wrote that song, talking about the writing, recording, and release of "Oi to the World." And he talks a little about the No Doubt version as well, because that took the song to like superstardom. That was like in No Doubt's like at their absolute peak. They not only released that song, but did a music video for it and everything. And
crazy.
Pretty interesting story behind it. But yeah, "Oi to the World," No doubt.
Nice.
All right. How about you there, Matt?
Let's do "Christmas in Hollis" by Run DMC.
Yeah, it had to go.
Nice.
It had
to happen. It had to happen. I'm going to be the one to do it. There we go. What can you say? It's just, again, the best. So good.
So I do want to give a shout, because I actually was torn between which Run DMC Christmas song to pick. Obviously, "Christmas in Hollis" is the classic, but I do want to let people know that there exists a Christmas song that appeared on the very special Christmas Volume 3 that is a cover of "Santa Baby" performed by Run DMC, Mace, Puff Daddy, Snoop Dogg, Salt and Pepper, Onyx, and Keith Murray. And it's amazing.
Nice.
It is impossible for me to envision how that could possibly exist. But I'm on board.
All right, so you took one of mine. I'm going to take something that is almost definitely on Chris's list. I've given him 3 or 4 rounds to grab this one. I do want to make out with Christmas on a regular basis. I do love it, but sometimes it's not a great time for everybody. And I'm going to go with possibly one of the greatest pop punk Christmas songs ever written on an album that Chris is on. And that is December is for Cynics by the Matches.
Oh, yeah. My favorite Christmas song of all time. It's amazing. Amazing.
It's so good. And I would I like the Matches, but I would even venture to say it's the best song by the Matches as well. Like, it is just a great, great song.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, everyone go check that out, especially if you're like Chris, a little bit of a Grinch. It's a perfect pop punk anthem about not being into Christmas time.
I don't even think that song, you're calling it pop punk. I don't think that song's pop punk.
I don't know what genre it falls into. I just know it was on a pop punk compilation.
Yeah, I mean, but it is like a weird alternative song. Like, it is badass.
Yeah. Everything about the guitar work, the verses, like, it's perfect. It's a perfect
It fucking
song.
rocks. It fucking rocks.
All right, Jackie, how about you?
All right, let me look because some of mine have been taken. All right, so I'm gonna go with which one? Okay, so I'm gonna say "Sleigh Ride" by the Ronettes because everything on that that record that's on is fantastic. Like that whole entire lineup on there, but I think Sleigh Ride is going to be what I pick.
I agree with you. I think that is the Phil Spector's like Christmas album is the best Christmas album of all time, in my opinion. Yeah. Every version of like all the classics like Frosty the Snowman and so on, every one of those, that's the best version of that song, I think, that exists.
I agree. And I mean, I've said it before, and maybe we'll get into it because there is a couple other really good Motown Christmas songs, but man, Motown and Christmas is like peanut butter and jelly. It's like such a perfect combination. All right, bouncing over to you, Chris.
All right, since you stole my punk rock song, well, I guess I did do "Wind of the World," but I'm going to keep it in the punk rock world for one more song. I'm going to put from the I Don't Want to Grow Up Descendants album from like 1982 or so. There's a song called Christmas Vacation, which is very ahead of its time when it comes to pop-influenced punk rock, I will say. It's an awesome song. I don't know if you guys know that one, but you will now. Because
Nice. All right, Matt, how about you?
Let's do another pop punk one. One that was a favorite of mine as a angsty teenager, which is "I Won't Be Home for Christmas" by Blink-182.
Ooh, good one. Just a quick shout out to my horror movie night co-host Scott Roger, who did an awesome acoustic cover of that song.
Oh, really?
A couple of years ago for our Patreon newsletter. But yeah, that song is it's such a good guitar riff. Yeah, like, I feel like it's like the big thing with Blink. Like they have those good guitar riffs that get into your brain.
Yeah,
that is a really good one.
Yeah, it feels, if you listen to it now, it feels like just yet another like classic Blink era track. It just sits right in there with all the best stuff from that time period for them.
For sure. All right, I'm trying to. You know what? I was trying to stick with unique versions and like obscure stuff, but I got to go with my heart when I think of like the song that defines Christmas, like the song for me that is Christmas time. It always ends up being the Christmas song, the Nat King Cole original version, chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Just like that song just puts me in a specific state of mind every single time that I listen to it. And, you know, just again, from that beautiful era of the 30s, 40s, 50s, where that music, that Christmas music is timeless for a reason.
I feel you. That song played in my house every Christmas morning.
Oh yeah. You know, and hot take, I think I prefer most of Nat King Cole's versions of things over Bing Crosby when it comes for Christmas. As much as I love Bing Crosby at Christmas, I think Nat King Cole takes it from me.
All right. Yeah. No, I think that's fair too. Because because I feel like the Bing Crosby Christmas songs don't really stand out that much outside of the rest of Bing Crosby's entire musical catalogs, but like Nat King Cole's, it really sticks out. All right, Jackie, bounce it back to you. And just a heads up, we are at the halfway point. We have all picked 5 songs thus far.
Okay. So I think I'm gonna stay on brand with my Jersey Ghouls persona, and my next pick is "Dick in a Box" from Saturday Night Live.
Nice. I didn't realize that was a Christmas song, but
yeah.
I guess
It
it's
is.
a Christmas gift. It's a Christmas gift.
It is. And you know what? It's funny. I thought, actually, I can't take the credit. My boyfriend and I were talking about it. He thought of it, and we listened to it just to verify they say Christmas in the song.
Okay,
So
nice.
it's legit. It's a Christmas song.
That's a really good observation because I would have never thought that was a Christmas song. That's huge.
Nice.
I feel like that's a game changer for people.
Yeah.
Wow. Bouncing over to you, Chris.
All right, so this is a song that I just found out about because the other day I posted in a podcast group, like, what is your favorite holiday songs? Because I was making a playlist. And then I heard this song, and I was like, damn, that's amazing. There's a song by Augie Rios, and it's called Donde Está Santa Claus? I love any song that's sung by, like, a child, especially a song in Spanish sung by a child. And I just thought, any of you guys know this song?
No.
Donde
do,
Está
actually.
Santa Claus?
Oh.
You'll like it. You'll like it. Believe me.
I feel like I only know it because of like working in retail where they play like the same like 100 Christmas songs over and over again, and it made it onto one of the retail playlists.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's a jam. That's a jam.
Wow.
All right, Matt.
You know, it's funny. I have this same song on my own list by 2 people. I'm going to make a quick decision, and I'm going to say we're going to do Santa Claus is Coming to Town, and I'm going to choose, as we were just talking about the Phil Spector record, but I'm actually going to go away from that because we've already done something from that record, and I'm going to pick the Bruce Springsteen version.
I love how you always pick the right one.
Yeah.
Because that was another huge one in my childhood. That was a big song in my
Yeah.
house. My mom introduced me to Springsteen. It was like her favorite, and that's so many memories tied up in that version of that song for me.
I love that. Quick sad story just to bring it down really low.
Yeah, let's do
it.
Yeah, so that song, my brother and I used to scream sing, like from start to finish, to the point where like we did it every year.
Yeah.
My mother, we're laughing till we're crying. It's hysterical. Unfortunately, my brother passed away a couple years ago, so that is one of the handful of songs I can't listen to. I love it, but the moment I hear that song, like
It's too much.
it is,
Yeah.
it's a little too much. It's Niagara Falls because
Yeah.
I can't do it. So as much as I love that song, especially being Jersey proud, I can't listen to that one. I hope one day I can again because I do love that one.
Yeah.
So all right, so bring it back up. Sorry.
No, it's good.
Bring it back up. I love the part in the song where he goes, Santa, what you got in that sack? It's a saxophone. So good. So good.
Only Springsteen can get away with being that corny and still pull
Love
it
it.
off.
Still cool.
Yeah, still cool.
So this one comes with a little bit of a memory because I hadn't heard this song until I moved to Los Angeles, and I don't even know who made these mixes, but apparently Jonathan from Geekscape has a friend who makes Christmas mixes for him every year and just sends him like 2 burnt albums of Christmas songs. And I was in LA and John was like, here, rip these if you want anything off of it. So I just ripped them, not knowing any of the songs on it. And I guess this was on the Phil Spector album. I didn't grow up on that album, but Ronnie Spector has a song called Best Christmas Ever. And I have fallen so in love with that song ever since hearing it on that mix. It's just a good, like, it's one of those songs where I hear it and like the film fan in me is like, this is an opening credits to like a really demented Christmas movie one day. Like a good like Christmas slasher should start with Ronnie Spector's version of Best Christmas Ever because it's just so upbeat and just fun. But yeah, that one, high recommend on that. Jackie?
I'm going to go with Christmas Eve by the Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Yeah. There's the other instrumental I thought someone would grab.
I had forgotten about that one. That's a good pick. I saw Trans-Siberian Orchestra live many years ago. I went on a date with my high school girlfriend to go see Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
That's an interesting date.
It really was. And this businessman was sitting next to me. He went alone. This guy in his full like Wall Street suit and briefcase, and he sat there and he took his glasses off and he headbanged alone to Trans-Siberian Orchestra with such intensity. I have never seen anything like. I will never forget this guy's face because it was like the most mind-blowing experience.
That song. I remember that song coming on just like commercials advertising that Trans-Siberian Orchestra was coming, and hearing this like kind of heavy metal cover of Carol of the Bells.
Yeah.
And it was like the first time that I ever thought like, oh, you can make Christmas music kind of rock, can't you? Like it never even dawned on me as a possibility. It just like opened this door in my brain.
Guys with like the dueling flying V violins.
Dude, it's so crazy. And like I also saw them live, and it was, I'm not sure if your experience was the same, but they just played that album from start to finish.
Pretty much, yeah. They did a couple like random, like they also did a really rockin' version of like Beethoven's Fifth.
Yeah,
it was hilarious. I did enjoy it. They were really good, but
the guitarist did Flight of the Bumblebee. Did like full guitar solo of Flight of the Bumblebee, and I was just like, this is insanity.
I was so distracted by the guy headbanging, honestly. Like that was all I was looking at. That's all I remember, really.
So no, I gotta ask though, was there a second date after that? Because how do you not go to date 2 after Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
There was. I did very well. She was pleased.
All right, bouncing back over to Chris.
Yeah, last night I went to a Christmas drive-in laser show, and it was all Christmas songs. You turned on. They had like a thing on the radio. You turned on, and it went along with like the laser show, you know. And I was waiting the whole time for Carol of the Bells, Trans-Siberian, and then it came on, and it was just boom, lasers. I was just, oh, this is what I've been waiting for. Cranked all the way up. And they only did like 1 minute of the song, and it was part of a medley of songs. So
lame. You go through the whole 3 minutes on that.
I would have taken all Siberian Orchestra. Okay. So, Matt, I noticed I use Apple Music. I don't use Spotify, but I still
do too, actually.
Yeah, but I still make playlists on Spotify just because I want to share them with people, and that's where most people listen. And I noticed that a song that I want to pick isn't on Spotify, so it's not going to be my pick. But I will say, This Christmas by Brian McKnight is not on Spotify for some reason, because that would have been one of my picks.
Not on Spotify. That's crazy.
That's insanity that song's not on.
Yeah.
This Christmas is such a jam.
That's great.
Are you picking another version of This Christmas, or
No, I'm not. There's only one version of This Christmas, so I can't.
Don't be disrespectful.
It's just an honorable mention.
Yeah, maybe Brian McKnight is like, you want this song? You got to buy the compact disc, motherfucker. So I'm gonna put some classics on, because like I want to actually listen to this playlist maybe and not just make it all obscure weird songs. I'm gonna go with Bobby Helms' Jingle Bell Rock.
Nice.
Another classic.
I was thinking about that song literally the other day. Have you ever heard a good cover of that song? Because I don't think that there is one. Like I think that the song is so ridiculous lyrically that it only really worked that one time, and anybody who tries to make it cooler just fails terribly.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? Who does it?
So like Katie Lang did it for the Pee-wee's Playhouse Christmas special, and it's
What
really
about
weird.
Hall & Oates?
I didn't know that Hall & Oates gave Jingle Bell Rock a shot, but I know that the Christian metal band 1,000 Foot Crutch gave it a shot, and it is the most unlistenable version of any song I've ever heard in my entire life.
I'm pretty sure Hall & Oates has Jingle Bell Rock, and it's very good.
I think you're right. I think I noticed that the other day.
Well, then I've been officially put in my place, and I'm going to have to check out the Hall & Oates version of Jingle Bell Rock. Matt, what is your next pick?
Oh God, it's my turn. I just got so wrapped up in that. Let's do. I'm gonna. This is just a random one. But it's like one of my favorite bands. I'm gonna do the song "Santa's Beard" by They Might Be Giants.
Yeah.
Which is just like probably my all-time favorite band, and a random Christmas song that they threw into the middle of one of their just regular records, which I love. Something about that just really tickles me. So
nice.
They also put out like a Christmas EP with
They
Santa's
did.
Beard, where they do O Tannenbaum in its original German, which is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to Motown for a second. But I'm going back to my introduction to Motown because this song is by the Temptations, but you'll never convince me that it's not sung by the California Raisins. And that is the Temptations version of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, which is the best version of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer by a mile.
Agreed.
Just a good jam. Stay tuned at 11 a.m. when we do the holiday specials that you must watch every year. And I will definitely be talking about that California Raisins Christmas special for a little bit.
That's my favorite.
That is a big one. Jackie, bouncing back to you.
You know what? I'll stick with the kid-themed Christmas songs, and I'm going to go with You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch, sung by Thurl Ravenscroft.
Nice. That song, like, kind of savage. I was listening to the lyrics, and like, they don't let up on Grinch.
No, well, he's shitty, so.
I was just, is that something anyone has ever dared to cover?
There's a couple, actually.
Are there really?
So there's the ones that I know of is for the Jim Carrey Mr. Grinch movie. Busta Rhymes did a rap version of it. But then there's also Sixpence None the Richer did a really, really, really weird version of it. That's just like a violin loop with her like whispering the lyrics over top of it.
Oh, wow.
And there's an indie rock band called Queen's Club that does a really fun indie rock version of it. Chris, you might want to check that one out because it's bass heavy.
I'm really curious because that just seems like the sort of song that would be hazardous to try to cover because it's so specific and so iconic.
Yeah. I think you have to go wild with it. You can't like just be like, oh, I'm just going to do like a note by note cover of Mr. Grinch.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, Bold T, after this, we'll put this together on Spotify for everybody's listening enjoyment. Probably around 12-ish when I'm not on camera anymore. So Chris, what is your next pick?
I feel like I should make a little rule for this playlist that we got to pick one or the other. And you know what I'm getting at. So we're going to go. I know which way I lean. It's between, and it's going to be very polarizing, but we either have to pick Happy Christmas, War is Over, or simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time.
Oh, Happy Christmas, War is Over.
Yeah, I think that's the choice. I'm a John Lennon guy. I lean so John Lennon. I mean, I think obviously, yeah.
I lean Paul McCartney, but I still think that Happy Christmas is the better song.
I agree with you, Matt. Because generally speaking, I'm more of a McCartney guy. But for me, it's funny, Jackie, you were saying how Last Christmas is the one that just you can't do. And for me, Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time just gets under my skin. Something about that song. Every time I hear it, I think like, I know it's a big hit, but really does not seem like you tried at all, Paul.
Yeah. That's the thing about Paul McCartney is like, I love Paul McCartney and I love the songs he wrote in the Beatles, but as far as solo stuff goes, I think it's like John Lennon's up here, and I don't know, Paul McCartney solo.
There's some Paul McCartney solos that I like. Silly Love Songs, I think is
I like
great
that song.
Maybe I'm Amazed is really good. Live and Let Die, like he had his jams, but yeah, I think you also have to remember.
Chris, do you know the song Coming Up by Paul McCartney?
No. Is it a Wings? Is it Wings?
No, it's the first song on McCartney 2.
Okay.
Listen
I'll check
to
it
that.
out.
Listen to that. I think that will slightly blow your mind. Because
Okay.
I think you're gonna really love that.
I'm going to say the wild statement that I actually think that Ringo Starr's solo music is my favorite of the Beatles solo music because some of those songs.
Okay, let's fucking end this right now.
I'm gonna throw a commercial.
Out of here. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Black it out.
No. I don't smoke it no more. That song rules. But I just throwing this out there because it was on my list. There is a really good cover of Happy Christmas by the Polyphonic Spree. Just a very full performance of that song. Bouncing over to Matt.
Yeah, I'm going to throw in this one that I had never heard before, and I was introduced to it by my wife, who's from England. I don't think this song has gotten as much airplay in America, or maybe it's just my circles that I'm in, but it's the song Merry Christmas, Everyone by Shakin' Stevens.
Oh, yeah. I know
Yeah.
that one.
Which
Yep.
I had not heard. She's cheering in the background here. I had not heard before she played it for me, but it's really, really good, and I think people should hear it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Huh. All right. I'm looking at a whole list of songs and trying to figure this out. You know what? I'm gonna go with another obscure one. This was on that same playlist as the best Christmas ever, and this was another one that just stuck with me for years after. The Dolly Rots have a Christmas song called "Messed Up Christmas," which is basically just a song about having a crush on someone and wanting to get them the perfect Christmas gift, and asking all of your friends what they should get you, and them having terrible gift suggestions. So it's a cute song, and the Dolly Rots I feel like are a really good band that doesn't get nearly enough attention.
Yeah,
it's a solid 3-piece punk band, really catchy hooks, great vocalist. So yeah, I'm gonna give the Dolly Rots some love right there.
Nice.
Jackie, bouncing over to you.
Okay. So I tried to keep everything, it's our holiday playlist. It's for a party, it's upbeat. But I don't know. I think there's going to be a moment where we're going to kind of slow it down a little bit, because there is a version on a very special Christmas 3 of Ave Maria by Chris Cornell that is so fantastic. Like he's fantastic. And I hesitated putting it on because I don't want to, put everybody to sleep, but at the same time, it's such a beautiful version of it, and his voice is just so incredible. So I'm gonna slow it down, and I'm gonna say Ave Maria, Chris Cornell.
I mean, I've argued many a times that I think Chris Cornell is the best vocalist to come out of like the 90s grunge era.
Absolutely.
Just like the songs when he went solo, even when he did like the weird pop stuff, but like his solo stuff even, and like the stuff with Audio Slave, whether I like the music or not, the vocal performances were always just like out of this fucking world.
Yeah. Agreed.
Bouncing over to Chris.
All right, so maybe one of you guys will be able to answer this question for me, because I didn't research this before I pick which version of this song. So I absolutely love the Brian Wilson Beach Boys. I'm not an idiot. But minus Brian Wilson, I think they're pretty much a bunch of fucking assholes, and I would never listen to them. So Little Saint Nick, that's sans Brian Wilson, right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know where that falls in the era.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. I'm gonna do a quick Google, because that's gonna decide if Brian Wilson. Because that being said, whether he's on it or not, I like the song.
Yeah.
And so it's from 1964, the Beach Boys Christmas album. This is important. We got to know this.
I think it's 64. I think he was definitely still in the band. Yeah.
Brian Wilson produced it. Let's go with the Beach Boys version.
There you go.
All right. What was I'm curious? What was the backup if Brian Wilson was on it? The Hanson version?
No, best. No, you love Hanson.
I do love Hanson.
Best Coast. Best Coast does it.
Best Coast does do a really good version.
I
Okay.
like Best Coast.
Also a great band.
Yes.
All right, bouncing back up to Matt.
Okay, I'm gonna pick another like quasi Christmas song, but I can't resist because it's my guy and I have to do this. I'm going to pick and he has 2 Christmas songs, but I'm going with this one, which is Weird Al Yankovic, The Night Santa Went Crazy.
I mean,
that's so good.
It's so tough though, because I think Christmas at Ground Zero is the better song.
Yeah, I do not agree with that. I like Christmas at Ground Zero a lot too, but here's another thing. When I got given a copy of Weird Al's Bad Hair Day when I graduated the 4th grade.
Oh,
yeah. And that song is I think it's the last song on that record, right? Yeah. And and as a kid, I both loved it and found it so upsetting.
Yes.
Because I was really little and it's just all about Santa like murdering everyone. And I was not fully developed enough to process the comedy of the whole thing. And I was like, enjoyed the music, but I found it really upsetting. And I still live with that every day.
And so I did. So Bad Hair Day was my introduction to Weird Al. So like I do have a lot of connection with that record, and I love that the music of that song is like a weird combination of like Ozzy's "Mama I'm Coming Home" and "Black Gold" by Soul Asylum. Like they almost merged those two songs to create the instrumental. But
a lot of the music on that record is very 90s, like almost grunge influenced. He really was into that stuff at the time. Yeah, it's a really, I did earlier this year, I did a little challenge for myself and I learned how to play every song in Weird Al's discography on the bass.
Yeah.
And I did a live stream where I played, it took me like 13 hours and it's really interesting. Like it's so much more musically interesting than Christmas at Ground Zero. Like playing it was, it's so fun. Really, he's amazing.
But I mean, I think why I like Christmas at Ground Zero is like if you made an album of like Motown Christmas hits, you could sneak that in, and if people weren't listening to the lyrics, they would just keep vibing with the rest of the song.
Musically, it's more of a Christmas song than Night Santa Went Crazy for sure.
Yeah. If no one, it's no surprise to anybody, seeing him live is bananas.
Oh, it's the best live experience I've ever had.
Oh yeah, I saw him when I was in college, and it was, I was blown away. It's so much more.
3 straight hours. He just goes on
it's like
3 straight hours
performance. It's fantastic.
Dude, one of the hardest working men in show business for sure. I'm gonna go, man. I'm looking at my list of like I've got 8 songs left, and trying to pick the last 2 is really difficult. Okay, I'm gonna go with a really insane cover that I heard on the radio as background noise, like when the DJ was just talking, and I had to track it down. Motorhead does a cover of "Run Run Rudolph," and it is fucking awesome.
I have definitely never heard that.
I don't know why Lemmy's gravelly voice just fits right at home, singing like "all around the radio, you know you're the best, man." But it works. I love that, and another song that I won't say until we're doing like honorable mentions. I love the idea of like Christmas songs that literally sound like it's sung by a drunk Santa Claus, and like "Run Run Rudolph" sung by Lemmy is like right in there.
I am definitely listening to that after this.
Jackie, this is your last pick for the playlist.
Wow, that was fast.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm on my backup list because my okay, I think you know what, Matt? I don't want to take this because I feel like this could be your last pick.
No, I think I know what you think it is. It's not.
It's not? Okay. Then I feel good about this. So I'm going to go with the 12 Days of Christmas. And I'm going to go with the Bob and Doug McKenzie, Rick Moranis and Dave Thomas from SCTV. I'm going with their version. And their version is quick because it's not even the full 12. And the greatest part about it is it starts off with, "On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me beer." No, it's hysterical and it's fantastic, and I've been listening to that one for years. So that one's just a good fun parody.
That's a good choice for that song. That's a good choice.
I feel like that is a very annoying Christmas song that I think there's only really like of the sincere versions. There's some good parody versions, but of the sincere versions, it's like I like Reliant K's version because they get it done in 2 minutes, like get in there quick and fast with it. And I mean, you had mentioned it in our chat, but obviously the John Denver and Muppets version, like we talked about it on the My Favorite Episode podcast where we reviewed John Denver and the Muppets and just said like that song kind of set the standard. Like, I don't think that like bump that people do now happened before Miss Piggy started doing it.
No,
so
I agree.
and just John Denver's a good dude. John Denver's such a legitimately good human being that was lost too early. So
solid dude.
Yeah, so check him out. Fought for our right to say whatever we wanted on records when a lot of other people didn't, which makes him A-okay in my book. All right, Chris.
Chris has a hard choice. I can see the pain.
It is a hard choice for me, and I know Matt's gonna put a fucking Muppets song on this playlist.
I'm not.
I know he's gonna do it. Dude loves the Muppets. All right, this was really hard. And what I'm deciding between, like, I got to go with like a classic over like a newer song. So I'll put "It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year" by Andy Williams on here. Like, that's just that's a feel good, undeniable song. Like, kind of makes you feel good when you hear it. So I'll go with that one.
All right, I think that's fair. All right, Matt.
I'm gonna take your lead, Chris, and I'm gonna end with put a classic on mine as well. I don't think, because this is also from the Phil Spector record, but I don't think, have we done anything by the Ronettes yet?
Yes,
I did Sleigh Ride.
You did your Sleigh Ride by the Ronettes. So I'm gonna not do a classic at all, and I'm gonna do okay, we are going to do a round of honorable mentions, right?
Yeah. We'll tackle some honorable mentions.
Then I'm going to do something extremely modern, the exact opposite of what I said. Forget everything. And I'm going to do Christmas in L.A. by Wolfpack, who, if you're not familiar with Wolfpack, are a great band. Yeah.
I don't know that
cool.
one. I'll have to check that out.
Check it out. It's super fun. Mostly instrumental, some lyrics in there, but just a great funky jam.
Yeah, man. Best bassist. They have the best.
That dude is not from this world.
I know.
He is incredible.
Crazy.
Incredible.
Crazy.
All right. So I'm looking at the remaining few, and do we end with a classic on the playlist, or do we end with a punk rock song? Is what my debate is.
It's your call, man.
All right.
It's all on you. No pressure.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't ruin the last hour and a half, Matt. So go ahead.
We already covered 2 of the 3 iconic Beavis and Butthead Christmas special songs. So let's just end with the last one from that Christmas special. "Merry Christmas, I Don't Want to Fight Tonight" by the Ramones.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good choice.
That's cool.
That is good. That's both a classic and a punk rock Christmas song.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good one. I even saw some people asking if we were going to put it on the list, specifically Logan. But anybody have? We'll start with Jackie and go round robin again one last time. Any honorable mentions that you just want to make sure that you give a shout out to?
Yeah, I'll go for. I just have a couple on my backup list. So "Everybody's Waiting for the Man with the Bag" by K-Star is a fun, it's very jazzy, like you can just hear the full band behind her playing that one. "The Season Is Upon Us" by Dropkick Murphys. And it would be disrespect to my family and my family name if I didn't put "Dominic the Donkey" on a Christmas playlist.
Oof. That is as you were talking about last Christmas and Matt was talking about simply having a wonderful Christmas time. "Dominic the Donkey" is that for me. I cannot
love it or hate it. When you're in an Italian Christmas household, even if you don't want to, I've got at least one or two old uncles drinking grappa singing that song. So even if it's not on my playlist, they're going to sing it anyway. And then it's like we all have to sing "Dominic the Donkey."
There you go.
All right, fair enough. All right, bouncing back over to Big Chris Fafayos.
I recently, I'd never heard it, but Bad Religion did a Christmas album, and I was so surprised. It's all the very religious Christmas songs.
Of course it is.
I really liked their version of "Oh Come All You Faithful," so that was on my possible list. Back to a classic, "I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus" by the Jackson 5 was on my list. Only because this reminded me of Matt Kelly. "I've Got a Boner for Christmas" by Nerf Herder.
Nerf Herder, yeah. They also do a awful version of "Here Comes Santa Claus." It's unlistenable, but on purpose.
"Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas" by Judy Garland, I thought is great. Back to modern punk rock, "Pour Two Glasses" by The Movie Life, I thought was cool. And
another one I would not have thought of as a Christmas. Yeah, you're right. That's good.
Yeah. And otherwise, I had "The Christmas Time Is Here," which you had already taken Linus and Lucy, so couldn't do that. "Christmas Song" by Phoebe Bridgers, I thought was like a cool modern one. And "Sleigh Ride" by the Carpenters did a version of that. And the one more I wanted to mention, 2 more I wanted to mention. The Used did a Christmas song called "Alone This Holiday," and I think the Used are responsible for a very bad era of music. Like, they ushered in a very bad era of music. I think they are awesome, and I like their Christmas song. And the last one I was going to say is "I'm Getting Nuttin' for Christmas," Stan Freberg. One of those absolutely obnoxious Christmas songs that I think is pretty fun. So yeah, those are my choices.
I do love Stan Freberg is awesome. Like Stan Freberg's one of those guys who I think if you're like a fan of Weird Al, him and Spike Jonze and the City Slickers are really like the two biggest influences on everything that you love about Weird Al Yankovic.
Yeah.
So definitely check both of them out. All right, Matt, how about some of your honorable mentions?
I had on my backup list the song "Ring Out Solstice Bells" by Jethro Tull.
Okay.
Also, that's a good one. We mentioned it, but no one put it on the list. I put Reliant K's version of Handel's Messiah.
Oh, the Hallelujah. Yeah.
Because I actually really liked, I feel like that's another one that people don't dare try to cover.
Yeah.
But I liked the way that they did that. Dolly Parton has a song called Hard Candy Christmas.
Okay.
That is really good. If you don't know it, that's a solid song. What else is on here? There's a song called Santa Claus by the Sonics. That's a great, just like rock and roll, like grungy rock and roll tune. And the song Remember by Harry Nilsson. A very, very pretty, which again, I wouldn't even necessarily equate as a Christmas song, if not for the fact that the actual name of the song is Remember, parentheses, Christmas. I feel like very little in the lyrics would point you to Christmas, but
nice.
There you go.
Hey, Matt, before you do yours, I got to do one more that I can't believe none of us said. Is Adam Sandler, the Hanukkah song.
The Hanukkah song, yeah. And a few that I did see some people throw out there. Let me just scroll through. So we did have a few people throw out, mostly Logan mentioned that August Burns Red did a really rad instrumental Christmas album. Solid stuff on there. And then he brought up Slade's Christmas song was awesome. And Father Christmas by the Kinks.
Oh, yeah. Father Christmas is good.
So
I'm sorry, I had one more as well. Because I thought this was also really funny. Was Adam and his package has a song called "What We Do on Christmas," which is all about this fake story about how Christmas Day is the day that all of the Jewish people plot to take over the world. And that cracks me up. I love that so much.
The ending of that song is the best part of that song. So after this like 2-minute crazy conspiracy, the song completely ends, and then it's just Adam from Adam and his package, and he just goes, "Hi, my name's Adam. I'm a Jewish man. I don't want to offend Christians. I don't want to offend Jewish people. I hope no one's mad at me. It makes me nervous that people might be mad at me. Happy holidays." Yeah. I wish I could end every podcast with something like that. Hi, I'm Matt Kelly. I hope I didn't offend anybody.
I hope no one's mad at me. I don't want people to be mad at me.
So the classic that I was going to go with, and at the 0 hour went with the Ramones, was the Drifters version of White Christmas, made famous in Home Alone. In my opinion, the best version of White Christmas. I wasn't sure if this fell into the category of a 12 Days of Christmas parody, so I decided not to go with it. But MC Chris has a song called Evergreen. That's about all the things he wants to get from his drug dealer on Christmas morning. But, you know, it's
That's
like on
great.
the first
I don't
day.
know that one.
Yeah, it's like on the first day of Christmas, my dealer gave to me a bag of shrooms and some LSD. The Dwarfs have a song called Drinking Up This Christmas about basically just getting pissed off and getting drunk at Christmas time.
Oh boy, the Dwarfs.
Gonna lean into, you know, my Christian punk growing up back roots with two Tooth and Nail songs. The ska band The Dingies did a like dub version of We Three Kings that's just like, it was a collaboration of the Dingies, Joy Electric, and Flight 180. So it's got female vocals doing the Star of Wonder, Star of Night, and it's got all this weird techno-y stuff in the background from Joy Electric, but then the rest of the song is just like a bass and saxophone instrumental of We Three Kings. It's a really weird cover, but I really, really like it. And also the rockabilly band, the Deluxe Tone Rockets, do my favorite version of Santa Claus is Back in Town, which is the other song that I feel like is sung by a very, very drunk Santa Claus. And the last one is, I don't know where to find this beyond that mix that Jonathan's friend made, but there is a mashup by Fatboy Slim called Here Comes a Wonderful Night. And it's blending Here Comes Santa Claus by Bing Crosby with the song Wonderful Night by Fatboy Slim. And it blends so well together as like a really upbeat party track. So if you can find that, highly recommend that one as well. We still have a little bit more time on the clock. So obviously there's some great videos that we can play. I want to talk about the Big Brothers charity a little bit more. I know, Chris, specifically, you have friends who are Big Brothers that maybe you might be able to share some stories. But as we wind down, I'm going to just flick each one of you back up on the screen so you can do a second round of promoting the stuff that you do. Jackie.
Okay, me first. So again, my podcast is called Jersey Ghouls. You can find us on your favorite podcasting app, and you can find us all over social media. Just search Jersey Ghouls. We usually put out an episode every other Sunday, but this month, the month of December, we are having a very special Jersey Ghouls Christmas, and every single Sunday we are putting out a horror Christmas movie episode. We've got a bunch of friends joining us for each episode. You may or may not see or hear Matt Kelly on one of those episodes. So yeah, jerseyghouls.com. Come check us out.
All right. Oh, where's my mouse? All right, there it is. Matt, let's bounce up to you real quick and talk about anything any live streams coming up anytime soon or anything.
Yeah. So Wheatus has we've been doing some of them just in the world, but for the most part, we have a Patreon page and we do live streams there at least a couple a month. We've been doing where we go on and we take requests and we play whatever people want, including insane cover songs. And we get really bullied into doing all sorts of weird stuff on there. And it's very satisfying. We are doing a reissue, re-release, reimagining of our first album for the 20th anniversary, which was supposed to be out by now, but here we are in 2020 where everything is not happening like it's supposed to. So it'll be out eventually. What else? In quarantine lockdown year, I started 2 new projects. I'm in a band called Mages, spelled Maeges, which just put out our first single. And I play in a band called Fashion Bird Danger Danger, which just put out a track with my friend MC Lars rapping on it, and that's really fun. And you can check out all of that on the regular streaming places. That's
Cool. And finally, and I'm going to drop Jackie and Matt from the chat for a little bit. So thank you for joining us. Chris, let's talk about a few of your projects. And if you can, talk about a little bit of your experiences with being friends of someone who's a big brother.
Yeah, so my buddy Johnny does Big Brother's program here where we live. So I've got to know a couple of the kids, and I think it's a really great organization. And, you know, I can't say enough good things about it. I think that, like, when I get to a point in my life where I know I can put the time into that'd be something that I would like to do as well. I think it's great. I think if anybody can, I know you have a goal you're trying to meet today. It's support.mentornj.org, that little thing that's kind of across the bottom. I'm sure you would agree, Matt, that every dollar helps out right here. It's kind of across the bottom of the screen. Yeah, if you take a look at their mission or whatever, it's a great thing. Kids need people to look up to, or or else they don't have someone to look up to. I guess that's obvious, but there's a lot of good people out there that can help a lot of kids, I think. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And I think that it is just a really cool organization. It's an amazing thing. And I do want to give just a quick peek. Let's see how we are doing on the donations. Just to do a quick screen share. Give me 1 second. There it is. Bring it up. So we're at $76 so far. It's still very, very early. Some people aren't even awake on the West Coast just yet. But please do not waste time. If you want to make a donation, the sooner the better. We want to try to hit that $2,000 goal. If you were watching this morning when we had Shar from Big Brothers Big Sisters on the stream, she was explaining that the $2,000 is the amount of money needed to properly match a child with their big brother for 1 full year. So look at it as you are investing in allowing a kid to have someone to look up to for a year. And hopefully, she said, with most of those cases, they become big brothers for the rest of that child's life. It's not just, they hang out with them for a year and then they're gone from their lives. It is a very important thing to help these kids who maybe need that additional help and have those friends and those good just good examples to look up to. So we are going to, I guess, go to a couple commercials in the meantime, take a brief commercial break. Coming up next, though, on the live stream is going to be the holiday must watches, which is going to be a bunch of the different people from all of the different TV show inspired podcasts that are on the Geekscape network. This is the Geekscape holiday live stream spectacular. And one of those podcasts on the Geekscape network is One Hit Thunder, hosted by Chris Fafios and produced by myself. We've got some great content coming down the pipe. I think I'll say what next week's episode. Next week, we are going to talk about Breakfast at Tiffany's by Deep Blue Something. We were joined by Jake of the Chardon Polka Band. So if you enjoyed the Weird Al conversations that came up throughout this episode, there are many, many more coming to your podcast feed on Wednesday night.
Give me all that polka content.
Geekscape, where we bring the greatest of polka. All right. Well, Chris, thank you as well so much for not just joining us on the live stream, but also just being part of the Geekscape family, doing the One Hit Thunder podcast, and just being, a big brother to me in a lot of ways.
Nice. Hell yeah.
All right, guys. And again, we will give shout outs to anybody who we see those donations roll in from. A special thanks to all of the people who joined already for that live stream event, that have joined for the live stream event and who have donated. So let's throw up a couple commercials. We'll do a little commercial break and we will be back in just a few minutes.
One day.
One day. One day.
One day.
One day to ignite power and promise. One day to transform your community. You can make a big impact. It's been a challenging year, but Big Brothers Big Sisters is committed to providing caring adult mentors for our littles, who need your support now more than ever. Your gift today will empower their resilience.
Please donate now.
Please donate now
Please donate now.
to help me.
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 Donate now. Help me reach my full potential.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For Christmas?
Oh, I want a baseball and a toy train and world peace.
Oh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Yeah, I want the Geekscapists watching this to volunteer to be big brothers and big sister mentors. Yeah, I think that'd be great. Maybe Matt Kelly can be my mentor, and I can get him to go outside once in a while and actually see the daylight instead of just staying in his parents' basement watching horror movies the whole time. That'd be great. Don't think it's going to happen, but I think you Geekscape should go for it. You'd be really great mentors to all the kids out there.
Yeah, maybe you can play with your baseball with him.
Yeah. I don't think he's got much skills, but I'll give him a shot. Matt, we're going to put you in, coach. Be ready.
All right, guys, that was our brief little commercial break. Some fun segments, some fun skits. We're just waiting for the next group of people to roll in for the holiday must-watches. So what is a holiday must-watch, you might be asking? So what we're going to be discussing are the TV specials and maybe a few of the movies that every year you have to watch. So what I'd like to see is in the comments, people start hitting us up, throwing out some of your ideas of what are some of the things that you absolutely need to watch every year, because we're going to throw those comments later on during this live stream, during this discussion. And while we're at it, let's talk a little bit more about doing those donations. So our goal, like we said, is $2,000. The links are posted pretty much everywhere right now. So if you go and sorry, I am just looking at a bunch of stuff. If you go to support.mentornj.org, you will actually see the link for the Geekscape with the Christmas hat. It looks like this, adding it back to the screen. And there's just a donate button there. Hop in, send a donation, let us know your name, and we'll give you some shout outs throughout this live stream. We're going to be on this for 15 hours. We're only down 2 hours so far. So there's 13 hours left to go of entertainment from the Geekscape podcast. You do not want to miss out. And like we explained in some of the videos, a lot of this stuff goes to help with just placing a big with a little. So go and make those donations. It's going to be such a fun day. I hope everyone is able to just hang out, stream, whether you're at work or if you are just hanging out at home with nothing to do, because, you know, we're all in lockdown part 2 or part 3 or part 4. I don't know. I mean, I'm still in lockdown 1, but apparently there's been some breaking of it. Who knows? But I do see that one of our panelists for this has arrived. So let's introduce the first person. This is the big thing. She does not podcast anymore, sadly, but there was no television podcast on Geekscape until Jenny came around with the 90s TV Hour. Jenny, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing? And I didn't even know that fact. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you had Jonathan talking about TV shows, but we didn't have a TV-specific show. And, you know, is there, let's ask the big question first and foremost, and it's all right if you break our hearts, but is there a chance of 90s TV Hour coming back, or not for a very long time, probably?
So no. I'm at the point now. So the reason I stopped was because I got pregnant. And now I'm at the point where they're a little more independent because it's been a few years. So I have been considering it. The only thing is that I know that, one, I can't do it by myself. Podcasting's a lot of work, and it's a lot of fun work, but it's a lot for one person to do. So I would need someone to join me. So if there's anyone out there who's as passionate about 90s television, Matt, as much as I would love it, because our chemistry is just off the charts, you are a very busy man.
I wasn't offering for that would not be a co-hosting gig, but if you need someone to do some of the editing, I will happily step up for the editing side of things.
So yeah, I would basically need I would want it to be a more collaborative effort, especially because my format was more of just like a recap, and you know, I think I would want it to be a little different. So I'm always open to the possibility. I miss podcasting so much.
It's a fun thing. I do it sometimes. So I've been known to dabble in podcasting. So the other big thing is, obviously, this discussion is so perfectly in your wheelhouse, because I think personally that while there are some classic Christmas specials from the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and even in the 2000s in the later years, I think the 90s holds the golden ticket of best TV specials at this time of year.
You know what's funny is that, so like the 80s and the 70s, so the 70s and the 80s were so sincere in all of their specials. Like there was a lesson to be learned. In the 90s, I think, is when you really started seeing people get creative with the format.
Yeah.
Just like, oh God, what are some good examples?
It's like you don't want to say anything just yet, Like, we don't want to
Yeah.
give away what we've got up our sleeve. But like, yeah, when I was sitting down and making up my list, because I did mostly TV specials, and then I snuck in one or two movies where it's like, okay, this movie's on TV all the time, or this is one that I have to make it a point to watch. But when it comes to the TV specials, almost every single one of them is either late 80s, like 88, 89, or in that early 90s to like 94 range. I just think that was the sweet spot for a lot of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So let's say that there's someone that's sitting and they're watching and they have every intention of saying, you know what, I would love to co-host with Jenny on the 90s TV Hour. How about you give them a little breakdown of like how that show used to work? Because it's still available. You can still go and download the show and listen to it on any podcasting feed.
Yes. And I think only a handful of episodes are left because the problem with me doing it by myself was the score of audio issues I ran into. But it was a really fun idea of where we picked a theme every week, and then we found episodes of literally any TV show from the 90s that fit that theme and discussed them. Some of the fun examples were like musical episodes where we covered the Buffy musical episode and the Saved by the Bell Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs episode.
Yeah.
And it's just funny to see like the through lines between 90s shows because, everything, it's funny how Hollywood media, all that is so influential when it's like one of the smallest, teeniest, tiny communities in the world. So everything influences everything else. So you'll just see all these patterns appear, and it's really interesting. And then what I always find really interesting is the hindsight of historical events and how TV shows handle like social issues that we handle differently now. So, for example, right now I'm watching Dawson's Creek. I'm going through Dawson's Creek for the first time since watching it as a kid. And the way they handle transphobia is not great. The way they handle a lot of like body image issues is not great. But it's really interesting to see how we've progressed since then. And I use it as an exercise to find what I would consider to be problematic and what I would prefer to see. And then you can go look for those things today, hopefully.
Yeah, and it's interesting when you watch some of the stuff from that time period, because there is also the argument of like, at that time, was it kind of in the realm of like representation by any means necessary? So like, even if the handling of it was misused, it was still like making people aware that it was a thing, versus, because I know one of my favorite documentaries is obviously the Celluloid Closet, which is like
How
about
dare you steal my answer.
Yeah, what I mean, but that's something that they cover a lot, and that was like at a certain point, even though it was very frustrating and obnoxious for every gay character in every movie to be either the villain or extremely offensively flamboyant, there was an element of, hey, at least we're represented. You know what I mean? And it's like and I think that now we're watching things through the lens of, now we have the knowledge. The representation has lasted long enough that now we can actually talk about the reality of these instead of like the cartoonish version of it. And it sucks
because but we're also not exempt. We are
No.
still not exempt from that stuff, because I'm going to be talking about an example later today that's unfortunately guilty of that, even though it's pretty modern.
Oh no. All right. Well, I think I have an
You
idea.
might know.
Yeah. Is it
If
possibly,
you know.
Is it possibly a DVD special for one of your all-time favorite shows?
Oh, it's actually not. But
Okay.
This will be an interesting conversation. Now I'm getting excited.
All right. And we now also have joining the stream Lee and
Hi.
Don of the Saturday Morning Showdown podcast. I'm going to drop Jen and I off of the stream for a second. How about you tell people about your show?
Sure, I guess I'll take it from here. We're a tag team of pop culture artists. We go by the name 8-Bit Fusion. So we created a show to talk about some of our favorite cartoons growing up, and that is Saturday Morning Showdown.
And is it essentially, so obviously the name Showdown does put a certain thought in some people's heads. Is it are you having these shows essentially battle, or is it way more about just discussing a specific episode of a specific show?
It is discussing a specific episode of a specific show. I believe in the conception period, I wanted to do more of a like show v show kind of thing, and it just never came to fruition.
I mean, it's still a catchy ass name. So
Yeah, we do surveys in our Facebook group, Saturday morning Facebook group. We'll do like surveys where we like see what the top cartoons are out there, and we kind of have them show down against each other in that sense. But for the podcast itself, it's really not a showdown. We focus on the pilot episodes of different cartoons, and for special months like Halloween or for Christmas, we focus on the holiday specials. But yeah, we don't really do a showdown, but it's definitely something we thought about, especially with the surveys that we do in our groups.
I've made it known. I think you've already tackled him twice now, but I still am putting in the request that I do want to be on the show one day, but I specifically want to talk about a TV special starring Garfield that was called Garfield's 9 Lives. Are you familiar with this weird special?
You've told us about it, but I've never actually seen it.
It's amazing. It's literally telling the 9 ways that Garfield dies throughout history.
Amazing.
That's so strange. I love it.
I've probably seen it back when I was in the 90s, but I don't remember it. We have covered the Garfield Halloween special, the Garfield Thanksgiving special, and I will talk more about the Christmas special coming up. But
I'm sure we will be getting into that in just a second. We are just waiting for one last of our panelists so we can introduce them in just a hot minute, and then we will dive into our deep dive. So I'll bring Jenny back on the camera as well. And while we're waiting for our last panelist to join us, I do want to ask a question tied to the charity that we're doing right now, which is have any of you ever had any experiences with big brothers, big sisters, or anything that you may want to share? Be it, were you a volunteer at one point? Were you a little, or do you have any friends or family members that did the program?
I was a little.
Oh, can you talk about it for a little bit?
Sure. I'm an only child. So it was really important for my mom that I have someone older in my life that wasn't her to look up to. And so my school at the time had a partnership with Big Brother, Big Sister. And I got a girl who was a few grades older than me, and she was really sweet and she was really smart. And what she did was she would encourage me to do well in school, and she would get me she taught me how to use perfume because I was just about to enter middle school. And so that lasted with me. And, she was just kind of like a positive. I mean, really, it was like having a big sister without all the fighting and all the negative stuff. It was just someone to look up to and enjoy your company, and just see like an example of how, there's a lot of portrayals of what teenagers are supposed to be in media. And it was a good opportunity for me to see that like teenagers aren't these like witty Aaron Sorkin, just spouting all this wisdom all the time, that they were just normal people, just a couple of years older than me. So I had a really positive experience with them. And then I always wanted to be a big sister. It never quite worked out for me, but it's a beautiful, beautiful organization.
Yeah, and I really hope that we are able to hit our goal, but any donation helps, obviously, any step that we get closer to it. Most importantly, I mean, I love that we're doing this. I love that we're raising money for this charity, but I think even more importantly is just celebrating the idea that this isn't going to be a normal holiday season for us. It's not going to be a normal December, maybe better luck in 2021, but that we can still do fun stuff. We can still entertain. We can still do the things that we love, and we can still be with each other because, in a lot of cases, I mean, Jenny, we've met in person 2 times ever, but we've been friends for well over a decade. And you are still one of the more important people in my life. So it's great that we get to do something like this together. And we have our last panelist joining us. It is Kathleen of my favorite episode of podcast, and also the newest addition to Geekscape, the Bingetown TV. Before we go into this discussion, you want to give a quick rundown of both of the shows that you do?
Sure. Hi, I'm Kathleen. I am from, first and foremost, my favorite episode. And it's me, Matt, and Julie. And we talk about, if a guest comes on, we talk about their favorite episode of their favorite show. And it's a hot mess and it's great and we love it. And then Binge Town, we do more of a deeper analytical dive into full series of TV shows or full seasons. And that's also kind of a fun hot mess. So it's fun hot mess TV. Cheers. Happy to be here.
All right. And just real quick in the comments, Big Yanks saying Jenny is the best. You don't get any better
It's
than
like a
that.
reunion, like a super old school reunion. I get all emotional. It's crazy.
And just one more thing to throw up there, because I just checked. We are now officially at $129. We have jumped over $120 just in the time that we've been introducing each other to this panel discussion. Big shout outs to Joshua Napier for his donation, as well as Jessica Leonard. Thank you so much for everybody donating. Now, let's get into the discussion. I want to talk about these in two different categories. I want to talk about both the TV specials as well as like the go-to movies, because there are certain movies that either they appear on television every year or they're just ones that you make it a point to track down. But for the sake of all of us being TV podcasters, let's start with the TV shows. So I'll open the floor if anyone wants to throw out a TV special that they just make it a goal to watch every single year.
I can hop in.
All right,
Okay,
what do you
go
got?
ahead.
So yeah, I'll start. This year is going to be a little different for us, but we used to have for the last like 10 years a party with all of our friends the week or two before Christmas, and we would always try to watch the entirety of the Star Wars Christmas special. We did not succeed many times. We finished it, I think, once out of the 10 years that we've tried, because it's rough and it's weird and it's long, but we make it a point. Even this year, we're going to have like a Zooms party, and I think I'm going to like throw it on in the background and see if we can make it all the way through that thing.
How long is it?
2 hours.
2 hours?
It is a 2 hour long special that has maybe 20 good minutes, and it's the animated Boba Fett segment.
That is surprisingly watchable. It literally starts
Except
with
like Luke
Christmas
and Han's
morning.
faces being like,
Oh god, it's so weird.
It's
the animation looks like it's Eon Flux. Like it's
Yeah,
like that
yeah,
really
actually very much
weird-
so.
surreal.
Yeah. The first like 15 minutes are Christmas morning at Chewbacca's house, but Chewie's not there, so it's a bunch of
so sorry to
Wookiees that we
interrupt
don't
you, but
know
it
and
is
don't
Life
care about.
Day, sir. It is Life
Yeah,
Day.
you are right. It is Life Day, but that is their equivalent of Christmas. And it's not subtitled, so you're watching a bunch of Wookiees grunt for a good 15 minutes.
with no context.
No
fun,
context.
Fun fact, one of the names that I was pitching for the live stream and we thought that it was too obscure was that I wanted to call it the Geekscape Life Day live stream.
So good.
But
That's a fun tongue
I
twister.
thought like 8 people would get that at most, because it's still not like a
Well,
readily
no,
available
because
special.
Disney Plus released the Lego Star Wars Holiday
Oh,
Special,
they
and it
did.
does take place on Life Day. So
Yeah.
it's canon.
Well,
They're
that-
trying to make it acceptable.
2021, then we'll do it as the Life Day live stream.
Right on.
Kathleen, you were going to.
I'm sorry to ask, have any of you watched it with riff tracks?
No.
No. That probably makes
Highly
it a lot easier.
recommend. Highly recommend.
Okay.
All right, Lean, you were going to jump in with something. What do you got?
Yeah, I don't really have. I'll watch any holiday themed TV, but the one I watch every year is weirdly the Hey Arnold special with or it's not a special, it's just the holiday episode where like Nancy Spumoni snow boots. Such a good one. Just like puts me in my feels. It's so good. It's like I must watch it. And of course it's like what, 12 minutes long.
Yeah.
Because every episode is cut in half. But
I forgot about that episode, but that is a really, really good special.
Hey Arnold holds up, just in case you're wondering.
So it's on our short list to do for the podcast. We haven't done it yet, but I've heard nothing but good things as far as people that have seen it recently.
So good.
Yeah, Hey Arnold's weirdly like it's smart and it does a good job with like actual inclusiveness at a time when like there wasn't like legit inclusiveness in like kids cartoons. So like actually putting a show that takes place in New York City and having it be like a diverse series of characters of all shapes, sizes, and colors, instead of like, oh, we're in New York, but everybody's white, was like a pretty cool move. I talked about this on my Instagram literally 2 days ago. There is a VHS tape that I still have from when I was a little kid that my aunt made me, and it was in the late 80s, early 90s. She taped all of the Christmas specials that year and put them on one tape for me. So all of those almost as one collection. I can't just watch one. I have to watch the whole collective. And we can dive into them individually. But it's the Will Vinton claymation Christmas special with the California Raisins singing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yeah.
It's the Garfield Christmas special, which we have to dig into because that has some of the most emotional moments in any Christmas special for me. The Pee-wee's Christmas special, which is just campy
I was
goodness.
just writing that down.
Yeah, campy greatness. And then my favorite Christmas special of all time, the Muppets Family Christmas special.
Yeah.
So I mean, we can take either one of those and dive in individually, but I wanted to at least give them all a shout out. But since you had just written it down, let's talk about the Pee-wee's Christmas special for a second.
Yeah, let's talk about how my weird Tim and Eric sense of humor can probably be all tied down to this Christmas special. It's like this is a wild Christmas special. Grace Jones is in this Christmas special.
Let me pull up the whole list. I'll pull up the whole list and rock through this because it is insane that
Frankie and Annette.
Pee-wee Herman got this many people to
Those
appear.
Weird triplets that were from like the Lawrence Welk show.
Yeah, the Del Rubio triplets.
Thank you.
Let me see. I've got the
But they were
list.
sexy, okay? Very beautiful, mature women.
So the full
Beautiful
list
representation.
The full list is Frankie Avalon, Annette Funicello, Charo, Grace Jones, Katie Lang, Diane Shore, Little Richard, Cher, the Del Rubio triplets, Magic Johnson, Princess Zsa Zsa Gabor, Whoopi Goldberg, Oprah Winfrey, Joan Rivers, and the USLA Men's Choir, all in a 40-minute Christmas special.
I think I remember maybe a third of them. That's insane.
The one with Magic Johnson, they're like on an animated sled going through a snowstorm.
Well, the joke with that one is that they jump into Magic Screen and he goes, Magic Johnson, I didn't know that you do Magic Screen. He goes, Magic Johnson and Magic Screen are cousins. It's like just the dumbest jokes. I just rewatched it last night because and then Diana Shore's whole thing is that she buzzes in to sing the 12 Days of Christmas, but it's like a 500 day of Christmas song. So it keeps cutting away for like 10 minutes and then it'll cut back to her. And she's just like on the 150th day of Christmas.
That's a good bit.
It's a
What
good
does
bit.
Grace Jones wear?
She wears like a metal brassiere.
That's what I thought. It's like this weird metal corset that looks like she's going to be in the Clash of the Titans.
Yeah, it's the campiest shit you can ever watch. The other bit that I love is Whoopi Goldberg calling in to ask if she could be on the special, and Pee-wee telling her that it's 2 booked, and she's like, well, how about next year? He goes, next year's booked as well, Whoopi, but maybe in 2 years I can fit you on the show, and then he just hangs up on her. Like, it's just like shoving people in, and most of them barely are on it for more than a couple seconds. I think Cher just reads what the word of the day is and then bounces. Like, it's just get them in, get their bit, get them out of there. But yeah, it's such a fun, weird special, and it's still funny. Like, that's the craziest part is like in my 30s watching it is still hilarious.
It started as a Groundling sketch, so it's really meant for adults. It just kids happen to like him.
Then let's dive into the total opposite of like the wacky, goofy humor that still holds up into Garfield's Christmas special, which I think the jokes don't land, but the emotional beats in that special are insane. There's one scene in that special that I still cry every single time I watch it because it just comes out of left field. Don and Lee, you did cover Garfield's Halloween and Thanksgiving special recently. I'm assuming Christmas is on the docket this year, and have you watched it recently for the show? It sounds like Lee might be muted over there. All right, we'll bounce. to Don while we try to figure that out. But
it's on the docket, but we haven't actually watched it yet.
Do you know the scene that I'm talking about?
I've never seen it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So,
I was not a huge Garfield fan. So watching all these Garfield specials, they're all new to me.
So
I've never seen this Christmas special.
Okay, so the Garfield Christmas special is that John is going back to the farm where his family lives for Christmas. And it's just a regular old Christmas special for the most part. It's, Garfield's learning how not to be greedy, and they're learning about the importance of family at Christmas time. And it's a bunch of stuff that we've seen a million times before. But there's this moment where the family is singing by the piano, and Garfield jumps onto the grandmother's lap. And the grandmother's like, "Oh, how did you know that I wanted a cat on my lap right now?" And she talks about how her husband died 15 years ago, and Christmas is the day that she misses the husband the most. And goes into this monologue that even has a line where it's like, "Some nights I wake up and still think I feel his arms around me." Like, it is this devastating minute monologue about missing your loved ones at Christmas time. And it is so effective. And this piano piece is playing in the background of a song called Keep Christmas in Your Heart. Like, it is just so beautiful and so well produced and so well done. And that part just guts me. I am just a ball of emotions every time that speech happens.
I've never seen it. I've never even.
It's worth just watching that monologue. Knowing how you like some sad boy shit. You'll live and breathe that speech. It's just very well done. Let me see. It looks like they're doing a quick test. I want to bring Lee back in real quick. Hopefully she can. I might wait. Lee, I'm going to bring you on for just a second. All right.
Just give me. Yeah.
We're hearing you. We're hearing you. Yay! We're back. All right. I'm going to take you off for just a second, but just type in the private chat when you're ready to jump back on the screen. Okay. In the meantime, let's.
I can tell you my new my essential every year TV Christmas special.
Okay, what's that?
That's the Colbert Christmas.
Okay.
Wait. What is it called? It's a Colbert Christmas, the greatest gift of all. That's what it's called. And no, I do watch it every year. It's like a Bing Crosby style Christmas variety show where he's trying to get to his Christmas special. Hi, welcome back.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, my apologies.
So he does. I've always heard of the Colbert Christmas special, but I've actually never watched the Colbert Christmas special.
It has. I mean, what you could do is just go to Spotify and listen to the soundtrack, because really the only reason I watch it is because they really are great Christmas songs and they're very funny. And I mean, it's got Willie Nelson singing about being a wise man who brings Jesus weed.
Nice.
There's Stephen Colbert singing a Christmas song just to get royalties for the rest of his life. Jon Stewart pays a visit and sings "Can I Interest You in Hanukkah?" But by far the funniest and the absolute new Christmas classic song that's in every Christmas playlist I make is when John Legend comes in and he's looking for nutmeg for his eggnog, and he's saying it's the only spice. So he has a great song called Nutmeg, where it's like, "You want my nutmeg? I'm going to give you my Christmas cream with my spice supreme. You'll be happy that you ate it, so just grab my seed and grate it." It's a fantastic special. And then at the end, Elvis Costello comes in, and everyone that appeared in the special, which unfortunately includes Toby Keith, everyone that appeared in the special all sings "What's So Funny About Peace, Love, and Understanding," and it makes me cry. So this special has everything that a Christmas special should have. And then it's just a way to remember, I love Colbert now as a late night host, and I think he's done a great job transitioning. It is not easy to transition from a character to yourself and be successful at it. And he deserves praise for that. He's also a great interviewer. But I do miss the character of Colbert and the Colbert Report, Colbert.
Yeah,
so
for
it's
sure.
fun to revisit that character and remember, like, oh yeah, remember when Bill O'Reilly ran the world?
I do want to shout out this. I don't have too much to dive into, but there is a Christmas special that I think only aired like one time on Fox that I bought on DVD, and it was produced by Matt Groening, and it was called Olive the Other Reindeer. Has anyone seen this?
No.
So it's Drew Barrymore voices Olive the Other Reindeer, and it's about a dog named Olive who misinterprets the song Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer as a calling that she's supposed to be another reindeer to help Santa
That is
pull his
brilliant
sleigh.
casting.
Yeah. So it's, let me get the cast real quick.
Wow.
So Joey
That is Drew Barrymore.
Joey Pants is in it. Jay Moore, Tim Meadows, Michael Stipe appears to sing a song. It's got a pretty crazy cast, but it has one of my favorite jokes in the entire show. So the premise is that there's an evil mailman who's sick of having to deliver letters to the North Pole. So he's trying to destroy Christmas. So he kidnaps Olive, and she's trapped in the back of the mail truck, and she opens up a random Christmas package, and it has a file, so she can file through the window and escape. And she brings the package with her, and her sidekick's like, man, lucky you opened that package. Who was that for anyway? And she goes, it says Deus Machina. So like, just a very like fourth wall breaking, funny song.
Is this available to stream anywhere?
I hope so, because I always bring the DVD to people where I'm like, you have to watch
Tara.
it. It's so ridiculous. But yeah, I just remember it was like a Christmas special. And also someone's given us the information that the donations have passed $220. Yay! So Lee you were having a little bit of technical difficulties.
I was. When I got muted, I didn't get unmuted, and it caused a lot of issues. I have a really old computer, so it's finicky with these new streaming stuff. So my apologies. But
no problem. Let's bounce over to you though. Do you have one that is a special one in your heart?
I just wanted to say, Matt, going to your specials. My family actually had a similar thing for me. They taped my favorite Christmas specials on a videotape, and then now that we don't have videotapes, me and Don watch the same specials every year. And Matt,
on YouTube.
On YouTube for sure. But Matt, we actually share some of the same Christmas specials, but I'll do a little countdown of what was on that video.
Okay.
We have Christmas Eve on Sesame Street, which
nice.
Again, Big Bird wants to see Santa Claus, but Oscar the Grouch doesn't want Big Bird believing in Santa because he thinks it's stupid. So there's that. The other episodes that are on there are, as Matt, you mentioned, and is my all-time favorite. If you can see in my background, there are tons of Muppets in this room.
Yeah.
The Muppet Family Christmas. That's just my all-time favorite. And we can both dive into that one.
I'm gonna assume that Kathleen hasn't seen it, because I think when we did John Denver and the Muppets Christmas together, that was her first Muppet experience. Jenny, have you seen this Muppet Family? Okay.
No, but yesterday, friends of mine did a Muppet Christmas Carol reading, and I got to be Jenny, and it was really fun.
That's awesome. So the Muppets Family Christmas Special is one of, in my opinion, one of the best Christmas specials that's ever been produced.
I agree with that. For sure.
It is the ultimate Jim Henson love letter, and it's almost depressing to watch because it is right towards the tail end of Jim Henson doing anything Muppets related.
When and where did it air?
It was on, I want to say ABC in like 1989, 1990. Like it was
I think it was 87.
87. Okay, so it was 87. So he had a little bit more life going, but the story is that all of the Muppets are going to go visit Fozzie Bear's grandmother and surprise her for Christmas. But what they don't know is that she's already planned a trip to Hawaii for Christmas because she was expecting to be home alone for Christmas. So she's rented out the house to Doc from Fraggle Rock. So you're getting those two worlds meeting. Is the Muppets in the Fraggle Rock world but then they find a Fraggle hole in the basement, so all of the Fraggle Rock characters come in, and then all of the Muppets from Sesame Street come as carolers.
They just show up in a truck, and they're just like, oh, we're just gonna show up, and they're singing and dancing, and it's just amazing. And then
so incredible.
You got your Sesame Street, you got your Muppets, you got your Fraggles. Doc just wanted a nice quiet Christmas with Sprocket, but he didn't get that. The very end of the episode, actual Jim Henson is washing the dishes with Sprocket. So it's just like all those worlds together, and then just seeing Jim Henson for probably the last time before he dies.
Yeah,
it's just so surreal, and she's such an amazing story. There's don't buy it on DVD because again, with all the copyright rights and everything, you won't get all the fun Christmas.
Yeah, it's on YouTube in its full.
It is right.
But there's even the part that always crushes me in that, because at least 4 of us on this chat, I think, are like pretty diehard Jim Henson stans. Just was a big part of our childhoods. So watching him in the like Lee said, like possibly the last like appearance of him in a Muppet special, and he's washing dishes with Sprocket, and his last line is, "It looks like they're having fun. I like it when they have fun." And then turns away from the camera. It's like in retrospect now, knowing that that's like his last appearance on a Muppet special, it's such a beautiful final line for him. But
it gets so dusty in the room every year.
But even like the last 10 minutes is literally all of the Muppets singing this 10-minute long medley of all of your favorite Christmas carols. Like just one after another. So, I've found so many beautiful Christmas songs from that medley, and the jokes are really funny. The jokes are hysterical. The whole premise of Kermit's storyline is that Miss Piggy booked a last-second Christmas card photo shoot, so she's not at the house yet, and like a snowstorm comes, and he has to try to go and find Miss Piggy in the snowstorm, but like her doing like the photo shoot and like buying these stupid Christmas gifts like little frog flipper slippers is it's so ridiculous and goofy. Fozzie becomes friends with a snowman and they start doing stand-up comedy together. Like, it is impressive how
personally my favorite Beast story is the Swedish chef trying to cook dinner, but the turkey convincing Swedish chef that Big Bird is in fact the turkey he wants to cook.
It just gets so it's
kind of weird and dark, but kind of awesome.
Yeah. Well, and then like you get this beautiful and hilarious rendition of chestnuts roasting on an open fire with Big Bird doing it as a duet with the Swedish chef. So you have like this beautiful singing voice from Big Bird, just like, Merry Christmas, and then Swedish Chef just like the backup vocals is so fucking
amazing.
Funny. It's so brilliant.
And you cannot forget the watch out for the icy patch joke. It's so classic. Every Muppet that walks in that house slips on that icy patch and falls down, and falling down is always funny, and it just happens it's just such a great gag.
Well, they're good with their reoccurring jokes, because there's also the every time someone goes outside, they say it's cold enough to freeze a Winnebago out here, which is just such a weird joke. But how about we haven't heard a lot from Lean. We're doing a lot of Muppets talk.
Yeah,
you're the youngest on the chat. There was a special you brought up recently that you have some memories about that I feel like you should talk about.
Wait, tell me. I don't know what you're saying.
It might involve Jessica Simpson.
Oh my God, yes! I love the Ashley Simpson. It's like the Nick Lachey, Jessica Simpson Christmas special.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Amazing.
That's great.
I have this like very vivid memory. I think I was telling them exactly this. Those like chocolate advent calendars.
Yeah.
On the back, it had like a I don't know, coloring thing. And I was just like sitting there as a kid. I must have been like 10. And I was just like coloring and watching this and just being like, this is the best Christmas special I've ever seen. I think like the Christmas tree was in the corner. It was like such a vivid memory I have. But I love Ashley Simpson and Jessica Simpson's Little Drummer Boy. It's like my favorite Christmas song. It's so stupid. That version, I just love it so much. But I watched Newlyweds with Nick and Jessica, and I also watched Ashley Simpson's show on MTV. So I was just like, "This is
that's
perfect."
Great.
Yeah, have you guys seen it? Have you guys seen it?
Yes.
No.
Yep.
I don't know that it exists.
I didn't know it existed. I have to see it.
Yeah, it reminded me because last year Casey Musgraves came out with one, and it was cute, and I love Casey Musgraves, so it was good. And Daniel Levy was the like MC of it, which is good. Yeah, and it was pre me watching Schitt's Creek too, because I didn't binge it until this year, so I'm sure I've been planning on watching it again. But the Casey Musgraves one is a good one too. But it reminded me, and I was like, this just isn't as good as Jessica and Nick Lachey.
Did anyone see the Mariah Carey one?
I've seen that one. Yep.
How was it?
It was good. It was okay, I guess. It was.
It was acceptable.
She's
Ringing
a
endorsement.
fascinating creature.
Yeah.
She really is.
The only other one from the TV side of things that I want to give a shout out to that was actually my first introduction to this character is Merry Christmas, Mr. Bean, which I just stumbled on PBS one Christmas, and I was like, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. And it was my introduction to British humor. And I still make it a point to watch that special just for there's a segment where he's playing with a nativity at a store, and just is playing with all the toys that are in the store. So it starts off with him doing the nativity, and all of a sudden a T-Rex shows up and the army shows up, and like just escalating the whole situation until a helicopter has to airlift Jesus to safety because there's a war going in the manger. But you know, basically Mr. Bean being like borderline a mime almost. So it's one of those things where you don't even really need the volume on the TV. Just watching it will make you chuckle. But yeah, that is a classic. And it's also where the infamous Mr. Bean getting a turkey on his head moment occurred. But yeah, that's my last one. I know before we went live, Jenny had some stuff that she wanted to bring up
I have a bunch
of like
TV
some problematic nature and fun nature.
Yeah,
So
let's do it. The problematic thing is for later. 'Cause
Okay.
It's part of my essential modern watch.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's later.
Okay.
First,
I'm
before
excited
we
for
leave
that.
TV, just really quickly, what I look for in a Christmas TV special is good music. That's what I gravitate toward,
Yeah.
just naturally. So here are examples of great original Christmas music in great TV Christmas specials. We've got 2 community Christmas episodes.
Absolutely.
Abed's
That's something I
Uncontrollable
wanted to bring
Christmas
up. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
regional holiday music,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So let's talk about who wrote this music. Ludwig, oh God, I'm not going to pronounce his name right. Ludwig Göransson, something like that.
Sounded
I'm
good.
so sorry if I pronounced it incorrectly, but you remember that name because he started at Community and now he's doing. Yes, thank you for that comment.
Yep.
Now he's doing
Abed's
Black
Uncontrollable
Panther.
Christmas.
He won a Grammy for Black Panther, I think, or he won for Tenet. The Mandalorian. He produced This Is America and all of Childish
Ooh.
Gambino's music. This
Love
man is a
him.
genius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely check out those 2, especially because it's also stop motion animation shenanigans and it's making fun of Glee, and I never was a fan of Glee.
Yeah. Screw Glee.
They
Then
were
there's a
this
very-
close to regionals, Jenny.
Yeah.
This close.
Oh, what is in this? Oh.
Yeah. Oh my God. It might be the best Brit is in this delivery in the entire show.
Me so Christmas, me so happy. I love it. I love it.
Dude, the parody, I mean, we can't walk away from Community without at least bringing up Alison Brie's parody of Santa Baby. That is just so obsessed, like so disturbing in its sexiness. And it's
I love Jeff's comment in the middle of it. He's like, at a certain point, you hit a point of diminishing returns with the sexiness.
Yeah.
So good.
And then there's a Very Sunny Christmas, which is the Always Sunny in Philadelphia Christmas special. It was released separately on DVD, so it's R-rated. It's got language, it's got gore, it's got nudity, all in claymation. And then there's a scene with Charlie where he thinks Charlie had sex with his Santa had sex with his mother, and he absolutely flips out on him at the mall. And it's my favorite Christmas scene of anything ever.
When you find out about Mac's Christmas traditions, where he's like, yeah, no, you go to the neighbor's house and you take a bunch of gifts, and then the next family comes in to take gifts. And you're like, no, your family was going house to house robbing the families on your street.
You get all their backstories at Christmas time, and it all makes sense. Like Charlie's mother's suitors, or John's, bringing over airplane glue for him to sniff as a child, stuff like that. And then, they have a fully naked Danny DeVito sewn into a leather couch.
Oh boy.
And then there's a fun song during the stop motion animation part. Of course, I said Colbert. And then finally, and it has a couple of my favorite songs recently, it's a SpongeBob Christmas, which is also a stop motion animation special, and it's really fun.
Nice.
When was that from?
I want to say 2004, 5.
I'm writing these down.
That's great.
That one's really fun because it's a song called "Don't Be a Jerk, It's Christmas."
That's awesome. Yeah, we want to do SpongeBob on our podcast eventually, so definitely looking forward to watching some of these.
Let me throw up a couple of the ones that people had brought up in the comments. There was Mickey's Christmas Carol from Big Yanks. He also brought up, I know we're not going to put that one up just yet. Moving past that. Annie Nerd Art said the song "I'm Mr. Snow Miser" from the Claymation movie A Year Without Santa is my jam.
That's a great one.
Someone else threw out some Mr. Bean love. Love to see it.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Lots of Mr. Bean love, actually. Nice. And then where was it? Bolt T likes to watch Donald Snow Fight, the old Disney short. And before we dive into the movie portions of this discussion, just want to give a quick shout out to Abby Moss and Karen Sebastian for their donations. We're currently sitting at a cool $238. Just closing in past the 10% mark on our goal of 2,000 today. So thank you guys so much for the donations. Now, what are some of the Christmas movies, be it on TV or that you go out of your way to make it a point to watch at this time of year? And Josh bringing us some.
Yeah, Josh would like that. That's pretty on brand, I feel like.
And stay tuned. Tonight, Josh will be joining Horror Movie Night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard for the Horror Holiday Tier List Rankings, where we go through all of the most famous holiday horror movies and rank them from best to worst. But yes, let's dive into movies. There are definitely, I had 5 that I feel like every year I have to make it a point to watch. I'm curious what some of them are for the rest of y'all.
Sure. I guess I can start. I have 2. 2 of my favorite Christmas movies, obviously staying on the Jim Henson kind of thing, is Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas would be my first one.
Yeah.
And then my second one would be the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer claymation thing. Those are the 2 that I watch every year. I mean, Emmett Otter, again, just the songs and everything with the Jim, like being Jim Henson, of course I have to watch it. And also the Nightmare Band. I mean, it just reminds me so much of punk rock. I ended up buying Don a shirt.
I have a Riverbound Nightmare Band T-shirt. It's awesome.
Well, and that special has the song "Where the River Meets the Sea," which is just such a. It doesn't mention Christmas at all, but it's a song about remembering people that you lost that year, and it's just such a pretty song. And in that special 3 different times. It just gets more and more emotional every time that they sing it. But yeah, what a great... I hadn't seen it until about 3 years ago. It was the first time I ever watched Emmett Otter, and I loved it immediately. It's definitely one of those, you watch it and you're like, they did a lot with a little in that time period.
In all honesty, it's probably my favorite Jim Henson thing. I didn't grow up watching Henson stuff as much as Lee did, for sure, but I've always loved that movie. It's so good.
Yeah,
and I mean, since we're talking Jim Henson, someone threw it in the comments already, but obviously, I mean, The Muppets Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
Arguably, as insane as this sounds, arguably one of the most loyal adaptations of the Charles Dickens novel.
I think you're right. I think you're on point with that.
I think I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane that they, and I think it's very on point for the Muppets, but they literally follow like verbatim, having Gonzo play Charles Dickens reading the original words of the book to tell the story. It's a really well done movie.
Stantler and Wardolph as Marley and Marley. I mean, it just
So
it's
funny.
just such a funny scene. I mean, for the Muppet Christmas Carol, I was always like not. It wasn't always one of my favorites because again, it's the first thing that Brian Henson kind of did, and him because you can see like the comparisons between his directing and Jim Henson's. But I mean, it's definitely it stays true to the story. It's always fun to watch every year. I watch it every year. Yeah, I think it's great.
I think it's the best and maybe one of the only good post Henson Muppet productions.
For sure.
But all right, so how about bouncing over to Don? Don, do you have any Christmas movies that are must watches?
We went and actually saw this in a little small theater a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
The Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, where they filmed The Blob, would rent out a whole theater for $100, and you could get like 10 people in there, and everyone be safely socially distanced. And we watched The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, you can't do this discussion and not talk about A Nightmare Before Christmas. It's just an absolute classic. Danny Elfman's music is incredible. It's just great. I mean, I don't really have a lot to say. It's just awesome.
Yeah, and also if you really like Nightmare Before Christmas, make sure you watch on Netflix the holiday movies that made us specials.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you a lot of great history about the Nightmare Before Christmas, about everything, and it's just such a great watch. We do find out that Tim Burton is more an asshole than I thought.
Oh yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But
yeah.
Yeah, no, he's not great.
Look at this in the window, how creepy it is.
That's amazing.
Let's bounce down to Lean, since she had the Jack Skellington right there by her side. What's some of the Christmas movies that you need to watch every year?
Awesome.
Okay, so Tim Allen is my Santa Claus. The Santa Claus is like he is Santa Claus in my head. I also, Matt knows I have a huge crush on him. So even now, I have his we were podcasting and we were talking about, I was talking about how Tim Allen is, I have a huge crush on him, and he's also like my dad at the same time. It's like a really weird relationship, obviously. and we were talking about it, and I think Matt was like, like he was arrested for like coke or whatever he got arrested for. Am I allowed to say this? Whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I was like, they're like, yeah, his mugshot's pretty famous. And I bought it on Etsy as we were podcasting, and then I forgot about it, and then I got it in the mail. And I was
God.
On my wall I'm at home, but in my city apartment. I got it in the mail, and I was like, oh my God. I totally blacked out when I did that. I was like, what the hell?
That's such a great surprise.
Yeah. But that's my 100% favorite. Me and Matt, I almost like fist fought Matt the other day because he was telling me that Charlie's a brat, and I was like fighting for Charlie.
I still stand by it. Charlie is a really obnoxious child in the first half hour of that movie.
He is so gaslit in that movie. Like, please. But second, the Polar Express. I love the Polar Express. The music in it just like makes me feel special. Christmas.
Wait, how old were you when you first saw the Polar Express?
I must have been, I don't know. When did that even come out? Whatever year that
2006, right?
Then I would have been
5.
I would have been like 12 or 13 then. Yeah.
So just this is me. I'm genuinely curious because you were a child and I was an adult when I watched. Well, technically an adult. I was in my teens, but still. The eyes. Did they scare you?
No, I loved it. I loved it.
Adult.
Yeah, that whole era of like Robert Zemeckis movies, there was something like not quite over the uncanny valley that they all kind of creeped me out. That one in particular, though.
Yeah. The faces just bother me. Same thing with I just watched his version of Christmas Carol for the first time with Jim Carrey. And I'm like, there's just something really unsettling about the way everybody looks that I can't get into.
I kind of see that more in that Christmas Carol, in the Christmas Carol versus the Polar Express. They're scarier, I think. The Polar Express are like trying to be sweet besides like the homeless guy on the top of the train. Other than that, everyone is like normal humans, but I feel like Christmas Carol people are a little menacing.
And did you ever see it in like IMAX? Because they released it like every
No.
year on IMAX for years.
No, but I have to like even I was with Julie, my co-host last night, and we were gonna put on the Polar Express. It wasn't whatever, but because I don't want to jump ahead, but we watched the High School Musical special, and one of them sang one of the Polar Express songs, and we both looked at each other and we were like, "Oh my god!" I don't know what it is. It must have been because we were like kids when it came out. You're right.
That special was a ton of fun. I very much enjoyed watching that.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say my last one is a Christmas. A Christmas Story. That's what it's called, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but only on Christmas Day. Like
Yeah.
Christmas Day, morning till night. Never before, never after. Only on Christmas Day.
All right,
the
Jenny,
best.
let's bounce up to you then.
So I have two, just that I absolutely are set in stone that I watch. And one is while I'm decorating the tree, I watch Christmas Vacation. And I also
Nice.
have, those Christmas villages. I have a Christmas Vacation, Christmas Village.
Oh, nice.
And it was one of those movies that I didn't watch until like 5 years ago. And I was like, where has this movie been my whole life? And now I watch it every year. And then even though, I just have to say it, Chevy Chase sucks. Okay. Just as a person.
Yeah, he
It's
sucks.
a great movie.
Yeah.
We all agree.
Thank you. All right. So the other one is A Christmas Story, but it's a little different. We do it the day after Christmas and we order Chinese food.
Nice.
Awesome.
I like that.
Even though that scene is problematic as well.
Very much so. I of course go big. So I've got 4 that are still on my list. I'm just gonna rattle them off though. I love I feel like black and white Christmas movies from the 50s just feel right during December.
Mhm.
So I always have to watch the original Miracle at 34th Street and It's a Wonderful Life. They're just tearjerkers.
I didn't know that the Miracle on 34th Street little girl was Natalie Wood.
Yeah.
I didn't know that till recently, and I was like, oh my god.
And then more recent ones, I feel like this one gets slept on. In a world where people will make an argument to watch Mean Girls because there's one Christmas song, I feel like Just Friends doesn't get nearly enough respect for being an absolute hilarious Christmas classic.
I think that's Ryan Reynolds fatigue. I think that's all that is.
Yeah.
Because man, like there's a scene in that movie where he is strapped to the gurney and goes down the hill and lands on his face. That is the most painful thing I've ever watched in my entire life in a movie. And then
all of Anna Faris too, just all of her. She's wonderful.
She's the best.
She's got her toothpaste. She's fine. But the absolute try to watch it on Christmas Eve every year. Bill Murray Scrooged. Scrooge.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
It's such a demented.
Even though I did see a
telling.
meme the other day that was a screenshot of the Christmas where he has like a mullet and they're happy together.
Yeah.
And he, gets the Kama Sutra book. And the meme says, in this photo, Bill Murray is supposed to be 19. Just total normal 19-year-old Bill Murray.
Yeah. I just bought the soundtrack for Scrooge recently on a physical CD because that's just how I live my life.
Weird. You're so
Which the weird, I bought it because I really like the version of Put a Little Love in Your Heart that's on it from Al Green and Anna Lennox. But shocked to find out, this rattled me to my core for some reason. There is a church choir version of The Sweetest Thing by U2 on that soundtrack, which doesn't make sense to me because
makes zero sense.
Yeah, because that song didn't exist until 1998. So apparently the Sweetest Thing was written as a song for Joshua Tree and was a B-side on the Still Haven't Found What I'm Looking For single. And this church choir heard the B-side, liked it, did a version of it, and the producers of Scrooged heard them doing it and hired them to record it for the soundtrack. And then 10 years later to promote their greatest hits album, U2 released The Sweetest Thing as a single.
That is wild.
So weird.
I went down a crazy rabbit hole yesterday over this.
That's a hell of a click hole, man.
Wow.
But yeah, so the last topic, we've talked about the ones that we grew up with. We grew the childhood ones. Let's talk about ones that came out maybe in the last, we'll say 5 years. So 2015 to now that just left an immediate impression on you and became okay, these are the new classics for me, because I think they're harder to come by.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, let me go first because I'm going to do a lot of criticizing, and I don't want this to end
do
on like
it.
a criticizing note.
Sounds fair.
All right, yeah, let's dive in.
So off.
All right, let me say something. First of all,
That's awesome.
I'm going to be here as a representative of the LGBT community. I identify as bisexual, and a movie came out this year. It was very important to the LGBT community, and that was Happiest Season on Hulu. It was directed by Clea Duvall, who was a huge crush of mine growing up. She played the goth girl in like every teenage show, but then she was also in But I'm a Cheerleader. She's absolutely incredible. I adore her. She was in Veep.
Yeah.
She directed it. It stars, I think of Mary Holland first. She is not the star. Kristen Stewart is the star.
Yes.
Can't remember the girl who plays her girlfriend.
Mackenzie Davis.
Thank you, Mackenzie Davis. You got Mary Holland. You got Allison Brie. You've got Victor Garber.
Aubrey Plaza.
Steve Burgett. Thank you.
Danny Levy.
Yes, thank you. I mean, just an incredible cast. A lot of great representation from the community itself. So I'm very grateful for this film. It is a lesbian couple meeting the family for the holidays. My problems with it, I do believe that the community deserves better than this movie. I do believe that having the drama hinge on the fact that the parents might be homophobic. We've seen that storyline like 8 billion times. I would really like to see parents who are supportive from the get-go. A wonderful example being Patrick's parents in Schitt's Creek.
Yeah.
Very important.
Yes.
That episode where Patrick comes out to his parents is one of the most important television episodes, I would think, for the community in recent years. But so saying all that, I do have a lot of criticism for this, but representation really matters. And even just like we were talking about with the celluloid closet, especially within the LGBT community, every little baby step is appreciated. And this was some baby steps towards a more progressive future. I just wish that they hadn't relied on gaslighting and the relationship getting very toxic before reaching this beautiful conclusion. And then there was also, God, I'm really going to try hard not to do spoilers, but there was a gesture made by the father at the very end of the film that was something that I didn't realize I had been waiting to see on screen my whole life. And when it happened, I sobbed in a way where I haven't cried that hard. Like, it really felt like something pierced my heart. And I haven't cried that hard since, like, honestly, seeing United 93. Like, it's been a long time since I cried that hard. So there is a lot of good about this movie. And I do encourage that you watch it. Just please understand that we need to normalize homosexual relationships more and not hinge all the drama on their sexuality. We need to start seeing normal problems in normal gay relationships. And yeah, more representation matters is my only point. But there's a beautiful message also in the movie. So I do highly encourage that you watch the movie.
Yeah, I also wanted to jump in. Me and Don actually did watch the movie as well. And I was going to name that one as one of my favorite specials for this year. It definitely made me cry a lot. But I do have some criticisms for it as well. One being, while it was very diverse and it did do a great job of representation, we need to do more. I felt the cast was very white, which I think they need to be a little bit more diverse there. A lot of our podcast discussions for me and Don, and it was not the intent, is about diversity and inclusion, especially when we're talking about Nickelodeon, because Nickelodeon did a really, really good job of diversity and inclusion back in the 90s. And these are the conversations we need to continue having. And Happiest Season, they do a great job of representation, but I think we need to also address the fact that we need to be diverse as well. Diversity is very important, and we need to continue to have these discussions.
Yeah.
And I want to jump over to Lean because I know that she's watched this movie close to 3 or 4 times now.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was gonna say, Jenny, like I read, we did an episode on it for my favorite episode. It hasn't dropped yet. We just recorded it this week, but I read so many articles on it. I listened to like podcast episodes. I totally agree with everything you said, and we dive into some of it. But my favorite one I read, which was very interesting, is that I'll just try and get to it quick. But I think it was a Forbes article, and they're saying like they're comparing it to Crazy Rich Asians and saying that have the same fatal flaw of like starting off the movie with like making your main character be on the defense the whole time, and you're basically like the big lie in both. So Crazy Rich Asians, he doesn't tell her that he's like royalty, and then it makes her like be on the defense the whole time. Of course, there's so many things that I cannot believe Mackenzie Davis's character just like didn't tell her about Riley, didn't tell her about her ex-boyfriend, didn't tell her about the biggest part, not coming out yet. It was just like there's obvious problems in it, and we dive into it big time. And I do want to say that you said Mary Holland isn't the star, but I would say she is the star of that.
Incredible in that
Jane
movie.
is
And
like
she was a
Jane is the
huge
best.
emotional moment
Yeah.
for me
Yeah.
too. Like I
Yeah.
cried so
Mhm.
hard at something that Mary Holland does, and it's an absolutely incredible, very
Yeah.
organic moment.
Mm-hmm. And she wrote it with Cleo, which is great. So I heard her on a podcast. She is so charming. But yeah, I
Mary
read so
Holland is
many.
incredible. Seek her out. She is
Yes.
an incredible talent.
Mhm. Yeah, but I read so many articles on it. There's a lot of good articles about Happiest Season, but I agree. It is a staple of mine now. I'll probably watch it again before Christmas for the fourth or fifth time. But yeah, totally.
Don, do you have one that you want to bring up?
It's really hard to follow all that. Like that was a really awesome discussion. So I'm going to bring it all the way down to absolute trash, but I love it. I don't know if it's within the last 5 years, but it is very, very recent. I love the movie Krampus.
Ooh, yeah.
So it's just in 5 years. It was
Okay, awesome.
2015, so perfect.
Nice. So it's a PG-13 horror movie, which I think is cool because then, like, younger kids can kind of get their foray into horror and not be like thrown all the way into it like I was as a kid. But it's directed by one of my favorite horror directors, Matthew Doherty, I think is his last name.
Yep.
Doherty. He did Trick or Treat, which is an incredible Halloween movie. But yeah, it's a schlocky Christmas themed horror movie, and I'm here for it. It's a good time.
Yes.
We may have discussed it on an upcoming episode of Horror Movie Night. It'll definitely come up tonight at 9 o'clock.
I'm sure it will. Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't have the same love that some people have for it.
I
But
didn't
I'm
like
not gonna.
it. I walked away from the theater angry.
Yeah, I'm not going to rain on your parade though, Don, because I understand what. So my end result with that movie, the short version is that what bums me out about that movie is every time I watch it, I can see a great movie hidden inside of it, and like that's what infuriates me. Is it's like there is something so brilliant hidden in this movie that isn't tapped properly, and it just drives me nuts. I think that's like the worst thing that can happen in a movie. A movie can be really, really awful and you're having a good time riding along with the really, really awful. But if you're rewriting the movie in the moment that you're watching it, that's like the worst way to be watching a movie. And I can't stop myself from wanting to rewrite it when I'm watching it. But I like the way Matthew Doherty directs. Like he's a very kinetic director. So while the story, you're not wrong, it could be better, but his visuals are fantastic. I just like the way he makes movies. I also just wish that there was more of a lean on the practical effects because like the man-eating Jack in the Box looks so good.
Yeah. And
then you put it next to the CGI gingerbread men that already look dated like 5 years later. And it's like, oof. Like CGI just really really dates movies a lot of the time. But the one that I'm going to give a shout out to should be a surprise to no one. I've already seen one person bring it up in the chat, so let me throw it up there just so I can say it at the same time. But Netflix released an original movie last year that got no respect, no love. When I launched my Christmas podcast, Christmas 365, I made it a point to make it the first episode. Let It Snow. Let It Snow is so fucking good. It is Empire Records and Can't Hardly Wait at Christmas time. That is the movie.
Okay.
Okay.
I totally missed this. We're going to watch it.
teen flick throwback. It is 3 different stories of 3 different kids trying to get to the same Christmas party on one day, and it is so funny. It's so charming. The whole soundtrack is all like 70s and 80s rock songs. It introduced me to one of my all-time favorite songs now called The Hole of the Moon by the Waterboys, but it also has songs by like the Rolling Stones have songs in it.
Okay.
The song Christmas TV by Slow Club, which I thought I was like the only person who even knew that song existed, shows up in the movie. So highly recommend Let It Snow. It's on Netflix. We've gotten so many messages from people who sat down and watched it after listening to our episode and also loved it. So I will sing the praises of that all day, even though I've had a few people say that they hated it. I don't care. I still love it. But that is it. We are getting to the last 5 minutes of our hour. So first and foremost, I want to thank all of you for helping out with this live stream, especially Kathleen, who kind of dove in at the 0 hour. I messaged her, I think, yesterday and was like, hey, we had someone cancel the last second. Can you join us? Our conversation must have been pretty damn good because we are almost at $300 now, just $6 shy. So big shout out to Tara and Derek, who pushed us over with those donations. Finally, I'm going to throw each one of you up on the screen, give you just a couple minutes to promote whatever you've got going on, or if you've got an old podcast with a back catalog that people can listen to. So we'll start with Jenny.
So yeah, there's a handful of episodes of 90s TV Hour that's still around if you're ever interested. And you know, if you ever want to join me on a quest to explore further episodes of 90s TV Hour, you know, my ears are open and available. But yeah, I got nothing going on currently. And so I'll just say, have a safe holiday. Please be safe. Take care of yourself. Sing, eat sugar. Happy New Year.
And just want to throw this up there because I do agree with this sentiment too. Klaus on Netflix.
Oh yeah, I just also want to suggest The Night Before and Shazam.
Ooh, nice. Oh,
Yeah.
Shazam is one that's easy to forget. Thank you so much, Jenny. It was a pleasure to see you again.
Thank
I think
you.
last time I saw you, we were doing a script reading of Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell. That was fun.
That was at the start of this pandemic. Here we are 9 months later. All right. I'm sending you off, and let's go over to Don and Lee real quick.
Yeah, so again, me and Lee here, we host the Saturday Morning Showdown, where we watch the pilot episode or, you know, whatever else we choose to watch at a given time of our favorite Saturday morning cartoons and other kids shows, and just see how they hold up in our 30s.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us on the live stream as well. And now, finally, as I send y'all off, my co-host of my favorite episode of, or technically, I'm not even a host.
You are.
Kathleen, how about you tell people, first of all, about, you know, my favorite episode, because I have some investment in that, but also the newest show to the Geekscape network, Bingetown TV.
So my favorite episode is good because we do such a vast array of different shows that you don't necessarily have to listen to every single one, although I think you should. You're going to find something you like in our entire year's worth of episodes that we've been doing. So we do comedy, we do drama, we do Netflix full series in one episode, which ends up being chaotic as hell. Listen to our Dead to Me episode if you just want pure chaos. So yeah, listen to that. That's my favorite episode of. And then Bingetown is if you want sci-fi. We focus on a lot of sci-fi stuff like The 100, The Haunting of Hill House, The Boys. We do like Spartacus, things like that. And that's good times. It's me and 6 other boys, and we just love each other. And it's just a bunch of friendship and funny, good stuff and actual analytical breakdowns as well. So, yep, Merry Christmas. And Matt, you thanks for having us. And you do a horror movie night. You're also on my favorite episode, Christmas 365. So many
One Hit Thunder. Yeah.
One Hit Thunder.
So, and also part of Geekscape. Well, thank you so much, Kathleen, for jumping in at the 0 hour. And real quick, let's just take a quick refresh, see where we are with our goal. All right, we're still sitting at that 294, but thank you so much for all the people who've gotten us there thus far. We are going to go to a couple quick commercial breaks, and when we bounce back, it'll be time for the Bulletproof Podcasts discussion of the top 5 Christmas action movies. You do not want to miss that.
Billy, what do you want for Christmas?
Oh, I want a baseball and a toy train and world peace.
Oh, that's nice. Anything else?
Yeah, I want the Geekscapists watching this to volunteer to be big brothers and big sister mentors. Yeah, I think that'd be great. Maybe Matt Kelly can be my mentor, and I can get him to go outside once in a while and actually see the daylight instead of just staying in his parents' basement watching horror movies the whole time. That'd be great. Don't think it's gonna happen, but I think you Geekscape should go for it. You'd be really great mentors to all the kids out there.
Yeah, maybe you can play with your baseball with him.
Yeah. Don't think he's got much skills, but I'll give him a shot. Matt, we're gonna put you in, coach. Be ready.
Mend up your stocking hole, 'cause this lump ain't miracle. I've got a boner for Christmas. Cranberry sauce, green beans, and muffins. You be the turkey, I'll do the stuffing. I've got a boner for Christmas. Singing joy to the world, to each and every girl, to all of you girls.
All right, guys, we are back and we are joined by Ryan and Chris of the Bulletproof Podcast. Chris, it's nice to actually finally meet you. We email each other
We do.
like 2-3 times a month, but
That is right.
Pleasure to see you. Getting some compliments. Oh, yay, so much. So I'm going to let you two do your thing, but I do have to give you a little bit of a warning.
All right.
There is someone else in the chat who
Oh, no.
might be adding some commentary. Didn't expect this, anybody, but Super Action Man is joining us as well.
Well, of course. Super Action Man. I mean, Action is a middle name, so it makes sense you'd be here.
I figure it's about time somebody with an actual authority on the matter is part of the show. So I am here at your leisure. I'm very busy right now.
Yeah,
I guess there's a lot going on in our government. I got some grays showing. It's been quite the 4 years, but I will let you all continue with your show. And I'm just going to fact check you on a couple things. So carry on. But I do say that I love the Shane Black and Rennie Harlan heavy nature of what I've seen so far from your show and what's to come in this special. No spoilers.
No
No
spoilers.
spoilers.
None at all. But yeah, this is the first ever live edition of the Bulletproof Podcast. I'm your host, Chris the Brain. Joining me, my good friend, Ryan Campbell. And Ryan, we're making history here.
We are. I had to get my fancy setup done. I had to bring in some extra lights. Now I'm incredibly nervous because, I kind of tend to do more of the sci-fi genre stuff on the site. And now all of a sudden there's fact checkers and experts. So bear with me, everybody. Also, my son broke my headset this morning. So
come on
with that too.
Good job, Lyle. All right. So yeah, what we're going to be doing here is counting down the top 5 Christmas action movies. And let's just get this out of the way. These are all considered Christmas movies on this show.
Yes.
So
I was going to say, can we just avoid that whole part of the argument? Because
Right.
they're all a little bit on that gray area if you really wanted to get into the kind of, die hard kind of argument. So let's just let's avoid that. I know we usually try to, but
Right. And again, just for those who don't know, because we could have some new listeners or viewers in this case, the Bulletproof Podcast is a spin-off of bulletproofaction.com. And that has been going since 2014, where we cover all things action and once in a while a Lifetime movie if we know somebody who's starring in it. But that's neither here nor there. So what we're going to do here as part of the huge Geekscape holiday live stream-tacular, I've been wanting to say that all week. That's bringing me back
I can see you practicing it in your mirror just
the
every
wrestling
day.
days. The Geekscape holiday live stream-tacular live right here, everywhere you want to be. So this thing, and it's for a good cause, Ryan Campbell. Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Coastal and Northern New Jersey. So 2 Ohio guys helping out kids in New Jersey. This is the magic of the holidays.
That's right. Whoever thought.
It's the magic of the
Officially
holidays.
made it.
All right. Well, again, what we do, and we've done this several times on the Bulletproof podcast, is we kind of survey our followers on social media, and just to get some cheap plugs in there, that's Bulletproof Pod on Twitter and Bulletproof Action on Facebook and Instagram. And we ended up with a good amount of feedback. 27, Ryan Campbell, 27 different movies that were nominated, and we whittled it down to 5. But one of them that got nominated, and I love this movie, Scrooged. Come on now.
I love that movie.
I love it, but it's probably not going to make a lot of action fans' list as a Christmas action movie. Although there's some action in there, but
yeah, I looked at like a rough list of just general like ones, and there were some like a lot. Another one that was really popular was like Jingle All the Way, which I don't think I would put into the action category. I know it's Arnold, and there's some kind of stunt work, but I don't know if I would call that an action movie either. So there's some that were kind of weird. I think the ones we got on our list are all solid action movies.
Absolutely. Again,
but yeah,
the consensus is what we did. We had our stats team get together and pull this all together, and algorithms, maybe, I don't know, but whatever it is, we've got the top
numbers.
5. Crunching numbers.
Research.
It happens, and it's going to happen here. So without any further ado, action fanatics, let's get into it. The top 5 Christmas action movie countdown. And number 5, and this is a great thing because these are legit results. And here's why you could tell I had nothing to do with it, because this number 5, I've never seen this movie. I have never seen this movie, and I watched the trailer this morning, and I said, how have I not seen this movie? It was released on October 11th, 1996. It is The Long Kiss Goodnight, Ryan Campbell. Have you seen it?
I have. It was a long time ago. I vaguely remember. I know there's a little bit of kind of like some memory loss, some Bourne, some intrigue, and you got DC, the White House, Christmas. There's a lot, like you said, there's a lot goes into it. But yeah, it's been a while, but I have seen it. I remember watching it with my parents back before.
Yeah, the official synopsis, if you'll allow me the opportunity to read for everyone around the world. Samantha Kane lives in a small town with her daughter. 8 years ago, she emerged 2 months pregnant from a nearby river with no memory of her past or who she is. However, she's getting closer to finding out about her past. And Samantha Kane is played by Gina Davis, and the man who's helping her regain her past is Samuel L. Jackson. So right there, I mean, a great cast. And then the director, Rennie Harlan. You can't go wrong with Rennie.
Yeah, and definitely I was just, like I said, looking around at a few different lists to try to see what the pool of titles could possibly be. This just kept coming up. So this isn't just our audience. This is actually like up there as kind of the Mount Rushmore of Christmas action movies. So like you said, what do we know?
Right. It's got a strong 6.8 rating on IMDb, which isn't too bad. I actually, we're going to see as we go along, our feedback reflects IMDb. The numbers start going up as we start counting down. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, not to bury the lead, but there's not really any huge controversial on our list. Everyone's going to know these movies for the most part. So.
Yeah, this was the only one where I was like, oh, I need to see this. So yeah, this is definitely on my I must see. I'm writing it down. Must see this movie. Right. I just wrote it down. So once it's in writing,
there you go.
And Jonathan London is saying this was the most expensive script sold at the time. Little inside information.
I trust his opinion.
Well, that's knowledge.
We have a wide breadth of experts that we can pull from here.
We absolutely do. So yeah, Long Kiss Goodnight, number 5 on the list, and definitely one I'm going to check out. Maybe we could talk more about it down the road. So let's move on to the number 4 entry. And this is one I've definitely seen it, but I almost forgot the whole Christmas connection with it. It was released on June the 19th, 1992, the sequel to the biggest movie of 1989. It is Batman Returns, and what a spectacular film this was. I mean, the 2 Batman movies pretty much cemented Batman as you really usurped Superman as the main hero as far as the movies are concerned at this
for sure. And this was still a time when sequels were still kind of dangerous territory. I mean, you had like a few that did it right. You had Star Wars, you had like Indiana Jones, which you could, even Temple of Doom was even kind of iffy to some people. It's kind of it's gotten a little better over time, but yeah, sequels were still risky territory, and a lot of sequels kind of almost felt like they were cheaper. They weren't done as good as the originals. They were straight to DVD kind of feel. Batman Returns was one of those ones where they just cranked everything up. Everything went up. The value went up. The amount of characters went up. The amount of the villains went up. You brought in Catwoman, Penguin. Yeah, I mean, so much stuff that came into that movie to just kind of raise the whole franchise and throw in Christmas time.
And you almost had to up things, because when you have Jack Nicholson as the Joker in the original film, that's pretty top drawer. I mean, you don't get much better than that. So it's like they almost realize, okay, not one man or woman is going to be able to take his spot as the lead villain. So yeah, we did a little three-way action here. That's and right. Catwoman's kind of a tweener if we're talking in wrestling speak. But yeah, like you said, you had Danny DeVito as the Penguin, who was just fantastic in that role. You had Christopher Walken as the businessman who was kind of manipulating the power behind the throne there. Max Schreck, I believe, was his name. And then Michelle Pfeiffer did a fantastic job as Catwoman. And then Michael Keaton, who, I don't know where you fall on the Michael Keaton, Christian Bale debate. I guess Val Kilmer just gets left out altogether, and George Clooney, but that's fine. Keaton or Bale, who would you say is the best Batman?
I think I go Keaton for what I envision as like the comic book Batman.
Yeah.
I think Bale is kind of more of your like movie house, connoisseur Batman that you could possibly see getting an Oscar nomination, kind of brings more, rep to the role. But if we're going, just straight up comic book movie, to me it's Michael Keaton, and him and Bale are probably the two that I think they differentiate themselves from the other ones because they were good Bruce Waynes and they were good Batman.
Yes.
Val Kilmer I think was a pretty decent Bruce Wayne. I don't think he was a great Batman. Clooney was kind of the same, a good Bruce Wayne, not a great Batman. So they could pull off the duality, they could pull off the confliction. But like I said, as for strictly just comic book stuff, I think Michael Keaton gets the edge.
It looks like Joshua out there says this is his movie that he watches every Christmas while he's prepping for the day. Hot Chocolate and Batman Returns, and that's a great tradition to have there.
And Jonathan, again, that's not really there's a lot of people that say the Lego Batman is one of the better Batman in movie history.
I do love Lego. I love Lego Batman. I still am waiting, and if anybody from Lego is listening out there, Lego Death Wish 3 needs to happen. Is all I'm saying.
We've mapped out the entire thing.
Whatever video game system it's for, I will invest in it.
At the very least, give us a Paul Kersey Funko Pop. That's all.
Yes, I would also take that. But let's get back to the subject here. So Batman Returns. Again, like I said, I had forgotten the Christmas connection, but it's certainly there. Obviously, it helps with the whole Penguin character to kind of have that snowy backdrop as well. And
it's kind of fun. My sister growing up, well, not even growing up still, has like a phobia of penguins. She is terrified of penguins. Like we went to the aquarium once, and the last thing that you leave the aquarium is the penguin exhibit, and you can't get to the exit without walking through this exhibit. She literally shut her eyes and just bolted to the end of the hallway until she essentially ran into the wall. And we've tried to break it down. We tried to figure out what in her childhood caused this traumatization. And I think we figured on it was Batman Returns with the wandering penguins with the rockets on them and everything.
It's kind of gruesome when he's eating. Yeah.
So I think we've pinpointed that's what it was.
Table manners were not the penguin's best attribute. And Marissa also chiming in that she loves Batman Returns.
It's also somewhat relevant because I don't know if you saw some of the memes when the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, was leaking hair dye. There was a lot of comparisons to the penguin going on at that time.
Yeah, I did see some of those. Another big piece of this, and now this again, we should point out this is a Tim Burton movie, and he and Michael Keaton definitely worked well together. And it has that Tim Burton vibe to it that when you're watching a Tim Burton movie, I guess is what I'm saying.
And if you need any evidence of how he knows how to toe that line, just look at Batman Forever.
Yeah, absolutely. Another big piece of these two, Batman and then Batman Returns, is Danny Elfman. and his score. To me, he's had a lot of great scores, but I got to say the Batman stuff is his most iconic.
Yeah, it to the point to where you don't. It's one of those things where you don't realize that didn't exist before the first Batman movie. Like when you think of Batman, you think of da, 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 like
Right.
it's kind of synonymous. It's almost where you feel like it's just been around the entire time the character's been around,
Yeah.
And then it got reused kind of for the animated series and had a whole second. It's just become synonymous with Batman to the point to where you kind of forget that without him, that doesn't, it's not there.
It's synonymous with Batman to me as the John Williams score for Superman. I mean, to me, that's always going to be Superman's theme.
Mm-hmm.
And Danny Elfman, tremendous job. And he's had great scores and other things. Back to School, for instance, one of my all-time.
I was wondering if you were going to drop the Back to School reference.
I definitely am going to. I'll talk Paul London Lifetime movies all day long, Jonathan London. No problem with that. I've seen that movie like 4 times already.
That'll be our Valentine's Day countdown.
Oh, yeah. I like that idea. Killer Competition, for those who want to look it up on the Lifetime Movie Network. Check it out. So, yeah, Batman Returns. Another song I wanted to point out is Susie and the Banshees have a fantastic song. I believe it plays during the end credits, Face to Face. I love that song. Another great piece of music. And Batman Returns.
Was that made for the movie? Because I know this was. Yes. Okay, this is at the time where every big blockbuster movie had to have its signature song from an artist that accompanied it.
Right. And I believe Danny Elfman was in on that too. So it's on like the actual score CD, not just like a soundtrack. Like like Batman Forever had its own soundtrack. Obviously, the first Batman had Prince, who did Bat Dance, among others, and that was kind of separate from the Elfman score. But yeah, Matt's here.
I just jumped in because I've got some exciting news, a little Christmas present for you
Ooh,
guys.
woo.
Somebody was watching the live stream and just had to jump in as well to talk about some of their favorite Christmas action movies like Batman Returns. Famed MMA fighter Nate the Rock Quarry is here to join you guys for the rest of this discussion of the top 5 action Christmas movies.
Well, welcome, Nate.
Awesome.
And we are talking Batman Returns right now. You want to chime in with your thoughts on that fantastic film?
It took me out of the universe when Batman simply tore off his cowl and exposed who he was. And I thought to myself, this is what you wear in all of these brutal street fights, and no one has ever grabbed your ears and just ripped it off.
Excellent point. Yeah, never thought about that.
Are you kidding me? This is keep me in that world. Don't take me out.
Right.
He knows the exact weak point that he needs to apply the right precise amount of pressure to get it to tear just in that way.
Yeah, there's a little, you think there's a little like pull here to, I don't know, tear, you got to get like the Tide Pods. You have to, maybe it's like childproof lock or something on there, and only Batman knows how to use it.
That makes sense.
All right. Well, Batman Returns number 4 on our list. If we're good.
We actually didn't even mention Ben Affleck when we were talking about Batman.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies, Ben. If he's
Clearly,
listening,
he left an impression on us.
I do apologize. Well,
I can't get lost in anything that Ben Affleck does anymore.
Well, there you go.
I just sit there and I'm going, well, why aren't you swinging a sledgehammer, yelling at Matt Damon to use all of his opportunities?
Right. Yeah. Good Will Hunting. Fantastic movie. That's peak Ben Affleck right there for me. And plus, you know what? I think Ryan Campbell, as we see on this list, our audience and possibly myself are stuck in the 80s and 90s. So anything that's happened after that is really irrelevant in a lot of cases. So, all right. So number 3 on the list, released on July the 3rd, 1990. It was Christmas in July back then because it was Die Hard 2. And you know what? I love Die Hard 2. I'm almost getting to the point where, since so many people on social media have just, with this whole, we talked about at the top of the show, the Die Hard debate. Is it a Christmas movie? It's like Die Hard 2 is Teflon. Nobody mentions that, even though this movie was also set at Christmas time. And I'm almost starting to enjoy the second one more than the first, probably because of all the nonsense that surrounds it.
Yeah, for sure. I think the reason it kind of avoids the debate is because it leans in a little further into the Christmas theme of it. I mean, you're in an airport during the holidays at Christmas time. So I feel like the setting of it feels a little bit more appropriate to where it kind of avoids a lot of the discussion that Die Hard 1 gets. But yeah, again, a sequel that ups the ante, that, and this is before it's been played out, that this poor John McClane is always in the wrong place at the wrong time. But I got another great sequel at a time when there weren't a lot of great sequels.
Right.
Plus, you have the main protagonist doing naked jujitsu as the introduction to the character. That's a level I can't even comprehend.
Yeah, one of the most bizarre scenes in an action movie. Like, why did this have to happen? But it did, and that was, of course, William Sadler, who I understand had to get in quite a bit of shape, which I would imagine anybody would if you were going to be in the all together on a screen. Who knows how many feet tall with all kinds of eyeballs on your derriere. So yeah,
we have an expert. Me and you know nothing about getting in shape. So
that's right.
It's all confidence. That's all it is.
Okay.
And he had that confidence right there. Move really slowly, extend your fist, draw it back, claw a little bit. Now you know jujitsu too.
There you go.
Okay. And this one directed by Rennie Harlin. And Nate, before you got here, our number 5 movie was also a Rennie Harlin movie. It's The Long Kiss Goodnight. Are you familiar with that one?
Oh, of course. That's a great one. I love the blood all over Sam Jackson throughout the movie. He's just covered. It's amazing.
See, I had to make a startling confession. I've never seen that movie. And I'm an action guy. I need to, I got to watch it this weekend.
Gina Davis kills a deer with her bare hands.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, the good thing is it's only December 12th. You still got plenty of time to catch it before.
I'm going to catch it. I'm going to talk about it. Maybe on the website, or maybe I'll come back on Geek. Maybe I'll just crash a thing like Nate did. Look, Jonathan is saying number 1. I've got my fingers crossed for Gremlins. It does have action in it. I agree. It does have action in it, but I'm not going to give you any spoilers. Oh, and Jonathan, Nate, he wants to know: have you killed a human with your bare hands?
I can neither confirm nor deny said allegation, especially on film.
I appreciate that, because I don't want to have to go testify somewhere.
Exactly.
I'd hate to have your blood on my hands also.
Uh-oh, did we lose Brain? There he is. All right, so it looks like Brain's bouncing around here.
Super action, man.
Listen, Nate, I'm just filling in for Brain because Brain's gone. But listen, Nate, you and I, we've had many adventures overseas together, and I just got to tell you, much props for Rennie Harlin. That movie was written by Shane Black. It's got all the pieces for an action movie. The fact that these two dweeboids put it at number 5 is an insult, all right, to action movies. Number 1 highest sold price for a screenplay ever. Some of it was based on my own life. A little bit of a gender swap there, but those are just factoids.
You were the little girl, weren't you?
That information cannot be confirmed or denied, my friend. That information cannot be confirmed or... Oh, there's the Brain. Listen,
I'm back.
I'm just checking your homework here, homies. I got a whole nation to look out for right now. Okay, so I'm a little too busy to be on your show, but I'll come back later. And listen,
you're also too busy to put a shirt on, so there's that.
This is my uniform, pal.
Oh, okay, well,
he was doing some naked jiu-jitsu.
When the enemies of America see me coming,
yeah,
and they hold on, I'm getting a phone call. I think it's the president.
Oh, geez.
Hold on, let's just.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Mr. President. Yeah, no, I cannot kill the Supreme Court. I can't do that.
That's right. They're on his list now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Listen, guys, I gotta go. Drop me out of this, but keep going. Let's see what number 1 is. I'm excited to see this.
Right. Yeah, I think checking Amazon so I could order The Long Kiss Goodnight kicked me out, but I'm all right now. I'm good. So what were we talking about? Die Hard 2? Yes.
That's right.
Okay, so let's do the official synopsis. Is John McClane attempts to avert disaster as rogue military operative seize control of Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C. Like you said, Ryan, the whole airport piece of it definitely gives it that Christmas feel. I think the snow obviously helps too. We get a snowmobile scene in a Die Hard, which you certainly wouldn't have had that at Nakatomi Plaza. Or I don't think you could.
That would be difficult. I think one of my favorites is this really brought in the one-liners all the way through. Even when he gets the facts from the woman at the airport, he then inappropriately asks him out on a date, and he just wiggles his ring finger. Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts.
Just the facts. Yeah.
And he has to smile longingly as he turns away.
Another thing I love about Die Hard 2 is Dennis Franz and his character. I think he adds so much to it. Button heads with McClane the whole way. He just adds a great element to it. I know we kind of had that with Paul Gleason and Robert Davi in the first one, but Franz takes it to another level. I think probably because they're in the same place together and just really button heads right there.
Well, it's a challenging role because obviously in the first movie, he's from out of town. He has no reputation. So you completely kind of understand why he's being questioned to a certain degree by the authorities that don't know who he is. By the second movie, everyone knows what happened. He's somewhat of a celebrity, Right. So you kind of have to deal with how you're going to make that work in the movie, that these guys aren't going to trust him. They're not going to believe him. Because he has a credibility now. So I think they do a good job of kind of taking that head on as to, it's an airport. This guy's got so much to deal with. He kind of doesn't like him stepping on his toes. So I think they handled that well. And just on a side note, it's really interesting to watch that movie in the scope of what it's like to go to an airport now. There's just people free walking around. People can walk right to the gate. Doors to off areas are just unlocked. It's just, that's how things were back then at an airport. So
yeah, freedom.
Right. We also get a brief, almost a cameo from Reginald Vell Johnson reprising his role as Al Powell, and he's the one who sends that all-important fax that opens up the, as you said, inappropriate hitting. Come on, this is a married man, and this woman is working, and she's, come on. I hope her supervisor saw that. So yeah, we also have Bonnie Bedelia, who's one of the people who's flying into Dulles International Airport, which is why John is there to begin with. So again, it makes sense while he's there, and he just once again happens to be there. And the line, how could the same shit happen to the same guy twice? Perfect. So it's like it was self-aware that here we go again, another Christmas with the McClane family.
And it wasn't outplayed yet, like it's got kind of in even every other sequel. So you still kind of believed it at that point.
Yeah, I love all the smoking that goes on as well. Smoking in the
whole airport is just like
airport. Yeah, it's just like, man, shit's getting crazy. I'm gonna light up. Go ahead and do that. That's cool. We accept that as the thing you should do at this point in America's history.
And I love that we get Franco Nero as one of our villains, not portraying a ninja like he did in Enter the Ninja. I think he's a little bit more believable in this role. I think it's more his actual voice as well, because he certainly didn't have his voice in Enter the Ninja. Have you ever seen that one, Nate?
I have not.
You need now. I'm going to put one on your list. You need to check out Enter the Ninja, Canon Films, probably one of their first hits. And it's Jonathan London telling us some more stuff.
Who was the senator who was working as in Die Hard 2 here?
Oh yeah, what's his name? And he's legit.
He's had a lot of roles. He was on Law and Order quite often.
Yeah.
And every time I see him, I'm like, man, don't you have a country you should be running? And instead, here you are in a Die Hard film.
He's multitasking like a super action man, I think. Well, yeah, this man's Fred Thompson.
Yeah.
Fred Dalton Thompson. Yes, an actual senator. And yeah, I guess that's good, though. You kind of get that he's an authority vibe, which you should, because he's a senator. He is an authority on something.
Well, I guess we're used to our politicians spending most of the day tweeting and golfing. So Die Hard appearance, that's not that big a deal, I suppose.
Right. Back then that would be nothing now, just a brief appearance in Die Hard. But yeah, he's a big part of it. And who else do we got in? Oh, of course you have William Atherton, who is the reporter, who is just one of the worst human beings ever on film. Just a horrible. He always plays that character, though. Obviously, this is something he brought in from Die Hard. Ghostbusters, he was the same way. Just a pain in the ass. As I said, I think his name should be William Asselton, not Atherton, because that's what he excels at. Talk about being typecast, but he does a great job of it every time.
He kind of gets a little bit of a face turn in this one, to a degree, like not completely, but as being and stuck on the plane and kind of ends up somewhat saving the day and doing kind of by backhanded tactics. He gets a little bit of a face turn. I don't know if I'd call it a complete baby face turn, but
Well,
yeah.
in my world, we call that face a punchable face.
Yes,
very much so. A
And it was
punchable
nice
face
to
turn.
see him
There you go.
Get shocked a little bit. That was
yeah,
good.
the little lady got hers on him. That was great. That was a great piece. And a notable henchman. You know, what's an action movie without henchmen? A young Robert Patrick, pre T2. Robert Patrick has a brief little time in Die Hard 2. Always fun to see that.
Dipping his toes in the water before. Really.
Yeah.
And didn't he have the good line? What do I look like to you? A sitting duck?
Yeah.
Blam, blam, blam.
And yes, we are going to mention John Amos, who is the kind of the Trojan horse almost of this movie. He comes in, is like, oh yeah, he's one of the good guys, but no, he's really working for Esperanza, Franco Nero's character. And yeah, that was great. I remember, you know, I bought that hook, line, and sinker the first time. I saw this in the theater, I remember, and I'm like, all right, John Amos is here, and everything's good, and McClane's got some backup this time, and he turned on everybody, and I was pissed. John Amos, you pulled the wool over my eyes, Amos.
Well, the movie really kind of kicks. He's kind of what jump starts the movie to where it really just gets intense, because now you've brought military weaponry and personnel into it. Everything kind of really kicks off at that point.
Right, and the whole McClane, Dennis Franz thing, he kind of sides with McClane on it and kind of legitimizes him, where before they were just basically ready to, you know, kick him out the door and see you tomorrow type thing. So that adds to it. Yeah, like you said, everything really kicks up a notch when the John Amos character shows up.
Oh, he's such a great authority figure.
Yeah.
He just leans in and stares at you and, all right, I'll go fight terrorists, whatever you want me to do. I'm fine with that.
Right. Well, I mean, he's the type of man who could open up a restaurant very similar to McDonald's and get away with it without any kind of. I mean, you would think McDonald's would be on that and shut that down right away.
Even if the lawyer showed up to talk to him, they would have just turned around.
He don't care. Yeah, he gets out. He gets out. So yeah, John Amos, you don't want to mess with him.
He also played like the main military commander on the West Wing, so that's practically actually having the role.
Yeah, yeah, and 7.2 rating on IMDb for Die Hard 2. As I said, we keep going incrementally up as we go down this list. So,
and the important thing is Bruce Willis got put on the poster this time.
Yes, he did. That's a good point, because yeah, the first movie, who the hell was Bruce Willis? Some TV guy, and he proved himself there. And
they didn't even put him on the poster. It was just Nakatomi Plaza.
Yeah. Well, this time it was Die Hard 2, Die Harder, as it's often known. Number 3 on our top 5 action Christmas movies. Let's go into number 2, gentlemen. It was released on March the 6th, 1987. It is Lethal Weapon, Mel Gibson, Danny Glover, directed by one of my all-time favorites, Richard Donner, who, of course, is the mastermind behind the first Superman movie, one of my all-time favorites. This movie was, it just kind of made the buddy cop genre a thing. Obviously, there have been buddy cops before, Nate, but this one kind of cemented that this was a thing in movies.
Oh, yeah. And the burned out Vietnam veteran who's can't decide if he's going to eat a bullet or end crime in America. What a great telling.
And Danny Glover kind of at that point just hoping to coast out until he gets to retirement and just,
He's the epitome. He's the guy that started the I'm too old for this shit.
Yeah, and that's his line, and it's his line forever.
Yep. And once you hit around 45 or so, as I can attest to, that line comes out quite often.
I'm right there with you, Nate. I'm right there with you. I'd say that many mornings of my life now. So that's the way it goes. But yeah, I mean, Mel Gibson, tremendous in here. I mean, he had obviously been in the Road Warrior movies and everything, but I think this is the movie here that really made him an A-list star in Hollywood, because obviously with Road Warrior, a lot of that was Australia and just kind of being imported. This was his chance to really shine in a big Hollywood production.
Have more than 3 lines, yeah.
Yeah. That helps,
right?
Too.
And it's similar. We talk about this kind of moment often when we're talking about, especially action stars that kind of start in a somewhat genre way, whether it be fantasy or post-apocalyptic or sci-fi. That time when they transition to like a more modern, play an everyday man, in America or whatever. that's a huge step to nail, because then your career just opens up after that point. That's like that defining line where you can either do whatever you want, or you're just going to be typecast in genre films for the rest of your career. So I mean, he had to nail this role. They had to get this right, and of course, history says he did. So
yeah, it certainly did. And we also get Gary Busey as the villain, who, I mean, I'm torn about Gary Busey because, I mean, he's great because he can play both villain and hero, depending on the movie. Which do you prefer, Nate? Heel or babyface Gary Busey?
I like him just as he is, just a little bit of craziness. You don't know what you're going to get. Give me a lighter, I'll burn myself, or maybe we'll fight to the death, or maybe I'm going to order egg frittata. You don't know with this guy.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got crazy. He's believable as crazy, Ryan Campbell.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a small pool of actors that can pull that off. The kind of Nick Cage, Gary Busey.
You notice they have something in common.
Right, definitely. I can't quite put my finger on what it is, but there's something there.
Typecast.
They're
crazy.
That they can carry a movie as the hero, and they could be the tweener, and they can just be the lunatic villain. And the directors that know how to play with that, I think, really use them to their best abilities.
And I think we've heard enough of Mel Gibson and his crazy rants on the phone to know that he also kind of slides into the crazy zone.
Yeah, he learned a little something from Gary Busey, I think.
Yeah, and Mel Gibson continuing the Christmas action tradition this year with the movie Fat Man. I don't know if anybody's seen that one, but he actually plays Santa Claus, and I believe he's like an assassin.
We reviewed it on our site, didn't we?
It is on bulletproofaction.com. You could check that out. Our good friend Todd Gaines reviewed that one for us on Bulletproof Action. So Mel Gibson, he loves Christmas and he loves action, which I guess, I'm not going to say it. All right. So I'm going to keep it there. Tom Atkins is in this movie, and I don't know if Matt's going to want to jump in here because I'm about to talk a little bit about horror movies, because I heard that the way Tom Atkins got this gig on Lethal Weapon is because Richard Donner saw his work in Night of the Creeps. Specifically, the scene where he's kind of sitting there drinking, smoking, has the gas running on his in his kitchen, and he's about to go out. He's kind of in that Mel Gibson situation in that movie where he's about ready to cash in his chips. And there's Matt. Say his name. He's like Candyman. You only have to say it once.
Tom Atkins is great, man. Like, not just Night of the Creeps. I mean, Halloween 3 Season the Witch, which is finally getting the respect that it's always deserved. I mean, he crushes it in that too. Tom Atkins, A-OK in our book. The whole horror movie night cinematic universe of all of our other horror podcasts, we all talk about how, Tom Atkins, one sexy motherfucker from the 80s for sure. It's the mustache.
Yes.
It's
the mustache. Yeah, it definitely looks better with the mustache than without. Halloween 3, you get to see a little bit more Tom Atkins than you're used to, ladies. So check it out if you haven't. And
that's an awkward casting of him and the girl that's like clearly 20 years younger than Tom Atkins.
Right.
Very uncomfortable.
Magic.
All right, and Super Action Man has chimed in here, Nate. He wants you to mention something about Zombie Cage, since we kind of went into this little horror offshoot.
Well, Zombie Cage Fighter is the story of my life, where you have to potentially fight a zombie in a cage if you're a burned out kind of a loser fighter that's still trying to put food on the table in such a crazy genre. And it's kind of a period piece. It really reaches across genres. People are talking about it all over the world. It's quite moving, I'd have to say. There's talk of an Oscar.
Oh, well,
Oscar Meyer Wiener being sure if somebody will, come watch it at my house with me.
Well, that sounds like a wonderful time, I'm sure. We also have some notable henchmen in this one. We've got Arnold's good friend, Sven Ole Thorsen, but I think more notable is Mr. Al Leong with the whole electrocution scene. Probably one of the most memorable scenes of this movie, Nate.
It's great. And as someone who's been electrocuted many times, that's unpleasant. It's quite unpleasant. I used to be a sign electrician.
Okay.
And you never quite knew if the sign was completely off, and licking the socket was a solid way to tell. Not overly recommended, but yeah, unpleasant. That'll get me to say anything. I will talk.
All right. Ryan Campbell.
Yes, sir.
One of the things I found interesting, a little Christmas connection here, and all these years, I didn't realize, it just struck me when I was putting together our outline here. Darlene Love, who plays Trish Murtaugh, Danny Glover's wife,
right,
was actually a singer. That's the singer Darlene Love, who probably her most famous hit, or at least the one I always remember most, Christmas, Baby Please Come Home, which kicks off Gremlins. And I know Gremlins obviously is a great movie to talk about too, because it also takes place during Christmas time.
It does. And since we are at number 2, I guess I'll crush John's heart here that Gremlins is not on our list.
It did not make the official list.
It did not make the list, even though, and I was really surprised that to me it falls in the action movie realm. It has everything. It's the small town. It kind of has some horror. It has some monster film, some good old wholesome, down to earth America Christmas. To me, it's on my. I was shocked when I saw the list that it wasn't on there, but Gremlins is up there. I think for me for Christmas action movies. It's on the Ryan list.
On the Ryan list, not on the official list. Another thing I want to talk about with Lethal Weapon, would we have had Bad Boys? Would we have had the Rush Hour movies without Lethal Weapon?
Boy, that's a good question. It really changed the way America, if not the world, looked at action movies and how they can have heart, soul with witty dialogue. It's a memorable time for, I think, everyone involved. Is that plausible? Did I pull that off?
Yeah, that was excellent. Excellent analysis, sir. And another movie I think, and it's kind of ironic, I feel like Die Hard with a Vengeance kind of borrowed some from the Lethal Weapon formula with Sam Jackson and Bruce Willis. Which, if any movie has the right to steal from another movie, it's a Die Hard sequel.
Right.
Because
no one's gonna complain about that one.
Right.
So.
They've been pilfered so many times. It's like, no, it's our turn to steal an idea. So again, Lethal Weapon, great movie, 7.6 rating on IMDb. Guys, we are about to get to number 1, but let's recap the first 4 movies. We had The Long Kiss Goodnight, number 5, Batman Returns, number 4, Die Hard 2, number 3, Lethal Weapon, number 2, and honestly, there really could only be one number 1. And I know, personal favorites aside, it's hard to argue that July 20th, 1988, it came out, it hit theaters, it was the original Die Hard. And as Jonathan is pointing out, Shane Black wrote 3 out of 5 of these movies.
He did.
Shane Black, what his contributions to the action genre cannot be understated. He changed action movies.
Yeah, we did our countdown of number 1 kind of all time for most people. He wrote that one too.
Yeah. So if you don't know what Die Hard's about, folks, it's an NYPD police officer tries to save his wife and several others taken hostage by German terrorists during a Christmas party. There you go. It's keyword Christmas party at Nakatomi Plaza in Los Angeles. And obviously Nakatomi Plaza was actually the Fox building. And I think there was actually renovations going on, which is why you had some of those floors up there that were under construction. So a little wise location scouting there for the film.
Yeah, they saved a ton on location allocation for money there for the film. So good on them.
Now, wouldn't you say this was kind of groundbreaking in the way that prior to this, I feel like most of the action movies, or at least the action movies that were popular at this time, were Schwarzenegger, Stallone, Van Damme. You had these totally shredded, super athletic badasses. And then you have this guy who's just an average Joe, just a schlub who comes in and has all sorts of wacky adventures. And I think that's what made so many people just be like, no, I can relate to this guy. Him and me, we're the same. I could have a beer with that guy.
And I think that's why he wasn't on the poster.
Exactly. Yeah, the early screenings and stuff that they were doing and executives looking at just the one shots, because before this Bruce Willis was doing romantic comedies. So they did not think it would sell putting him on the poster, so they just started with a tagline and the image of Nakatomi Plaza. I think when they did a re-release towards the end of, or in like January, February, that's when they changed the poster and put that image of his face turned on it. But yeah, before the movie release, leading up to the release date, he wasn't on the poster because they didn't think it would sell.
Yeah, and yeah, because again, to Nate's point, we were used to seeing these larger than life Arnold on the poster, like the Commando poster. I think is iconic. It's just Arnold, let's party, and it's just it's like whoa, okay, or one of the old Rambo posters.
And important to note, he was like the 5th choice for this film too. So there's a long list of guys.
There's a lot of strange. I want to say like even Frank Sinatra's name was linked to this at one point. From like there was all kinds of weird things.
Yeah, because the movie from the book rights of what it originally was that got licensed to a movie was like it was a 20-year process or something really long. And I think Frank put money down in the beginning of it to make it a movie under the agreement that he would play the main character. Of course, that was a whole different, main character, I think, at the point. But it's a pretty interesting story of just how this movie came together.
Well, and I brought up Commando. There's even the story that Die Hard was going to be the second Commando, and it was supposed to star Arnold. There's that old, whether that's legitimate or not, or just one of those internet urban legends. Who knows?
Ho, ho, ho. How do you do ho, ho, ho in an Arnold voice?
I don't know.
You flipped the words, yeah.
Machine gun. Ah.
Does he say ho, ho, ho and jingle all the way? I'll have to go back and watch and see if he says it at some point.
Do that research, Ryan.
All right.
That's the type of quality research we need.
What am I Saturday afternoon doing?
All right.
We have your wife. Give her back.
And let's talk about the man himself, Hans Gruber. Since we've got the people with accents here, well, let's talk about Hans Gruber, played by Alan Rickman. And is there anything more iconic at the holidays than seeing Hans Gruber falling from Nakatomi Plaza? I mean,
and wasn't that taken? I think that was the first take, and he didn't know that he was going to be released. So that look of fear in his eyes was real.
100% authentic.
Well, that's the
why
way
we
to get
never
it
saw
done.
him again. He died right there, and that was
So, and again, we have Al Leong shows up again for the top 2 movies. He's in this. This one, he's eating candy bars though at the little snack shop. In this one, he's not as pure evil, not electrocuting anyone this time around, but he's there as he popped into so many movies. And what about the director here, John McTiernan, who obviously had quite a list of hits to his credit as well. I can't help but mention Predator, of course. Just a fantastic action director, Nate.
oh my God, Predator is it's such an iconic movie. I love that it's a war movie, it's an alien movie. It's just perfection. Right at that time, that genre was just chef's kiss.
Yeah. I would put Predator on this list, even though it's not a Christmas movie, but who's going to stop Predator? But it's not. But again, yeah, Predator deserves to be on top of any list you want to put it on. It's that damn good.
It will just show up.
Doesn't First Blood happen at Christmas time too?
First Blood does. Yeah, there's some Cobra.
That's
So
right.
yeah, there's a lot of movies
We
that
had a
again.
discussion about this, I think, last time that we were having like a trip, that we thought maybe it was because adding Christmas lights to the decorations just added some sort of lighting to scenery. Like, why do all these movies that don't really need to be set at Christmas time just decide to set it at Christmas time?
Or is that just when they're filming? Is it better rates if you film at Christmas time? Like the real big, I don't know. That sounds like a Jonathan London question. He's our Hollywood insider. Has he got something, or maybe Super Action Man? He's the fact checker. I don't. Oh, there you go.
Listen, you little punks. I've been around this a long time, and I've been on the sets of many action movies. Here's a little trick, all right? You ever notice how LA streets are always wet? That's so that the lights reflect on the ground. You get yourself a full image with depth of field. Also, at night, if you ever look at Los Angeles, well, during the mid-'80s and '90s when these movies were made, there weren't that many buildings downtown. A lot of businesses had moved to the west side. So what they had to do in production was go around and give $20 to each security guard to make sure they turned their lights back on in those buildings so you could get a full skylight for those badass rooftop action scenes. And that's a little behind the scenes. Listen, if you can't talk action movies without going to me, because you know what? I love you guys, but I don't even know where you guys live in this beautiful country of America. But it ain't Hollywood, and much of these movies were made based on my life, Nate's life, and action heroes like ourselves who flex every day to let people know America's number one, baby. Listen, I love you guys, and I love this time of year, but I just want to say Happy Hanukkah. Christmas isn't just the only holiday, and I got to tell you, when I see somebody dressed in red starting to sneak into Americans' homes, first thing I think is Putin's up to his old crap again. All right. The second thing I think is, damn, someone beat me to that house. I was going to go in there and do a little surveillance. Chris, I've been in your house. I see what's up there. You're on notice, okay, pal?
All right,
Nate and I may be knocking on your door pretty soon. But listen, I want to say happy holidays to all of y'all. I got to go back and deal with this whole DC situation. This guy is steaming, all right? And I got to go punch him back into a game show somewhere. All right, I love you guys. Thank you. And hey, be big brothers and big sisters to some people, okay? Just like America is big brother, big sister to the entire world, all right? That's what we are, okay? I got to take this phone call, Matt. Hold on, right here. Oh, yeah, what do you want? Yeah, hey, hold on. Yeah, see you guys later. Wait, hold on. I'm getting bad reception. Okay, talking to these dweebs online. Yeah, I'll be right there. Yeah, okay, all right, bye.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
And yeah, a great reminder though.
Why
that
we bring the
it's
experts on?
to donate to the Big Brothers and Big Sisters. We're still at $294 based on what I just saw there. So let's get it up to an even 300 before this podcast shuts down, folks.
Please, that's why they have us on.
$6. That ain't,
we're asked
that
to
ain't
come
much.
back.
Yeah. All right. So Die Hard was number one. Most copied movie ever. Can we say that?
I think so, in the way that if you can get younger people, even younger than I, to go back and watch a movie and they think it's boring or whatever because they've seen all that stuff before, not realizing that that's the one that started it. I think that's the telltale thing. Like, oh yeah, this is so just generic. I've seen all this in movies. Like, no, that's because they did it first and everybody copied on that. It's like that.
Well, and 30 years later, it still has such a great pop culture reference. How many shows out there are just constantly referencing Die Hard? It's made it smart.
Even that Die Hard battery commercial that's airing currently with where Bruce Willis plays John McClane. I mean, it's because everyone knows what he's doing there, and obviously the Die Hard connection there. So, yeah, Die Hard definitely deserving of its number one spot here on our Christmas action countdown list. And I think we have about 10 minutes left, so let's get into some maybe honorable mentions. I know, Ryan, you mentioned we talked a little Gremlins. A movie that I wanted to talk about is probably one maybe a lot of people don't know about. It's a 1996 movie called Riot, and it stars Gary Daniels and Sugar Ray Leonard, of all people. And they play some sort of soldiers of some sort, helping an ambassador's daughter is kidnapped. But the great thing I like about this, there's two scenes that always stick out to me. There's a bar fight that has a hip-hop version of Joy to the World playing, which that alone is worth watching. And there's also a scene early on where neighbors next to Gary Daniels' character, they're two kids waiting for their mom to come home from work, but there's riots going on in the street, so she's obviously delayed. So the son decides he's going to make his own frozen pizza, and he puts the whole box in there. Like, come on.
Kids are idiots.
I mean, that's the most idiotic thing ever. I mean, I understand you're a kid, but have you ever seen your mother bring the pizza out in the box?
I have cooked it on the cardboard circle before.
Right. I'd get the cardboard circle. I'd also know, Ryan Campbell, personally, that you've cooked an entire frozen pizza, got it out of the oven, tripped, and it fell on the floor.
And I'm the only one that would eat it.
And no one wanted it.
Wouldn't have any pieces of it. I was the only one that ate any of it.
Not with all that dog hair you got at your house. I'm not eating that stuff at all. So no. So yeah, I would pick Riot as one of my notable or honorable mentions here on our countdown. Nate, do you have one that we didn't cover on our 5 that you want to talk about?
Just my favorite Christmas movie of all time is Christmas Story, and I think it slides in here because of the big fight scene where just the stream of obscenities come down as you're beating the hell out of the bully there. It's what a great empowering movie. Plus you've got the gunfight with the Red Ryder BB gun picking off the bandits one by one. That really is, to me, it's action. It's got passion, violence. So what more could you want?
Actually shot right here near me in the Cleveland area. So
That's right. Every time I visit Brain, his father always wants to take me to the Christmas Story house.
Yeah, he definitely wants to give people. I don't know if he's getting a kickback on that or he gets a piece of the action. I think this year things are slowing down, but in the past, I think he may have been like getting some kind of tour guide fee or something.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Do they have the lamp in the window?
Oh yeah, they do. You got to have the lamp in the window.
Nice.
So yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, you can. If you're in the Cleveland area, you can visit the Christmas Story house.
But yeah, that movie definitely captures, I think, what it feels like to be a kid at Christmas. No matter what time you grow up in, the lusting after that one item,
right.
The idea of like trying to sneak into your parents, or without just being obnoxious about it, but making sure they know that this is the one thing you want, all the way to like you mentioned, when he gets in the fight and he thinks his life is over and he's dead, and then it all just works itself out. And then like that one time when you're a kid and you feel like you're dead, like this is it, this is the most important thing that'll ever happen in my life. And then like your parent shows you like mercy, and at that point you're just like, you've just grown up or something. Like you guys have this connection now. That movie just nails like what it's like to be a kid. So.
Yeah, and like you said, yeah, we may not have wanted a Red Ryder BB gun, but we've all had that one thing that we were like, oh, I hope that's under the tree at Christmas time. For me, it may have been a Bobby the Brain Heenan LJN wrestling figure. I really wanted that, and I got it, so that was good.
Nice.
That was good. What do we have here? Anybody else saying anything? I don't see anything there. New? All right, Ryan Campbell, any other honorable mentions you want to do?
We had talked about it before, but Scrooge is another one that I think doesn't get a lot of love. I don't see it on, like, I think it was last year I had to go buy it on Amazon or something because it's just nowhere. Like no one plays it. All the movies, all the channels that play movies at Christmas time, and no one thinks to play Scrooge.
Yeah, I don't know why that
one of my favorites.
I don't know why that one gets overlooked. That one, of course, directed by Richard Donner, who also directed Lethal Weapon, who we talked about earlier.
And Bill Murray. Come on.
And Bill, yeah. So Scrooge is a great one. Obviously, just a retelling of the Ebenezer Scrooge tale, but done in a very late 80s way and a very good way as well. I mean, you can't Bobcat Goldthwait with the shotgun. I mean, good stuff in there. And what about, here's another one I have from the fine Canon movie library, Invasion USA. Chuck Norris. There's a terrorist on American soil, and Chuck Norris. This may be what Super Action Man was talking about, how movies were based on his life. This must have been one of those stories. You got Richard Lynch, who's an awesome bad guy, coming in with all these, I think they're all communists, Cuban, Russians, they're all aligning together, hit American soil, and Chuck Norris basically takes on an entire army on his own. There's a great scene where they're at a shopping mall, and Chuck Norris is in a pickup truck driving through said shopping mall. And it's just, that's another one, Nate. If you haven't seen that one,
I'm putting that on the list.
It's an obscure one, but yeah, it's a good one.
I would watch Chuck Norris do anything really, but driving through a shopping mall.
Yeah. Chuck Norris knows that you'll watch him do anything.
Yeah.
So first of all, I wanted to thank you guys for joining the stream and doing this segment. Also, just throwing this out there. Two of them that came to my mind. One that's very, very good. One that is horrible, but I still watch it every Christmas for some reason. First off, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang takes place at Christmas. Another Shane Black. Believe it was his first directing job. And Jaws the Revenge, also a Christmas movie.
Yeah, and I think you submitted those, Matt, when we were going for because there were some oddballs. Yeah, I said there were 27 different movies got votes, but and I think you were the only one to vote for either. Well, no, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang came close. I think it was very, very close. It was maybe if we expanded this to top 10, it would have been in there for sure.
But Jaws Revenge wasn't going to make the cut.
Jaws Revenge, no.
I mean, listen, I will stand by that movie because here's the thing. There's a lot of Christmas horror movies, but no one makes a Christmas horror movie for people who live near a beach. There's a very real danger of a shark eating you at Christmas time. Some
Yeah.
movies need to address it. Your wish did in fact come true. We did pass the $300 mark
Look at
during the
that.
last 10 minutes. There we go. So real quick, I'm going to throw Nate up on the screen. Let him do one last big pitch for Zombie Cage Fighter. Is the campaign still going for people to get a copy?
Oh, it is. Yes. Go to zombiecagefighter.com. You can click on the link there for Kickstarter and go to the page. It's the biographical horror story of my life, what I'd been through as a fighter and at the time as a single father plus zombies. But today is really about the big brothers and the big sisters. This is huge because so many kids really need some direction, need some help. So if you're able to support it all, do that.
And you heard what Nate said. He could kick your ass if you don't. Just like he could pull like an end. It's always a chance. So you could pull the end of Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back and just go house to house.
Love that. Love that. I've fantasized about that many times. So, Love Slave 69. You thought my fight wasn't that entertaining?
Well, thank you so much, Nate. I'm going to drop you out here real quick. And then Chris and Brian, one last final pitch. Where can people go to check out more Bulletproof podcasts?
Well, you got bulletproofaction.com, and that's where you want to go for everything. We have something new on there each and every day. Reviews, features, and yes, you will also find the link to the Bulletproof Podcast every other Tuesday. You can also get the Bulletproof Podcast, obviously, on Geekscape, because we are a proud member of the Geekscape family.
That's right. We got the Mandalorian season finale coming up this Friday that I'll be reviewing. So
that is correct. And we got a lot of new releases coming up here. A lot of VOD releases, obviously, due to the situation that we're in right now. But yeah, check it out. And we also like to go do some throwbacks as well. Just go back in time and check out action movies of the past that maybe you may have missed out on, or maybe you just forgot about. So check it out, bulletproofaction.com. And it's been great. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, Ryan. I know I'm not going to get my usual Christmas visit with you this year. So
bummer.
This may be the closest we get this year.
Probably, yeah.
You could still send me cash, though. I'm not offended by that. All right,
Matt.
Matt.
See what I can do.
All right. Well, thank you guys. As we've been doing all day, we'll go to a quick minute of commercial interruption. And then when we come back, it is going to be time for I Can't Believe. Oh, that's the wrong side. I Can't Believe I Did That. And it will be with some of your favorite original Geekscape members. All right. So let's cut to those commercials.
Mr. Sister, I want you to tell me, no, better yet, stand up and tell the class, what do you want to do with your life?
All right, we are back. And just once again, let's do a quick refresh and see where we're at. We are still sitting at that $319 donation. Feel free using support.mentornj.org, mentornj.org to donate. Our goal is to get to $2,000 before the end of this live stream. That is enough money for 1 year of placing a big brother with a little brother. But now enough of me. Let's bring in Jonathan London, the podfather, the king of Geekscape. Do you want to introduce the other three people that are joining us on this live stream? Because they're two of your oldest friends, and one is a girlfriend. So I think it's only right.
Real quick, I just want to say, amazing job, dude. We are over $300 on our way to $2,000 on this charity live stream. And you know what? I'm going to get a little holiday schmaltzy for you, but it just makes my heart burst to know that this little thing that we started 15 years ago with two of the people that are waiting to be on the show right now has turned into something where we can make a difference like this. I'm just watching the interactions online, whether it's on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook or Twitch, and I'm just loving that we built this little thing that can make a difference for people. So that's really awesome. And again, if anybody watching this or listening can go and support our friends at Big Brothers Big Sisters, the link is on the screen, as Matt kind of clumsily spelled it, support.mentornj.org. Go there and see what you can do. And also, you can also volunteer at your local Big Brothers Big Sisters of America and be a mentor, be a big brother or big sister to somebody who needs it. As we heard at the very beginning of this whole thing, these kids from the ages of 6 up through high school, a lot of them need mentorship. And hey, I've been providing it for 15 years. Let's bring out our good friends, Brian Gilmore and Ben Dunn, who were part of this from the very beginning. Brian Gilmore and I started this thing on Laura's couch, and he was part of the very first episode. Look at him there. And Ben Dunn was also part of the very first episode because we went to visit him in Seattle, and we went to his local comic book store, and Ben was part of that show as well, which is amazing. I asked Ian Kerner to be here, and Ian just says he's just too busy watching the last Mandalorian episode for the 38th time and breaking it down shot by shot, so he won't be joining us. But yeah, that's pretty amazing that you guys are joining me here 15 years later. Brian, did you think we'd be dead by this point?
Yeah. How many years has it been? When I refer to like doing Geekscape, like at this point, I know it's more than a decade. Oh shit! Really?
There's 15? A 1 and there's a 5.
Oh my god! I've been saying like 12, 11 years, something like that. But that's like when people like last decade kept saying the 90s was 20 years ago, and so goddamn, we're getting old.
Yeah. Well, I just tell people I'm still 24. I look it right. These gray hairs are all Trump. Like, yeah, this is all Trump's presidency. And Ben Dunn, Ben Dunn looks like he broke into a car to sleep last night.
This is what Ben Dunn woke up this morning. So
I've been on set for this feature that I've been producing for no less than 9 days, and I don't know what my home looks like anymore.
Ben, like by producing, do you mean like you're on set producing with the mechanics, or were you part of developing the project as well?
I'm just I came in last minute for this, so I'm just on set right now for this one.
What I'm looking for is an excuse to bring you back at the culmination of the project, in the release of the project, to be on Geekscape to talk about it. But if you're not personally invested in it, fuck it, let's just bring you on anyway and just have you be a part of it. And good luck to everybody on set in making this project.
I have a bunch of other stuff that I've been coming to promote. We have one of my shorts just got into our first festival, so that's exciting. We actually got 2.
All right.
So, yeah.
Speaking of people making the festival rounds, I'm going to ship this next person to India, where our film Chasing Fletcher Allen is premiering in May. They are actually holding the festival. Let's keep in mind, India has the second largest amount of infections published to the United States, and Heidi wants to see an elephant. So I'm shipping her to India.
He loves you. Just like make up little. That's not exactly how our conversation went. But I said you never know with the vaccine. Maybe it will be safe to go, and who knows? They may actually change it too. At the moment, that's what they've decided to do. But it's premiering. Yeah, it's I guess it's our first international premiere.
It is. If there's anything I love about you, it's that you have just this boundless amount of hope. Like the hope that a population of India will be vaccinated by May. It's just, Heidi, it's beautiful. I love it. I love how positive
they have fewer cases than we do right now, and they have more people. So
yeah.
Thanks, sweetie. Hey, I don't know that I've ever met. I don't know that I've ever met Brian. So I should meet Brian really quick.
I'm Brian Gilmore.
Yeah, that's been by design.
There we go.
You know?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Hi, Ben. Nice
This
to
point, this is as long as he could have gone.
Heidi, let's just.
He did his
Sorry.
best. The
Let
only
me
thing he's
just-
gonna say, everyone he introduced me to from now on is just like, I did my best. And now I'm very sorry. That's very nice.
The best thing about this is Matt Kelly still wants to play a game. Anyway, so Heidi, let me just.
Like, I've been looking at all the. Is that the one who posts on Instagram?
Yeah, let me just.
You
Matt,
can tell.
Matt,
You can tell.
Matt, you stay the hell out of this.
I have the ability to mute Brian, which is a big plus. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know he's.
Heidi, let me just Heidi, let me just put out the timeline for you. Shortly after Gilmore and Ben met through Geekscape, Gilmore started dating Ben's sister, and I had to actually ask Gilmore and Ben separately, "Are y'all good? Because we're thinking about doing this whole segment on Saturday. Y'all good?" So that's why you haven't met Gilmore. He is a you know how larvae like get into things and they hatch eggs. That is our resident Gilmore. He is our little Geekscape larva.
Oh, so
You
he's
thought it
just
was
a
Matt.
little cute little baby.
He's just a little baby.
like
cute.
little
Oh my God.
back there.
Do you also
So
want to play
wait.
this game?
When I met Brian was like what, 21? So that means how old are you now, Brian?
I am
72.
35 years old.
He doesn't
Oh my
look a
God.
day over 60. Anyway,
Funny. You guys are
I grew up
hilarious.
fast.
You're watching the Geekscape Network.
you're watching the Geekscape Network.
That's my voice at the end.
We know.
Yeah, no, but I knew it was Matt because like almost every other story on Instagram is misspelled in some way, shape, or form. And it brought me back to like a nostalgia because I haven't been a part of Geekscape for more than 8 years probably now, and like, it's such a thing where like my immediate reaction was like, oh, I should probably like immediately the first thing I wanted to text this account that just followed me, by the way, was YOU_RE for like a simple for like a very simple thing. And it's like, okay, that's fine. And I did it because I'm like, I am done, I think. I'm done getting on Matt's case for how the English language failed him.
Is this a thing? I didn't even know
Public
this.
school system that failed me, Gilmore.
Just to remind everybody, if you don't want kids to end up like Matt, please donate at the bottom of the screen. You're going to see a link for Big Brothers Big Sisters. They need your help, and we have 9 supporters, over $300 towards stopping more Matts from being created. Because listen, be a
assembly line of Matts just getting dumber.
Actually, hold on a second. Number just went up.
Yay!
I've missed all of this. I've missed all of you. Matt, I have no idea how you've stuck around this long.
Blind hope. Blind hope that it'll work out one day.
What else are you gonna do? What else are you gonna do? What, I
That's
mean,
true.
wait.
Well,
but
one of the
look
things we
at how
could do
much.
is play a card game called.
Okay, put the game up.
No,
Listen,
you know, Matt's essentially stayed back in what is basically the ice truck of
Ben, isn't this cool though, Ben? Like, look at this. We didn't have all these fun bells and whistles.
Yeah, no, this is really nice. I like the graphic. Everything looks nice. The producing is great. And yeah, it seems really cool. The logo's the same, which is nice. I'm wearing my Super Action Man shirt, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, we got all these shirts.
And you can mute me whenever you want.
It's never called.
And Nerdist also never called Matt.
Thank goodness, right?
You guys got it. You guys got any more of those
It's fine.
internships?
It's gone now, so
Is it gone? I thought it was
I'm
still
gonna tell
around.
you, John. You've outlasted Geek and Sundry. You've outlasted Nerdist. Let's just be honest. Nerdist is done. What's the other ones? Amy Poehler's Nerdy Girls. G-Force trying to take.
Are you
it
just
back,
naming
but I don't
Comic-Con parties?
Machinima?
Shit. Yeah, let's see. Nerd HQ.
So
just stop naming the fact that the entire digital industry just kind of crashes every 3 years.
let's be clear. Who's the real larva around here?
Yeah. It's a pot calling the kettle black. Like, you guys are like the cockroaches of podcasting. Whenever I tell anyone I did a podcast, I guess 15 years ago, it sounds like they had those back then. Like, I guess they did, and we did it, which is ridiculous.
I just distributed it on LimeWire. It was tight.
Yeah. Every episode had like 200 different like trial names.
All right. Ben, Brian, Heidi, Matt, I'm sorry. It's time to play the game. I think we should do this.
All right,
Let's do it.
We played the last time we played this game was on an episode of Geekscape, and Jonathan shared the most depressing story I've ever heard in my entire life. So this is
Was it like funny depressing, or was it
no. It was really bad.
It was really good. It was just also very sad.
It was very sad.
Yeah.
So
he
this
told
is
the story really well. It just bummed the whole stream out.
Totally.
Okay.
So this is from the podcast Mortified. They put out a game called I Can't Believe That I Did That. And it's a storytelling game where I'm going to draw a random card. And this random card, this is perfect for us. A moment when you were completely obnoxious. The most offensive story wins.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Who wants to start this one?
Good at being obnoxious. Let me think.
Yeah, and I think
have
the
notes.
hallmark of me is that I don't know when I'm doing it. Like, why would I have this story?
Maybe Jonathan can tell you
Did
when
we
I
mention 15 years of this? There's a lot to pick, and I can actually argue that I'm at 42 years of this. Well, Jesus.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Nice to see you.
Big Yanks
My name
dropping
is
big
Big Yank.
bombs. Okay. Ben, how are you feeling? You're silent on this one. How do you feel about this outing yourself as the most obnoxious moment you've ever had?
Oh, I don't know.
Whew. I'm trying to think.
Just say you're on set 5 more times. You'll hit it.
Yeah, exactly. Shut up.
Did I mention I'm on set? I'm here in my trailer. Is that a pillow and a blanket in the background, Ben?
Waiting to pick up.
He has his sun guard up so he can take a nap because that's his house.
It's very glamorous.
Where's Joe?
Hollywood life.
He just logs off.
I knew why I left this shit.
I think
pops
probably
up from behind him.
the only thing that's jumping to my mind is the most obnoxious I've ever been was accepting a producing role on Geekscape, the radio, when we were at the radio station. I didn't actually do shit.
No, don't say that, Ben. Don't say that, Ben. I don't want to go all serious, but I think there's always like a balance, and I think Katie and I are finding a balance as she's my co-host currently. And we're finding a balance too, and it's just you're great, Ben. I always sometimes I just like people there for the support, and if all they do is laugh or say a couple jokes here and there, that's definitely enough. And we all know that's all Gilmore provided. So,
Yeah.
I'm definitely
okay.
The most obnoxious moment for me, I think, was when early on in my living in Los Angeles, when Gilmore and I both lived in Culver City. I would spend multiple times, I think this was before he started dating my sister, maybe it was after, I'm not sure, but multiple drunken nights passed out on his couch. And there was one night that a squirrel somehow got into his kitchen.
A squirrel.
Oh,
squirrel.
Do you remember the squirrel that came through the kitchen vent and started rampaging around your apartment? And I screamed so loud, like the little 14-year-old girl I was, and went busting into Gilmore's bedroom, and he was butt-ass naked, covered in chicken wings. And I would come out of his room to go take care of the squirrel. I think that might have been the most obnoxious one because I just didn't care. Also, I wanted to.
You were?
Yeah, so I walked out of the room, and Ben is there, a grown man, just screaming at the top of his lungs that something's wrong, something's in here, there's something in here. And then I go to my living room. Literally, how I solved the problem is I calmly opened the door, and the way that story ends is a man got woken up by another man. Man 2 opened the door. End of crisis. Like, that was fine. That was fine.
Wait, there's a part of the story where you said you went into Brian's room and he was covered in chicken wings?
But naked, except for
covered in chicken wings. Okay, I do know what I think you meant, which is hilarious because I remember this to this day. I had eaten a rotisserie chicken the night before, and I had the bone on a small plate that I didn't bother to take back to the kitchen. And so I was like sleeping, and at the time I had a mattress on the floor because I was sweaty warm. And so, like, I put the chicken next to it, but the chicken like started getting cold and reacting, so it started oxidizing, and it looked like I just skinned and eaten a pigeon with my bare hands for breakfast before Ben got up. Like,
I don't even understand.
Austin's screaming, and after the ruckus was over, Ben definitely like was just like, it looks like you just ate and killed a pigeon. After just screaming at the cutest animal that's ever been in my apartment. Like,
that's funny.
Hey, you dated my sister, you son of a bitch.
Jesus. I mean, I'll go, I guess. So try to save it.
Something made you think of something, and you're like, I need to go now.
So I think that beyond pretty much my entire personality in my 20s, when I basically was hired by Geekscape to be obnoxious at Comic-Con every year, just screaming at passersby for 6 straight days from morning until night, just coming up with stupid ways to convince someone to grab a postcard from us. That's it. I got nothing. John or Brian.
Well, next summer we're covering you in chicken wings.
I just like that I was covered in chicken wings. Like, I imagined too many chicken wings. Like,
I imagine buffalo sauce all over you.
I like that the story.
So much sauce.
Somehow the story was over with opening the door, and I was like, "No, hold up, hold up."
I wanted to just pass right through that. I don't want to dwell on that. It's just chicken things on the floor.
Heidi, you live with me. What would you say is your entry into the game? For
My
me,
story?
your story, or for me? Because I mean, I live a life of just obnoxious behavior. It is nonstop rep. I mean, can't stop, won't stop.
Yeah, like what are the non-obnoxious things I've done? Like that's a shorter list.
That's a much shorter list. Even when I sleep, I snore and I'm obnoxious. So like I don't
That's
know.
not obnoxious though. Like, come on, that's just
Oh,
snoring.
It is. It's very.
I mean, there was the other night where you were falling asleep. You were asleep and you rolled over, and suddenly, and it was dark, and I had just fallen asleep, and he went, oh, oh, and he jumped up and like started like screaming at the air. And I didn't know what the hell was. I was like, what happened? And he swore that he'd woken up and seen like a giant spider on his hand, but he had it. He just
In retrospect,
retrospect,
it was one of the spiders that from Ralph McQuarrie's imagination that was in the Mandalorian episode earlier this season.
Oh, right.
It was next to my head in my sleep, and I woke up like I swore it was there. It was smacking at everything near me.
Yeah, but that's not that. That's come on. That's not the most obnoxious.
On the Jonathan scale, that's not it.
Yeah, but it was. I'm scared of spiders. That's what surprised me about it. He was the one that was freaking out, but I'm the one that's really scared of them.
Heidi, what would you say is your most obnoxious moment ever?
Well, I did think of something, but it's kind of sad though, like the outcome of it though, because I was in high school and my sister and we would get. I see this with you and Paul, Jonathan. Like when you get together, and I think it's with siblings, they just get really goofy. You know what I mean? And you just start laughing, and nobody gets your jokes. But you just become so obnoxious. And we were out to eat with our mom and my stepdad, and her name's Tisha. Tisha and I were just goofing off, and we started to take the piss out of my mom because our family does that. Like we tease each other. But my mom must not have been in the mood that night because she was laughing. She was laughing at us. She was laughing at us. And then she started to cry.
Oh, sorry. That's when you
And
know
Tisha and I were
that's
like,
when you win the game.
Tisha and I were like, and my stepdad looks at us and he goes, I told y'all to stop because she wasn't feeling it. But he didn't say feeling it, but you know what I mean? Like, that was probably the most obnoxious I've ever been because I made my own mother cry because I was just teasing her, but you know,
I'm going to award bonus points to Heidi because it was in public. It was in public, which goes a long way.
And
in
you
this
know
game.
Barbara and Bruce, so it's not easy to make my mom cry. She's not a crier. So.
No,
And
she takes a
and
punch in
she-
the stomach with the
when
best
she-
of them.
When she started crying, she was like, and I've been shopping for Christmas presents for you all day. It was just the worst. Like, I felt awful. I felt awful.
I just thought of Brian Gilmore's most obnoxious moment, at least for me.
Because I have nothing. That's the thing. I don't know when I'm at. Tell me it.
I can't, Ben, you might have to help me with this, but I believe the story was essentially that Gilmore had the only key to a hotel room at San Diego Comic-Con that was supposed to house like 7 people, and they all just had to take refuge in John and I's room for hours waiting for Brian to come back from party hopping until 2 in the morning.
Excuse me, like 4 in the morning.
You know, in Brian's defense,
Yeah, I mean,
though-
if we're gonna go with Brian Gilmore obnoxious at Comic-Con stories, there's too many.
Yeah. In
Oh,
Brian's
God, I
Brian's
thought you said
defense,
two, and I'm like, I want to know these
Yeah.
too, because it's pretty much the entire time. That's actually what I was thinking. Is just me at Comic-Con in networking mode is like the worst version of a person. And it's just so fun to just like think about. It's like, all right, which one was obnoxious? And they're like, no, they're all about the same. And then like, maybe the answer is literally all of them. And because there's like a common denominator, and it's me and Comic-Con. But I've heard Comic-Con has changed completely since. Is it like completely different than it was when I used to go? Like,
we just swapped you out with Shane. Anyway,
oh, that's leveling up. Yeah.
That might be your obnoxious moment right there, Johnny.
The truth is, back in those early Comic-Con days, what's 7 more people in that Comic-Con room? We don't even notice them.
Yeah, it was a different time. People
We're
used to
sold into the walls in the ceiling. It was like a hive structure in those early Comic-Con rooms. So
yeah, in the early Comic-Con rooms, we spent most of them rooming with like other Geekscapists. And I think the worst year, I mean, if I can just say, our friend Stephen Prescott's most obnoxious time.
let's volunteer him into the game.
Anywhere near us. He's the worst snorer I think I've heard in my entire life, and I experienced that with all of you.
Where's
And that was
Jonathan?
Yeah. Oh no, Jonathan was fine, but paled in comparison to our friend Steven, who the entire time.
Impressive.
Yeah. He chants in like ancient Aramaic whenever he snores.
Oh,
like actual demons come out when he snores.
Just different colored ghosts.
Whoa, Gilmore. Speaking of Comic-Con and obnoxious, I don't know what you've been reading lately, Gilmore, but have you been keeping up with any werewolf lore?
No.
I don't know. Do you remember that when Ben on the drive down to San Diego one year, we were talking about like the ridiculousness of something that had to do with werewolves. I think it was a short film or a fan film.
I think we were
or
talking
something.
about the Underworld series.
There's the Underworld series, and
Ben
Ben
was on
goes,
a rant about the Underworld series.
he goes, "Where in werewolf lore is it established?" And immediately screech halt to the conversation. And Gilmore and I were just like, "That may have been the nerdiest thing ever said in this car, and it's my car."
Yeah, where it's just like, that was so nerdy in a car. Like, it was just like, oh, that was so
If you
much.
want
Because
to talk about
so much indignity, he yells just like, where in werewolf lore is it blah, blah, blah. And then, like, at the end of the sentence, we're like, oh, shit.
We need to get him one of those church signs with the yellow signs that people talk about, like walk around outside Comic-Con with, and we should just have Ben. Yeah, we should just have Ben parade the name in the name of werewolf lore and religion. Just get to walk around. I don't think people.
Yeah, with a hashtag only the lupine.
I just don't think people respect it enough. Ben's like, fuck you guys, I'm going back to set.
All right. I think
Yeah.
we've all shared a story, so we can move on to the next card. A moment when you try to attract someone with your smoothest move, the biggest flirt wins.
Gilmore.
You've, I mean, in your defense, you have the highest to climb, so you flirting is like you just go
It's like
for
a
it.
panda riding a skateboard. Yeah, like it's hard to
Gilmore
walk.
early on in me knowing Gilmore messaged me one time to see if I could find a Jeff Buckley cover song for a sex mix that he was going to make.
That sounds like me.
Yeah, it was Jeff Buckley doing Sweet Thing by Van Morrison specifically.
There's nothing rapey about this at all.
Bro, weird. I don't remember doing that at all. It was great. I
Hey,
remember
Matt.
doing those things, so I believe you. Like,
Matt,
thanks for writing history
Matt,
right
while you're at it, can you find me some chloroform and maybe a pendulum that can hypnotize somebody to sleep?
Oh shit!
Just 6 sheets of clear
Yeah.
plastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, Ben, Brian, what would your actual answer be?
What was the question again, Matt?
The time that you used your smoothest moves.
Interesting. I know Ben's answer for this.
The
Let's
squirrel?
see. No.
I lathered myself in chicken wings.
What was my smoothest move? I don't know, because I was just kind of Mr. Magoo my way into anything positive. Like, I think there's, let me see. There's my smoothest move. I don't know. I mean, lately, nothing fun to hear. Like, I cook like multi-course dinners when I'm trying to like bang someone. Let me see.
That went from a sweet story to an awful sentence in like one word choice.
You pan the camera over and she's just dead on the ground.
I want to hear Ben's, because you apparently know Ben's answer. I want to hear if Ben knows Ben's answer, because you said that with a lot of confidence.
Well, for one, my internet is garbage right now, so I couldn't even hear what the question was.
Oh, a time that you used your smoothest moves to woo a lady.
Right? This is Geekscape. Like, when have we ever done that on purpose? It's not in our arsenal. Next question. Like, it's not a thing. You can't do that. It just doesn't.
What did
make
you
sense.
think was Ben's answer then? That's my question then.
Oh, I think once in college, he has a karaoke song that has gotten him laid, and quote unquote, and he thinks that it will always get him laid. So whenever we were around a girl that he liked and we were doing karaoke, which was a lot at the time, he would always sing, Ben.
It was Creep
Oh,
by
you first-
Radiohead.
Yeah.
Creep by Radiohead?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep, that's your thing.
Yeah.
And that would make the girls go, "Oh, Ben,
I can change him.
Ben, I'm done. It's you, right?" Is that what they get it? Because his last name's Dunn.
That extended hold note at the end that I can actually hit. Yeah.
That's right. You were in
but
our
I've
musical, weren't you? You were a singer.
I was.
Yeah.
The things that I've learned since, and I got married, I'm assuming because of it, is you don't need to sing. You just need to know how to cook. And I learned this from Brian Gilmore, I would say, is learning to cook a good steak will get you more ladies than anything.
I mean, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I saw in you, Johnny.
Yeah, Jonathan, how do you not know how to cook yet? Like, what are you doing? I learned
He
to cook
cooks a little. He made breakfast. He made breakfast this morning. So
Yeah,
What
he
do you
was eating
make?
Rice Krispies at the start of this.
Yeah,
that was the part I was
I did not make her Rice Krispies.
He got Rice Krispies because I made Rice Krispie treats for Paul because he's gluten free, and then I look over the next day and Jonathan's eating the entire box of Rice Krispies, so he went and got more Rice Krispies.
I
and
am
he's
that
eating them
squirrel
now
in the
because
house.
I'm gonna make. Yeah, I'm gonna make. Well, he runs so much that he eats way faster and more than I do, so I have
Oh
to.
yeah, 'cause he's like running marathons all the time now and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
get
burns a lot of
bored.
calories.
Yeah, the super
But no-
action man bit isn't as funny because he's actually in shape now. So now it's just showing off.
Good
gotta
thing
get Will
that's good thing
Ferrell to
that
do him.
that's not me. That is not me. Super Action Man is in much better shape than I will ever be,
That's true. And 10 times stronger than any man.
and hotter. I think y'all have heard this story, but when I was in the 6th grade, I wrote a note for a girl that I had a crush on, and it was. I mean, she sat in front of me in science. I was completely crazy about this person, and I wrote a note with my parents' phone number, and said, "Call me at 5 o'clock." I want to say that was enough time for me to get on the school bus to take me home, and then tell my brothers who were always watching TV in my parents' room, like, "Shh, turn off the TV, get out of here. I got to answer the phone," because the phone and the TV were in my parents' room. So I leave the note in the locker, and I see her open the locker, find the note. This is 6th, 7th grade. And she's ecstatic. And she's going to all her friends being like, "I have a secret admirer. You know, like, who do you think it is? Blah, blah, blah." And it's got my phone number in it. And so I'm just like shaking with excitement, remembering how excited she was the entire ride home. And I get off the bus, I sprint, I make sure I'm like, whew, I'm ready to say like the best stuff whenever I reveal who it is when the phone rings. I'm just staring at the phone, probably for 30 minutes. And I'm begging my brothers to turn down the TV or like leave the room. They didn't. And the phone starts to ring right on the dial. That is like the coolest thing ever, that something that I had planned was coming to fruition exactly as I'd planned it. And I pick up the phone and I go, "Hello?" And she says, "Hi, this is blank." And I said, "Awesome. Do you know who this is?" She says, "No." And I go, "It's Jonathan." And she goes, "Oh."
That makes me really sad.
That was about.
Dumbest girl in the world.
All right, see you tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, so what happened at the end? Did you like?
I'm not going to reveal like what happened at. I mean, nothing. Like the conversation fizzled. She clearly was not interested, and I hung up the phone. I was embarrassed the entire rest of the year, sitting behind her in science class, and I've seen this human being since many times in the years as an adult.
How many kids does she have?
2, 1, 3. I don't know. But
yeah, that's like all my high school crushes.
She's still like wonderful, and at our 20th reunion, she recalled that we had dated once, and I was like, "No, that is not how that turned out at all."
That's funny.
That's really
great. Okay, so just for the sake of the game, I have like a short story of pretty much the same thing, where I would always go really hard for like the ladies in like school, and I would really I would adopt those things that like, you know, popular girls that people like to walk around with a bunch of balloons and constantly walk around with shit. So when Valentine's Day came around, I would always do something special for people. And 2 years in a row, I did something akin to having a teddy bear the size of a human, like sitting in there for when they arrived. And both times I was broken up with right after that class.
Oh,
really? I think the problem.
We tried it twice, which is impressive.
Yeah, twice in a row. Yeah.
So I was just thinking about, sorry, Jonathan's story and yours is that kids in middle school and high school, they don't know how to express themselves. So when things feel awkward, they don't know what to say, so they don't say anything, or they just like slink off. They're like, "Okay, bye."
Oh, she's slinking. Yeah.
Or they break up with you and tell you for a half hour exactly why.
I also
okay,
had
my bad.
braces and bottlenose like big
were
old
so
bottle
cute.
cap glasses. I looked like the freaking Predator's kid. I was not
You
good
were
looking.
really cute. You were really
Yeah.
cute.
I look like
You
this
were.
with a middle part and long hair.
I love it.
I looked like the kid from Coco had been slapped with an ugly stick and given.
Stop it. That's not even true. That's not even true. You just feel that way. I felt ugly when I was a kid too.
Okay, so Heidi, when is the time that you've used your smoothest moves for love? And damn it, Matt Kelly, you're not getting out of this.
I've got my answer already. That's fine.
Okay. I guess I was in college, and so I should tiny backstory. You know, when you're younger and like you like somebody, and I don't know, this would just be a thing that girls do. Did you ever get a note from a girl that was like, "I like you. Do you like me? Check yes or no."
No, that doesn't happen to us. So welcome to Geekscape.
Well, I did that a few times as a kid. So I thought when I was in college, there's this guy I liked. His name was Nathan. Is still Nathan Smith. And
really outing him.
He's fine.
I'm on
He doesn't
Facebook
care.
checking your friends list.
He went to Harding. He probably doesn't even
Wow,
listen.
just dropping personal information left and right on this story.
What's his mother's maiden name?
I didn't know that one.
You guys just social perchance?
What's just the last four?
What is the big deal? Like, I don't. It's not a big.
Kidding.
He would be.
Kidding.
He would be like, "Oh, that's me." Like if he heard that I said that. So he lives nearby here, but I went to school in Arkansas and to this very conservative private school. So we didn't have like dancing or anything like that. We had like hay rides and stuff. And so I was in this social club and we're having a hay ride, and I wanted to go with Nathan. So I made a little note, but I wrote it like I put the crayon in my hand, weird. So I write it like a little kid. And I was like, "Will you
Maybe
go
he's
to
into
my
that.
hay ride with me? Yes or no?" And I put it, we were in choir together. Okay. And so I put it every day when you come into choir, you pull out your little choir folder. It has your music in it. So I knew which cubby slot was his. And so I found this folder and I put the little note in there. And he said yes. And he went with me. And then we dated for a few months.
Heidi, you didn't find it weird that a dude was attracted to the writings of a kid? It was a Christian college. Never mind. It's probably par for the course.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, he was just setting up his. That wasn't an honest question, Heidi. That was John doing his setup for his own punchline.
Yeah, thank you for letting me finish my story, though. I appreciate that, Johnny.
Hey,
Is shit you running these days, Jonathan? When a woman has to say thank you for letting me finish my story with some gratitude, like what the fuck?
So it doesn't. So it's not misunderstood. Like I think that and you're just going to have to deal with this, Johnny. I think he is brilliant. I think he's very quick-witted, and his brain works so fast that sometimes when we're sitting with friends and I'm trying to tell them something, he thinks of jokes. He's probably thinking of some right now, and he wants to interrupt me really bad to tell the joke. But after a while, it makes me crazy. And then I have to be like, "I love you. Please let me finish my story." So that's what I'm talking about.
Damn it, that hot pair of bags is talking again.
That's a good way to do that. That's like a really good way to do that. That's like really, really nice. Like, you know, when someone else takes care of your dog and they show you something about it, like it feels like that, because we dealt with him for so many years and no one could ever get him to shut the fuck up. So it's really nice that somebody finally has been able to like corral him in. He seems so soft and nice now.
Big Yanks just said any man should be so lucky to get a love note from Heidi. Well, I got a birthday love note from Heidi. Heidi, why don't you hold it up, because it just left glitter all over my table.
Are you guys in the same room?
No, we're in the same apartment.
I'm in the dining room. He's in the office, so it's his birthday. But there's glitter all over this.
She was like, "Why didn't you take your birthday card out and leave it on the table?" I'm like, "Because it'll put glitter on everything."
There's cards. But it's Christmas. My scarf has glitter in it, so it's the holiday season. It's Hanukkah right now, so. And but I scribbled out. It said sometimes you make me crabby, but I scribbled out. I said sometimes I make you crabby. Sometimes I like changed it.
I'm just crabby all the time.
I said, but we
Gilmore
still
knows that I'm
belong
crabby.
together. It was very cheesy.
Gilmore knows I'm crabby all the time.
Like one of those
I
Christmas
know.
movies.
Crabbiest before he learned boundaries. It was great. Like
What are boundaries?
You
Right
know, sweetie, you know those things that you used to write about on Facebook all the time? The boundaries when you were doing your mindful stuff. You remember?
Oh yeah, we were all a part of Jonathan's mindful lectures Facebook era. Like that was fun. Those were actually very nice. Like for years, John went from the person who was just like making more fun of me than anyone else in the world has ever done to like being, for all intents and purposes, like a crystal guru for like 2.5 years. And
he was like, you couldn't get.
And it's like it was. Those were always like nice words to hear on a random morning. Like it was always very fun.
I'll get back to it. Fine.
Because John, for like the first like decade that I knew John, you couldn't get an honest, emotional anything out of him ever. And now every once in a while, if you're lucky, there might be a comment or a compliment here or there, which is that's what progress.
Used to drive me.
We've come a long way with him, I think.
Those posts used to drive me nuts. I'd be like, hey, Johnny, like, you know what? I know you're feeling a lot, and you just, you know what? It's probably because you're giving birth to a new person, and that is painful. Childbirth is painful, and you're giving birth to a new human. Then he would get on Facebook, and he'd be like, I'm giving birth to a new person, so that's like really painful. So, and I'd be like, motherfucker.
Oh, is that your smoothest move?
Oh no! Wait, is John
the mask is off?
Stealing your writing?
We were not always. He was.
He was inspired by her words.
I have the bigger audience, so I just thought that we don't. To answer the last question on this game, my most obnoxious moment is continuing now.
Are we? Is this about to be like my mom? Like, are we taking the piss out too much? Sorry, sweetie.
I love that Megaran is watching. Megaran, I love you so much, buddy.
He will be live on the next YouTube video stream in about 15 minutes with his podcast, Matt Mania. So we can jump to the last question.
No, Matt. It's the time that you have used your smoothest move.
Sure, my smoothest
You ever
move,
seen Sleepaway Camp?
Yeah. So my smoothest move was a girl that I was friends with as far back as college, but then I finished school and she continued to go to school until she got her PhD. And she was going to
school. Say her puberty.
Yeah, she was Jesus Christ. She was going to school up in New York, and she wasn't able to come home for the holidays because she was working on her thesis, and she was kind of stressed out. And I got the address of where she was studying and had a soup and a whole like dinner delivered to her as she was sitting there studying. So
that is a very smooth move.
That's thoughtful.
Yeah, you would know her. She goes to school in New York.
Yeah, exactly.
How'd that turn out?
She got married to someone, but I was invited to the wedding.
That is the most Matt Kelly ending to a story.
Immediately got married to someone. How did she do? She realized she wanted a man.
Thanks to the food, by the way.
This soup is so good. I should find the man who made it.
And then she married that cook. Which goes back to the main point of this: learn to
cook. All right. So last one. A moment when you were totally oblivious. The biggest blind spot wins.
All of these are things that you don't really know you're doing them when you're doing them.
Yeah, but retrospectively, some people realize things and grow from it, Gilmore.
Yeah, well, Matt, you know me.
This is supposed to be funny, right? Like mine's not funny.
Yeah.
None of these are anything but traumatic questions.
I like the game.
Put sprinkles on, but like none of these are questions you're not trying to make friends with someone with these questions. You're not like, oh, here's a nice fun thing to answer. It's just like, what's the worst thing that's ever happened to you?
Okay, most oblivious. Y'all, I think Heidi's heard this one, but okay, I am I go through life like pretty oblivious the whole time, but in high school, I had a friend who was from Utah, and she had moved to Texas to go to school with her parents moved for work. But I am a Utah Jazz fan, like a hardcore Utah Jazz fan. John Stockton's my favorite player of all time. Robert Bacon, who is the host of 91 Donkey Lane, he knows this. I'm a hardcore jazz fan, and she would come over and watch the Utah Jazz with me because they were on television all the time because it was Stockton Malone, and she would watch these Utah Jazz games with me, and I thought it was because she was from Utah and she liked the Jazz. One day, I'm walking into her car. This is like junior year, maybe senior. This is junior year. I'm walking into her car, and I'm like, "So, what do you think of the game? They're really great this year. They might be able to go to the finals." And she finally stopped and goes, "Jonathan, I don't want to talk about it. I don't even like the Jazz. I just like you." And this is like months and months of Utah Jazz games into the friendship, and I had no idea. I asked her to I think the next thing we were going to, I think there was what are the dances in high school that I never went to? I went to two, not the prom, but the homecoming. And I think I took her to a homecoming, and that was it. It was. I'm sorry.
One hug at the end.
I didn't want to ruin the. I didn't want to ruin the Jazz fanship. Actually, when she said
her wearing the jersey every game, so I had priorities.
I mean, in my defense, when she said she wasn't a Utah Jazz fan, I immediately found her I was like, "What? I don't see anything in you anymore."
Yeah.
Why am I still talking to you?
All right, Gilmore, do you have a story for this just yet? I know I have mine queued up.
I have one.
Okay, let's jump to it.
All right, so I'm half Guatemalan, and whenever
you're half human, look how tall you are.
I'm basically I'm an ant in Guatemala. It's the first time and only time I've ever been to Guatemala. I stayed with my family, who's very, very poor there, and they live in one of those very developing nation, turquoise walls, very small place. There was a little building that it was a small apartment complex with one water thing in the middle, and the way it works is that they have that, and that's sort of their water. So I'll explain that more in a little bit. But I was in middle school, and I got up first morning in another country, and I go immediately to brush my teeth. And it's the first thing you do in the morning. So I brushed my teeth, and I'm like, oh, this sink seems flooded, so I'll just use this sink so I don't waste any water or whatever. And then so I just I brushed my teeth, I spat, did my entire thing, and as I was finishing and gargling, I think my mom heard me gargling, and she came in, it's like, no! And so what happened was that building doesn't have running water. Yeah. That building's water to eat and drink for every family in the building was that thing that I thought had flooded. And so it had completely, basically there was just, I woke up as an American that they were welcoming into their complex, and the first and only thing I did was literally spit in their water. And I had no idea what I was doing. But I did it. I did it just really, really, really casually, and then I learned that yes, I guess every day at 5 a.m. They turn the water on for an hour, and then everyone gets what they need. So I think it's probably the most oblivious I've ever been, because I had no idea I was doing that, and I still feel bad about it.
Wow,
I've heard stories like that about.
That is the most Gilmore thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. All right, so for mine, we're going back to Matt's dating life. Always an exciting topic. So there was a girl freshman year of college that I had a huge crush on, and I told her so, and she was like, "Nah, I think we're just friends." And so I took that as the honest truth. Okay, cool. We're just friends.
Trust women.
Yeah. So 2 or 3 years later, we're still really, really good friends. And she comes to visit me at work one day, and she's like, "Hey, you're done work at 5 o'clock, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Do you want to hang out tonight?" I was like, "Yeah, what do you want to do?" And she's like, "I don't know. I was thinking I would make you chicken Alfredo because I know that's your favorite dinner, and we can watch a movie or something." I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." So she goes out and buys chicken and buys all the pasta, and then we meet up at my house, and she cooks everything, and then I'm like, "Well, what movie do you want to watch?" And she's like, "Oh, how about we watch When Harry Met Sally?" She pulls out a hardcore rom-com, puts it on. She's snuggling up next to me, and I'm just like, "Well, she said we're just friends, so I'm not gonna make any moves." And it wasn't until years later that I was like, "Oh," and I asked her, because we're still friends. She's married now, and I said, "Hey, I just remembered this really random night. Were you coming on to me?" And she's like, yeah, you idiot. So
I didn't even put on When Harry Met Sally. I put on the porno version. Like, what is happening?
So yeah, that was my most oblivious moment for sure.
Oh, that's worse. How many years later was it? Like how?
Oh,
many,
it was
how-
like 9 years later. It was well past the time to really be able to do
Are
anything
these
about it.
coupons still good?
Pretty much.
Yeah, like Matt did the equivalent of finding a Circuit City coupon.
That's better than Radio Shack.
Yeah. All right, Heidi, you're the last one.
Got any
Here.
of these PS2s?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I can't think of one that's not like. I don't, Johnny. Can you think of anything? Because
Times
the
that you're
only
oblivious?
because the only thing I'm thinking of is like family stuff, and I don't want to say.
Oh, I did not mean to do that. Sorry.
We'd rather look at you anyway. So I don't know.
That's the weird thing. The thing with Heidi is Heidi's incredibly empathetic, and she is in tune with everyone's energies all the time. And she is always telling me whenever I'm grumbly, and I'm always grumbly, she's like, well, whenever I am grumbly and I'm a little snippy, she's like, are you okay? Is everything all right? I'm like, I'm fine. I honestly think that I'm fine. And then like 2 days later, I'll be like, you know what? What the fuck? I'll just be in a bad mood. And I realized that Heidi is like one of those earthquake detection services for people. And she sees like the Richter scale starting to shift a little bit long before we do it as well. Like she is the birds that leave before the natural disaster.
She's the control room in the movie The Core.
Yeah, she would be the dolphins leaving Earth if we were going to do Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Like she's like, peace, I'm out. Jonathan, I can tell that you're not doing too well. And I'm like, I'm doing fine. I'm just going to go and have a run and ignore the world.
But I don't peace out though. I'm like, talk to me. Let's talk about.
Oh my gosh, she
going
wants
on.
to do
Let's
that
dig
shit
in.
at 11 o'clock at night. And I'm like, can I just read a comic? And she's like, tell me what's in your soul. What's troubling you? And I'm like, please. I'll tell you what's troubling me at this moment.
I
I want to
mean-
read my comic.
My oblivious moments usually are about my blind spots. And I mean, I know like there was a time I have a half sister. We don't really talk very much, but there's some chaos in my family, blended family, divorce, some not so good stuff. But like one side of my family can be kind of harsh. And I used to have like these, what I thought were confidential conversations with my half sister. And then somehow my dad and her mom would like come back at me when they'd be mad at me, and they'd be like, well, you said this. And I'd be like, what? How do you know that? And then I would say to her, my sister, I'd be like, how do they know that? And she'd be like, I don't know how they know that. And I started to realize that I had a blind spot when it came to her. But like, that's not a funny story. It's just
And I would agree, Heidi, that you are very much too trusting.
But I believed her for a really long time until I really realized, oh, she's telling them. And for her, it's a survival thing and whatever. And I'm a grown up. It's not like I'm going to deny that I said any of this stuff, but it's just weird. So there you go.
You see what she
Now
does?
everyone can be depressed.
She's all heart.
You're
It's like the heart and the fart living together in one place.
so rude.
Well,
Happy holidays.
You're watching the Geekscape Network.
Well, we ended on a pretty sad story from Heidi, but let's pick it up just a little bit, Heidi.
Please.
Before I remove you from the feed and we move over to the next live stream, how about you tell people about the short film that you have that's playing in India?
Ooh. Well, that'll be in May. We're still waiting to get details, but yeah, Jonathan and I co-wrote a short film called Chasing Fletcher Allen. It's about a woman trying to find her way. It's about a woman really trying, like the moment that she realizes that she's had everything she's ever needed all along. And Phil Lamar's in it. Jenny Van Dien's in it. Cooper Barnes is in it. Eugene Bird. It's a lot of really cool people that you've had on Geekscape, Johnny. And Jonathan directed it, and he did a really amazing job. And I'm excited for it to be seen some more, even if it's in a country that I cannot visit. I really want to go, but maybe we'll just have to wait.
Yeah, and you Geekscape were a part of putting that movie together. So
Yes.
thank you for that.
Oh my God, now I sound awful. Yes.
No, it's fine.
And yes, thank you so much to all of you who have been a part of this and it would not have happened without your support.
Well, and thank you for being the unofficial voice of Geekscape that ends every single podcast.
Until you find someone better.
No,
Gilmore's not coming back.
Brian,
right.
it's so good to meet you. Finally, I heard about you
Yeah.
last. Yeah.
All right, bye, Heidi.
Bye, Heidi.
Sending Heidi.
And
Gilmore.
and Gilmore.
Ooh, let's never do that view
I
again.
Dude, I hit that view every now and then on the main show, and I cannot stand it. Brian, I got to tell you, man, I've loved having you here for this hour, and I would love for you to be part of Geekscape some more. I'll pay you what I pay Matt, and it's just been great having you, dude.
Hey, you and yeah.
You are, I think, the original of my little brothers, my littles, as they say, big brothers, big sisters, and I think you've turned out. Oh, you're still alive. That's what I'll say. I'll say you're still alive.
We could expect, and that's fine.
So it's been great having you. And Matt, in closing for this one, can't wait to listen to Matt Mania on the next hour. But let's throw some more support towards our friends at Big Brothers Big Sisters of New Jersey.
Yep. So just a reminder, we're going to be ending this stream in just a minute. But YouTube, Facebook, everything already has the next stream locked and loaded. And if you go to geekscape.net, there's a post that has all of the YouTube links and all of the links that you really need to join in on the fun. But we are going to jump over to there. You'll see a couple more commercials, and then we will introduce the Matt Mania guys. Someone asked earlier, the commercials are done by my brother, Brian Kelly. He's absolutely been crushing it on these. And again, go to support.mentornj.org. Please donate. Our goal is 2,000 by the end of the day. So a little less than 12 hours, actually about 10 hours to go at this point. So let's see if we can get those donations rolling in. Thank you guys so much. Jonathan, do you want to send them off?
No, Geekscape, thank you for joining us so far, and thanks for being a part of this. But again, support.mentornj.org. If you cannot donate financially, maybe you can provide a mentorship for one of the younger kids as part of the Big Brother Big Sisters of America program.